Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the show that never ends. We're here in the bunker, the hidden bunker beneath, 1 mile beneath the Hotel Orloff. These tubes here provide us oxygen down here. Just hanging out here for Saturday live stream. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we won. This is the first amazing Saturday after the Trump election. So we have our republic back, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that fantastic? And it feels good. And it's just a few days, and all these great things are happening. People are shaving, women are shaving their head to let us know that they voted for Kamala Harris, so that people will stay away from them. It's like their scarlet letter. We've got all the wars. Looks like they're about to end. Most people are happy. I don't know why you wouldn't be happy, ladies and gentlemen. It's uh, it's the first weekend of a new era. And yeah, there'll probably be, who knows, maybe there'll be crazy people out there trying to get upset tonight in the streets. We will see. I doubt it. I don't think people really care on the other side that much about, well, they're more anti-Trump than they were for Kamala Harris. No, nobody was ever for Kamala Harris. Were they really? Anyway, doesn't matter. We don't talk about politics here. But let's talk about justice for Peanut the Squirrel, ladies and gentlemen. Man, now I'm hearing that they may have. Looks like they cut the head off Peanut the Squirrel. I guess they were testing him for rabies. Maybe he bit one of his captors. And they said, "We've got to kill him to test him for rabies." Like, it's an indoor squirrel. Ridiculous. Well, I guess I'm gone on a little bit too early. So I don't know. Let's see. Saturday morning. Oh, I'll turn that light off. Yeah. Saturday morning, watching cartoons. It's a rainy Saturday morning here. I can, I know it's raining because I, I've been told we're a mile below, so we don't really feel that. Okay. Unsweetened iced tea. All right. We have 3 viewers, man. Amazing. I was trying to avoid waking up my wife this morning, and I was not successful. I had to go upstairs. I need to start cooking these breakfasts in the basement because when I went upstairs, I was trying to be very stealthy, like a ninja, man. I had my flashlight on my phone. I didn't want to turn on the lights. And then I stepped on a piece of styrofoam. And then all these other things happened, man. The 7 foot stone statue of Howdy Doody tumbled down the stairs and shattered. And then I stepped into a bear trap and started screaming. I had to saw my own foot off. There was blood squirting everywhere, and the screams of agony. I got better, but the screams of agony awakened her. And then the ambulance showing up, that was very loud. Well, the commies lost, ladies and gentlemen. And it's like a new dawn. And now Trump has made an announcement, apparently this morning, that he's going to clean all the homeless off the streets. That's going to upset people because we love our homeless on the streets and in the parks, don't we? But, I think he's saying if we didn't send all this money to the Ukraine, maybe we could put them into homes. Maybe we could take care of the people here. So this will be an interesting 4 years, and hopefully 8, 12, as Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, whoever else comes in over the next, All right. Okay. Let's see what's going on. Okay. What are people talking about here? Uh-oh, my wife. I'm still in trouble. I don't know where you started your broadcast, but it was like I could hear you behind. Oh, shit. That would be. Let me figure this out. That would be back behind where the refrigerator is downstairs. I was yeah, that was that I was yeah, that must be oh, sorry. Ninja, my ass, she says. Look, she put in a little asterisk so she didn't have to write that terrible word. My plan was to get lots of sleep, yet here we are. My God. Yeah, it's rainy outside, man. Horrible. So she's one of the three viewers. We're not through yet. Circumstances of investigating. Just as I suspected, there's no one aboard. This cruiser here comes Alan the cat. This can only be the work of the diabolical schemer. Master criminal? The same chase. He must have planned on taking you two prisoner. Holding us for ransom, of course. Wrong. I planned on taking all three of you, as I have. We better get back to the space coop. Yes, my friend. Right. It's the schemer. Yes, the schemer. With a pleasant scheme in mind for you. I'm like you couldn't think of anything pleasant. I can, Space Ghost. I can think. This cartoon, Space Ghost, was part of the big wave of cartoons in September of '66, because the Batman TV series on prime time on ABC was so popular. Starting in January of '66, by September of '66, the Saturday morning lineup was almost all superhero cartoons. Space Ghost is, of course, basically Batman in space. To witness your own spectacular destruction. Farewell. My goodness. In a few moments, they will be on collision course with the flaming Nova. Well, there won't be any Trump rallies for me to watch today, but um, boy, the rains are really coming down out there, man. Maybe maybe the people in Washington D.C. are planning to flood us out in revenge for voting for Donald Trump. Perhaps that's the goal. But down here, 1 mile below hotel, comment. My wife says illegal immigrants are a common topic for discussion nowadays. When someone says if the illegals are deported, then who will do all the jobs that Americans don't want? When someone says if the illegals are deported, then who will do all the jobs that Americans don't want to do? That person is 100% someone who would have owned slaves. Yes. Well, somehow there's a lot of buildings and houses and things in this country that were built 100 years ago. They weren't all built by illegal immigrants. Somehow, people, I don't know, people used to get out and work. Yeah, that is a very arrogant attitude. We need them here because they to do the grunt work because we don't want to do that. Yeah, that's a very. Why don't we invite immigrants in that are trained professionals that want to be here that can't get here that are doctors? Well, I don't know if we want lawyers, but people that can. Why are we inviting people that only could bust tables or maybe it's like we welcome you in. Um, you know, you take a test in English. There's tons of people that want to come in from various parts of the world, and it's just like they have to wait 10 years. I don't know if I would want to come to this country over the last 4 years, but I think the way the United States is about to become, it's going to be a beacon again for the masses. People are going to want to live here. This is going to be a great place. I mean, Trump made it great as best he could during his first 4 years, but he was very limited by. Now he's got a complete mandate from the people, and he knows who to trust now. His people that worked for him that betrayed him afterwards wrote books and things. He knows who the bad people are, and he surrounded himself with like I was saying yesterday, like Doc Savage had his Fabulous Five. Donald Trump has his group of people that from all aspects of society. He's got the scientist, he's got the warrior, he's got the doctor. That's what Doc Savage had these this group of adventurers that would go on missions with him that could do everything. An architect. He's got Elon Musk and Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. and Vivek Ramaswamy. It's just like the Doc Savage books, man. Pizza in the morning, pizza at supper time. This commercial from the '90s. Oh, it's for Bagel Bites. Bagel Bites. Well, tomorrow, what are the people saying? Oh, my wife. My wife is the only viewer. Also, the cabal wouldn't leave him alone. Did nothing but cause trouble. Yeah, okay. So he started off. All the media were saying he was a Russian. He was basically a Russian, and he was there peeing on beds with prostitutes, and then turned it all to be nonsense. It was all fictitious. Um, Hillary Clinton had paid some wannabe James Bond from England to type up a completely fictional dossier of all this knowledge that Trump had been literally in bed with Russians, and it was all nonsense. But that they had that over his head for the first 3 years of his presidency. They impeached him twice. They did everything they could. Now they've done everything to him. They've shot him. They've taken mugshots of him. They've accused him of ridiculous crimes, of everything from the R word to they had him facing 300 years in prison. Now they're saying, well, I think we're just going to drop these cases now because they realize that there's only about 7 people in this country that don't want Trump to be. I think even these Democrats really want him to be in charge. Even the troublemakers, when a substitute teacher comes in and even the troublemakers really like it when the regular teacher's there, a sense of order and normalcy, when when everything just goes to shit like it did over the last 4 years, it's just not a comfortable situation. And the Department of Health is a fat, ugly uh, creature. And now we've got a guy coming in to head the Department of Health. I'm talking about Admiral Rachel Levine. Uh, like a goblin, basically, like something that you would cross the street if you saw this thing. It's like, what in the name of God? These women that are shaving their head now, these are some of the most hideous looking monsters, and they're shaving their head to punish men because the patriarchy has voted for Trump. And it's just like, we're not going to. I see these pictures from the uh, when they had prohibition, and these women saying a man who has liquor touch his lips will never touch. These women look like you know they look, it's beyond all words. It's like, we're not just talking like, these women that are for Kamala Harris are ugly beyond words. Like, it's just like you see them and you go, ah, it's like, what? I didn't even know a human being could be that ugly. I mean, it's like I guess that's why they get angry and frustrated and want to, because they don't get dates or something. Yeah, so they decide, that they're gonna, and they've read all their Harlequin romances at their local library. So they just decide that, I mean, every one of these women that are screaming and crying on TikTok that Trump got elected, they all have the same Santa. They look like Santa Claus's wife, basically. Maybe a young version, sometimes with purple hair, but they all look like Santa Claus's wife. They've got big, round, bulbous W.C. Fields noses, and they've all, well, I mean, it's okay to be ugly, but they're shockingly ugly. I mean, there's ways to disguise your ugliness. I mean, women are lucky because they can paint their faces and hide how ugly they are. Uh, Men don't, you can't do that, man. They, uh, it's shocking what, uh, let's see here. My wife says most look like little girls, not women. Well, well, some of them look like old bags. I don't know, man. I'm not saying you have to be ugly to be a communist, but trying to think of an attractive one. I'm having trouble. Um, our society was oh shit. Our society was destroyed. Hope we can start to fix it. Well, he's not even president yet. It's only been, let's see, let me count here. I'll do my Gazinta to see if I can add up. Tuesday, no, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's just been 3 days, man. We hardly started Saturday. We're still just starting the Saturday morning cartoons here. 3 days. What's happened? Putin, I don't know if he's called, I think he called Trump. He already wants to negotiate peace. He Ukraine is, if I'm mistaken, you can correct me, was part of Russia. He just wanted to guarantee that it wouldn't become part of NATO. He wasn't thrilled that there were, I believe, 13 biochemical weapons labs on the border, on the other side of the border from Russia, that were where they were cooking up diseases and viruses that could kill Russians. He wasn't really thrilled with that. And so he's destroyed, I think, most of them. and and in those the same kind of labs from which they released what their oh shit. Is it already 7? Oh shit, I don't want to record Earthworm Jim. It's okay, but man, it's not a real cartoon. It's not from the 60s. Come on. So we stopped that. Come on, man. So the president of China has wants to work with Trump, and let's see. Uh, I, God damn, just the commercial. I don't know. Earthworm Jim's better than most cartoons today, but that's not where I want to be spending my time here. Um, it's just everything's working out, man. The bad people are shaving their heads, so we know who they are. Because there's ugly people that voted for Trump too. I mean, I voted for Trump. I'm not saying so. You know, it's just good to shave your head, so we can spot you as one of the bad people. So thank you for doing that, Ben. Um, you know, you know. So, oh, and a lot of them are talking about not immigrating, but immigrating with an E, going to another place. Like they're wanting to. I hope they're saying a lot of these people are looking into how do I move to Australia, to to New Zealand. Have fun, man. Australia was boy. There was that during the pandemic. I thought the Australians were tough people. Man, they got some of these other countries. They were coming to your door and forcing you to get the V thing. Basically you were forced to do it. Here it's just like, well, boy, was that talk about fascism? Well, you either get it or you lose your job. That was Biden, man. I know all that started the thing started with during Trump. But Trump didn't know. He figured you could trust doctors. It's like it's like that movie Rosemary's Baby. She thought she could trust her doctor. Her doctor was one of the Satan worshipers. Everybody was. Her husband, everybody was conspiring to make sure she had the devil's baby. It is like everybody, man. So and that's kind of what it was like back then, man. My doctor, I said, when that thing started, I went to my yearly physical and I said, man, it's almost like this. I asked him, do you think this was a man-made thing? He says, no, it was just because some people are eating bats over there. And that's how it happened. And I said, well, it seems like it could be a man-made thing that, because there's so many baby boomers, right? And it's like that's going to be really expensive to pay for all their medical, as they become elderly, and it seems like someone's wanting to get rid. I said this to my doctor. Man, I was out of my mind. To get rid of them, because he kind of smiled, and he might have been smiling like, "Oh, it's one of those conspiracy theorists," but I think he was smiling like, oh, "Yeah, this guy's right." It's gonna. I think it was more of a smile of recognition. Yeah, we do need to get rid of those MFers. And I remember was talking. I said something about Bill Gates, and he said Bill Gates is one of the great. What did he call him? Great world uh, human. He didn't use the. What is that word they use for amazing people? Geez, that he's this upstanding, great humanitarians. One of the great. I forget the word he used. That they always use for him. So I thought, oh boy, my doctors thinks Bill Gates is a great person. Bill Gates who says, well, if we, do in a TED Talks, he says, if we do vaccines right, we should be able to eliminate millions of people. Like, don't vaccines save lives? And he thought, man, that guy's that needs to be in federal, he's be that guy needs to be in prison, man. He's even his wife left him. It looks like I don't know, man. You're hanging out with Epstein too much. So so the next year, I go back to my yearly physical, and by then they have the amazing new thing that they can. And he wanted me to get it so bad, and I said I just can't. And it's like he talked to. He said, "Well, I have patients that the rest of their lives they're walking around with breathing machines, and it's like so much. Basically, if you don't get that." Which you probably get several $1,000s from the government every time someone does it. It's like everyone are on these machines. They have to take them everywhere to do all their breathing. I don't see that. When have you seen that? He told me it was like a lot of his patients were just like, geez, it seemed like he spent 15 minutes trying. I know it wasn't that long, but it seemed like that long trying to convince me. And well, that doctor is. I'm in a new place now, so RFK Jr. Man, that they think he's crazy. I think he's brilliant, but yeah. Well, I've noticed that I'm getting younger viewers now on this channel has always been nobody below age 45 and up to about 65. It's but mostly 55 to 64 is pretty much the people that watch this channel. And then I looked lately, the other day. Let's see if I can pull that up. Let's see if I can conjure that up here. Hold on a second. There might be a way to do this. Yes, I think so. Hold on. I'll go into my photo library. I took a screenshot. Of course, it could have changed since. I think it's because I'm doing these Donald Trump celebratory parties and election coverage. I'm getting new people, or maybe the tech giants are starting to come around and wanting to get friendly with Trump. So maybe they're stopping their shadow banning because people that talk about politics. You're not even supposed to mention Donald Trump's name on YouTube. I noticed David Nino Rodriguez. He'll talk about Mr. T, but Trump was just talking about how freedom of speech has been taken away from us and how it's coming back, and so that's it really is true. You're afraid to talk about things. It's ridiculous. Let's see. I have it here in my photo library. I just got to find it. Boy, it's really raining outside. Where is that? Oh, and big news. Monday, we're having a special broadcast because the Shock Monster is arriving at Gotham City Comics. And I'll explain what that means for those of you that don't know what the Shock Monster is. But it's I was explaining what the shock monster is to my wife, and she already knew. She says, "Oh yes, that's iconic. That's one of the masks from the '60s from the monster." It's like, man, she's learning all this stuff. I thought I'd have to explain to her what the shock monster is, but she knew the shock monster. And I had a revelation. I was thinking, where is that damn thing? The shock monster. I realized they must have based the shock monster mask on the monster's face from I Was a Teenage Frankenstein. Um, that's what I'm thinking. Okay. All right. I can't find it, so I'm gonna have to turn sideways and probably disappear here for a moment. So, oh wait, it says I need to delete some images before I add more. Man, I pay you all that money and you can't hold on to some scumbag pieces of trash. StreamYard people, vermin. Okay. Okay, maybe that's the. Um, Saying, well, you've got a lot of files. Each brand is limited to 100 images slash videos. Please delete some files before uploading more. Yeah, right. I can't get the message to go away. Well, maybe I'll still can do it. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Okay. So, can you still hear me? I don't know if anyone can even hear me. My voice says, man, those people saying Trump is the antichrist are going hard. Really? I haven't heard anyone say that, but apparently, where are they saying that on Facebook? Anyone telling you Trump is the Antichrist, well, I think they're foolish, but hopefully I'm not proven wrong, but I'm pretty sure that the other side was the Antichrist side. I mean, when you say, Jesus is Lord, how dare you say that? You should go down to that other rally down the street, that Trump rally, and say that. Yeah, well, I don't know about that, man. I don't know about no Antichrist, man. Let's see here. Cat Turd 2 just posted on Truth Social. I wonder what he's saying, man. He's one of I pay attention to when he speaks. You can't even read that, can you? God damn. I need my magnifying glass. Okay. Damn. It looks like it says that 18 to 24 um, is what does that say? 1%? Uh, and then, goddamn, 25 to 34, 2.1%. I've never had anyone from those demographics watch my show. 35 to 44, 1.7%. And then my 45 to 54 is now up to almost 20%. That's it's mainly been like 55 to 64 has always been like in the 90%, 73.8%, and then 65 plus is 1.8%. And that's the most broad ranging demographic that I've ever seen. This is the shock monster mask, by the way. You see, that looks like I was a teenage Frankenstein because, in the movie, I was a teenage Frankenstein. He basically is the face, the head of a car accident victim, as I recall. That's a great movie. The guy that was I was a teenage Frankenstein was later it Jerry Conway or is it Gary Conway? I think it's Gary. I don't know how it's pronounced, but anyway, he was later the pilot, kind of the hero figure in Land of the Giants. He was the Yeah, I was a teenage Frankenstein. Great movie. So anyway, I guess I don't know if those people are going to stick around. I don't know if I've been shadow banned and I haven't been recommended to people, but somehow some people that aren't old codgers like me have started to watch the show. And hopefully they'll stay because friends of mine are making it a full time job. Oh, talking about Trump being the Antichrist. Yeah, they need to shut up, man. That's ridiculous. People can never be happy with things. It's like they always want to complain about something. Well, Trump's not perfect. He's okay. What president was perfect? You give me any president that's a great president, and I can tell you things about them because we're human beings. And people want to just classify you as one thing. I'm so sick of teachers telling me that Edgar Allan Poe was just crazy and an alcoholic. I've known people, and I'm sure you have too, that were alcoholics that were great people. It's just a problem they have. There's some alcoholics that are sons of bitches, and there's some alcoholics. It's just an unfortunate thing, but they're really wonderful people at heart. Um, you know, it's like, oh, I can't like that person. They smoke cigarettes. Well, yeah, I'd rather people not smoke cigarettes, just for their health. But I don't know, man. I'm going to get some. I'm just kind of upset and feeling sickly. Oh my gosh. Yeah, well, Trump's I think he's a good person. I didn't used to. Growing up, I thought he was an idiot, you know, as a celebrity. But I didn't know him. I just saw him on the front cover of People magazine and National Enquirer. He was always getting a new wife. Uh, I know. Well, it's really raining out there.
It's a tough task, a very tough task. What's taking place on the streets, what's taking place with they're taking so much drugs. But the fact is, we're going to try. This strategy will be far better and also far less expensive than spending vast sums of taxpayer money to house the homeless in luxury hotels without addressing their underlying issues. And they have so many of these underlying issues and needs. This is how we end the scourge of homelessness and make our cities clean and safe and beautiful once again. We will do it. We will bring back America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that video makes me happy. Donald Trump is finally a president back in the Oval Office, well, almost back, who cares about the American people. He cares about the working class. He cares about the children, the elderly, the veterans, even the homeless. And I agree with him. Letting homeless do whatever they want, wherever they want, whenever they want, is not compassion. Number one, it's not compassion for them because you're just enabling their mental disorders and their drug addictions. Number two, it's not compassionate to the people that have to live in those neighborhoods or the kids that have to walk to school through those neighborhoods. I cannot wait till Trump starts implementing his policies. And I believe he will because, as we learned the first time, promises made, promises kept. We need to clean up our streets and not the way Newsom did it when CCP, Chinese dictator, came here. Just get rid of the homeless and then they're back the next day. No, no, no. Give them help. Give them housing. Give them jobs. Instead of giving illegals jobs, how about we give our citizens jobs? How about instead of giving illegals help and finances and phones and cash and PPT, how about we help our veterans, our homeless veterans? We need to take care of our people first. Then we can think about the rest of the world. Trump, 22. I keep saying.
Watch him go, go, go. Two little Indians, no one was near. Oh, no, leave out these two soon disappear. Fighting the army, soldiers galore. What can you do? Go, 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 first watch him go, go, go. Go, 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 first watch him go, go, go. Here comes the girl with your sergeant, a roaring and a charging. Go, 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 first watch him go. Go, 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 first watch him go, go, go.
With me, Sergeant. I want to show you my latest invention. It's going to drive those two Indians right out of both of them.
What?
That, Sergeant, is a flying machine. At dawn tomorrow, you and I are going to fly over the Indian camp and drop bombs on them. We'll just put our machine into a power dive.
Begging the Colonel's pardon, but, did you say we?
I did. You are going with me. A great honor, Sergeant. Great honor. Yes, indeed. You'll be a hero. Think of it. The first soldiers to ride a flying machine.
Colonel, I'd rather ride a horse.
Nonsense, Sergeant. We take off at dawn.
The Colonel built a big bird. Him like 40 owls. Him finally flip 'em went. Pretty soon, pale faces and white coats cart 'em away. We live in peace.
All right, Sergeant, it's dawn. Time to take off.
I don't think.
Think? You're not supposed to think. You're in the army. Now get ready to spin that propeller. Contact. Here we go. Sergeant, you come back here.
Dr. John,
Willie, good time. We'll come back at dawn tomorrow and finish the job.
Big Bird, plenty bad. It wreck 'em our TV. We must stop 'em, Big Bird. You got 'em planned?
Yes, but you got to be a fly boy. They're the fly boys.
Oh, we get 'em own flying machine. Oopie doopie, you a genius.
We destroyed their wigwam yesterday. Today we get them.
Co-pilot, pilot. Co-pilot, pilot. Indian war party. 12 o'clock high.
Great jumping Geronimo.
Here they come again. 3 o'clock high. Y'all come around for our next adventure. We'll be here. I think.
Gophers watch 'em go, go, go. Two little Indians, no others near. Colonel Hibaudi's too soon disappear. Fighting the army full soldiers galore. What can two Indians do? Go, go, Gophers watch 'em go, go, go. Go, go, Gophers watch 'em go, go, go. Here comes the colonel with his sergeant, both are roaring and a charging. Go, go, Gophers watch 'em go, go, go. Go, go, Gophers watch 'em go, go, go.
I have received word that headquarters in Washington are very angry that we haven't been able to get rid of those Gopher Indians. We've got to try something new.
Yes, sir. What would you suggest, Colonel?
A booby trap. That's the thing. I remember one that used to work well in my college days. West Point, you know. We simply tied a string on the doorknob, tied the other end to a bucket of water, and balanced the bucket of water over the door.
I get it, Colonel. Then if anybody opened up the door.
Oh, nuisance.
Austin, Colonel, what's going on here?
Our apologies, General. We were just working out a booby trap to get those Gopher Indians.
Booby trap, booby trap. On it, Colonel.
All right, what's going on here, man? Pauline Dell says, Ellen, you're beautiful. Do you like King Leonardo and Itchy Brother Ode Cologne a Skunk? Yes, I do. Yes, King Leonardo is a great cartoon as well. And uh, there's King Leonardo, and then there's also Linus the Lionhearted. They're both kings that are lions, right? Except the Linus the Lionhearted is like a 30-minute commercial for Post cereal. So every one of them characters is a spokesperson for a different cereal. They have Sugar Bear and the Postman from Alphabets. I got to go out and get some grub at the gas station for my wife, man. So I woke her up and created the problem. The problem that because I really was trying to be quiet, I swear, and I made all this damn noise, and she wanted to be asleep now, man. So I gotta get her some food and stuff like that.
Chance for the rope to break.
So
Oh, don't be silly, Sergeant. Where else can we go but up? How about
So who knows what will happen today? What guest stars we'll have? I'm going to be doing some comic book filing. I got to wash some dishes in the basement and closing these partitions because it'll be quieter upstairs. These are like fake curtains. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they are called curtains. They're like vinyl curtains that are there. I don't know if they're there from when it was a funeral home or probably. I don't know. Who the heck knows? Well, I think that this room is probably, they probably had the coffin like right here where the stereo system is, and then this was where the. Oh well.
There's the fort now, and there's the Indian camp over there. As soon
Should I
as
leave the Trump signs and flag up like just for infinity? Because there's still flags, there's still signs that people have in their yards from the last two elections that have just stayed up for. I know there's some from that say Trump Pence that are still in people's yards, and I don't know if they're from 2016 or from 2020, but yeah, I don't know. I may take the one out of this window just because it's decorating here with it. Oh my gosh. Rainy day. At least it's not dark though. Hopefully it'll have a waffle sandwich in stock, man. They seem to sometimes I go there and they don't have them. So oh man. Oh shit. Oh man, I didn't want my iPhone getting all wet. Uh she's saying, quiet my ass. No, I'm going to eat junk food. No, it's not as healthy. I'm hearing awful sounds. It might be the sky. What? That isn't going to cut it. We need to move. What the fuck are you talking about? And Pauline Dell says, Cleo will sing you a lullaby. And she says, oh, whenever I see lambs, I think of you. Uh, I know exactly what you're talking about, she says. I was in love with lambs, and you liked that I was in love with lambs. Yes, indeed. Lambs. Lambs are kind of sad. There's a, well, no, they're not sad, but when you go into these really old timey cemeteries, you see the graves with lambs, and they're little children because back in 1860s, you know, uh, back in the old days, a lot of kids didn't survive past, to be 5 years old. A lot of them. So when young little kids died, they put lambs on their stone lambs on their tombstones. That's something that you have either been lied to about or you've had teachers and professors that just didn't understand math or understand. I'll tell you something. You've been told that back in the 1800s, people only lived to be 45 years old. At 45, you're an old man. And that's bullshit. Okay, so back in the 1800s, the average lifespan was 45. That that is, but if you could live to be 5, you could probably live to be 95 or you because you didn't have McDonald's and unhealthy food and you lived the way RFK Jr. says we should live and people ate, right from fresh from the farm stuff they grew. There wasn't, red dye number 2 or whatever. So if you got a lot of people living to be 100 with long white beards, and you got a lot of people living to be 2 years old, the average is going to be 45, 50. That doesn't mean everyone died at 50. That means everybody died when they were real little or they died when they were real old. So you've been lied to about the everybody dying, being old when they're 50. That's bullshit. So, okay. A lot of traffic today. It's very dangerous out here. Let's see what's on the radio.
Iowa Land Company, your premier farm.
Oh,
0.45, and the relative
the
humidity
temperature is 47 degrees here. That's fucking hilarious. Everything, look at that. I'm proving it to you on my dashboard. It's 47 degrees, and we're about to have the 47th president. And I'll tell you 47 times today how happy I am to be living at this time. 47. 47, man. Oh, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, 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 Donald Trump. Donald Trump, 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 Donald Trump. Okay.
Cash iron from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year. Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code QUICK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands.
Donald Trump.
Download the free Upside app and use promo code QUICK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank.
Used to be a roller rink right there.
For a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Big Flavor Stick provides soothing, no-medicated big flavors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it's ready to so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family. Thanks, Mom.
Big Flavor Stick. You don't comfort the whole family. And you need more comfort for yourself. So try Big Flavor Shower Max for truly big flavors.
Donald Trump.
Here's the biggest 540 KWMT weatherology forecast. Overcast skies today with a chance for showers. Daytime highs approaching 49. Southeasterly winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance for showers tonight goes around 43. Cloudy skies expected. Sunshine mixed with cloud time tomorrow.
I think you're not supposed to say Donald Trump on YouTube, but Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Trump. Donald Trump.
John Walters, don't miss a single Iowa State cycling victory.
Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen. Donald Trump. What a great radio station. Oh, well, give me a copyright claim. That's my favorite radio station. Let's see. What are these dumb people? Oh, I'm sorry. What are these dumb people saying in the chat? I better be quiet, man. Let's see. We need to move into that comic book room. Yeah, we could do that, actually. I'll tell you what, that would make more frickin' sense. We've got the beds in a living room. What I'll do this quietly while you're working today. I won't move the beds until after you work. I'm going to move, no, yes, no, yes. I will move I'm going to have to make the living room the comic book room. Okay. And then I'll move the beds into a room that's actually a bedroom. That would make sense. Of course, the bedroom's going to have a bunch of comic book post pictures up. Um, Now that room is where Hans Strangelife saw a horrible ghost. I've never slept in that room. Only Hans Strangelife has slept in that room, and he saw a horrible twisted hag uh, in the corner. Well, it'll be an adventure. It'll give us some nice content for the show. Ha ha ha! I think you bought me a lamb and a diaper. Yes, I did. I guess this non-healthy breakfast will be a naughty treat since the food supply is going to get cleaned up. Now, this is healthy food here at this restaurant. What are you talking about? My secret is a long life. My secret to a long life is Jolly Ranchers. Ha 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 ha. Then my wife says, "I hope the economy improves so much that my family can afford to move here." Yeah, it will, and my life will be complete. I need my curly fries nephews. Yeah, they need to move here, man. They need 100%. It's good. Excuse me. I'd move there, but the tornadoes scare me. The earthquakes don't. Shit. You're just gonna be. Earthquakes get everybody. Tornadoes just select. No, it's all right. This damn building's been that we live in been there for 100 years. Nobody's It's still there. No tornadoes. Ha 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 ha. Yeah yeah. Maga 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 maga. Those tornadoes are scary. Oh, nonsense. We weren't scared at all. That we were just we just were resigned to die in that barbecue restaurant, man. I'm gonna get. Oh man, I thought that was missing Mars because he writes like this. I'm gonna get rich and move by Danzig. LOL. Pauline Dell says I wouldn't mind living in that area. Weird, I got censored for saying basically nothing. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna start. If you're serious, I'm gonna start moving that stuff today. Those comic boxes. Yeah, uh, yeah. In fact, that'll give me. Yeah. How about that? Okay, I got to go in there, man. No, this nonsense, ladies and gentlemen. All right, you fucking sons of a bitch. All right, you guys wait here like the dog in the car. No, you don't leave dogs in cars, man. Okay. 2 slices of pizza. One says breakfast sauce. I think they're both breakfast sauce. I don't know what they are. And I got yeah. Shit. This is the ultimate maple waffle sandwich, ladies and gentlemen. I got 2 of those, and I got my pure leaf tea, and she likes this Starbucks frappa fruco caramel, and I got her vanilla too. And then she likes these little. Where the hell is it? Where the goddamn? Did she even put it in the bag? There it is. This organic cold pressed shot of turmeric. Yes, indeed. What are these people talking about? Um, uh, Pauline Dell, tornadoes are seasonal, earthquakes are once in a while. And he's so used to insulting the people in the chat, but remembered it was us. So, well, him and his crazy shtick. And then Pauline says, I think he referred to us as stupid people. And my wife says, I'm going to vote for the occasional earthquake that never affects me over these twisters. Man, those twisters aren't going to happen again when Trump's in, because those Democrats were sending weather weapons to us. Pauline Dowell, now we're left in the car like dogs. So this guy was 80, at least 80 years old, if he was a day old, telling me that I've never seen anything like that storm my whole life. Yeah, because the New World Order was in power. He's an awful falafel. In all the years I've been alive, there hasn't been one earthquake that even knocked anything off a shelf. Hope they have that breakfast sandwich. I haven't had it in forever. That Northridge one was the craziest one in my life, and boy, did things go kinetic, and I was in West LA. And then Pauline Dell says, I can't afford to eat from restaurants. I guess I'll make my spinach, mushroom, and cheese omelet. And then potato bites. Oh, shit, I didn't get the potato bites. You want me to go back in? God damn. There weren't potato bites. I didn't see them. I got only 2 slices of pizza in the whole place. That you see, it's there was like 50 million people in there. Son of a bitch! God damn you! Fucking he's why people fell right over. There were no potato bites. How dare you? I could barely carry all that shit. Trust me, man. Uh, yes, I'm the wanderer. I roam around and round and round and round. I roam from town to town. Vernon.
I received your letter here today.
I wish I could play music on YouTube, but I'm getting a copyright. There's great stuff on every station. I can't play it. I have to play the weather.
Mostly clear. Cooler with lows in the mid 30s. Thursday, sunny. Highs in the upper 50s. Thursday night, mostly clear. Lows in the upper 30s. Friday, sunny. Highs around 60. Again, the forecast for Corning, Bedford, Mount Ayr, and surrounding locations for today, cloudy. Showers, mainly this morning. Highs in the mid 50s. Southeast winds 15 to 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Chance of rain 90%. These are the 7 a.m. conditions for the Creston area. At the Creston Airport, light rain was falling. The temperature was 46 degrees with dew point 45 and the relative humidity 93%.
So the heads of the beds,
The wind was east at 16 miles an hour.
if I put the damn beds into the comic book room, the heads of the beds would have to be
Across southwest Iowa, the temperatures were
against the wall where the main
rain was falling
Bronze Age comics are.
Atlantic.
Because my wife doesn't like to be up against the window. That's the only wall.
It was cloudy at Shenandoah.
No, yeah, that's the only way they could go.
Elsewhere in Iowa and Missouri. At St. Joseph, rain was falling with a temperature of 50. At Cedar Rapids, it was mostly cloudy with a temperature of 44.
Yeah,
It was cloudy with a temperature of 47 at Pueblo.
that would make sense to make that living room into the comic book room, because then I can expand. Also, we don't have any furniture for that living room,
Around the region.
so it looks ridiculous.
Light rain was falling. The temperature was 46 degrees. At Sioux Falls, it was cloudy. The temperature was 48 degrees. At Minneapolis,
Having beds in a living
it
room
was mostly cloudy.
is a little
The
retarded.
temperature was
I mean,
42
mentally
degrees.
handicapped.
Once
I
again
mean,
at 7 a.m. in Crescent, light rain was falling.
special.
The temperature was 46 degrees. Now here is the hazardous weather outlook for portions of central Iowa. For today and tonight, no hazardous weather is expected at this time. And now the extended outlook for the period Monday through Friday, no hazardous weather is expected at this time. Spotter information statement. Spotter activation is not needed.
Stop falling over.
Iowa, transmitting on 162.45 megahertz. This broadcast originates from the National Weather Service at Des Moines, Iowa. The current time is 7:56 a.m. Central Standard Time. Today, around the area, early today, clouds have moved into most of the state with temperatures holding in the lower 40s in the east and
You're telling me it won't be long until I've used up all my pride.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. No. Swine. All right. Oh, there's some nope. Let's see. My wife has typed something that looks interesting to read. Okay. Okay. What is my wife getting censored about? I wonder what she's typing, man.
What him
Oh, taking the camera upstairs. I don't think my wife wants me to do that. Let me set it down.
You want him try trapdoor? Get him ready. Get him set. Cool. Colonel's surprise attack going to be big surprise for Colonel.
Sergeant, is this the first you've heard of Lonesome Mesa?
Yes, sir, and I've got a feeling I wish I never had.
Well, it must be a famous place. The trail is well marked. Yes, it certainly is a well-marked trail. There it is, Sergeant. Lonesome Mesa. And look, there's smoke on the top. Follow me, men.
Begging the colonel's pardon, but I think you ought to reconnoiter first.
Nonsense. The note said those two Indians are up at the top, and that's where we're going. Follow me. Aha! Here's a well-worn trail.
Mighty steep trail.
Nothing to it, Sergeant. Just a matter of finding the right foothold and handholds. Just follow me.
Get them down. They up on top now. Good. Pull them lever.
There's no one here. We've been tricked. I suspect a trap.
You all watch our next adventure. We're sure to be out of this box by then.
Every year, more and more plastic. It's in our oceans. It's from the beaches with plastic. Our actions have
What is this shit? What is this crap? Why? I thought it was.
responsibility.
Shut up. What was that, man? Why was that here? Okay. Man. Okay. So I wasn't meaning the people in the chat were stupid. When I said, let's see what these stupid people are saying. I just say the word stupid a lot. Just, I said, maybe you shouldn't call people stupid when it's just me and my friend. To me, stupid is a compliment. Uh, what is this? All this thing here, man? That laugh. I don't. I guess I was laughing. Was I? He's a villain, I tell you. Love that song. Yeah, song is probably going to have to be edited out later with a copyright claim. Oh, shit. People play songs on YouTube all the time. Yeah, well, I got copyright claims here. Why he doesn't put the phone on the charger holder? Because I've got it on a I'm holding it on a it's on a tripod right now. That's how I can set it down on a bar stool, which is the way it is right now. Yeah. Election alert. Donald Trump has surpassed his 2020 and 2016 vote totals, receiving more than 74,263,828 votes. Nationalized ballots continue to be counted in several states, but he still hasn't passed the 81 million that Biden got last time. Yeah, because Biden's popular. Censored again. That should be a name of a country song. Censored again. Well, do they always? So this is it's waffles with some form of cow or pig meat and bacon. I guess, I don't know. I guess that's probably pig flesh, shredded pig flesh, and I don't know what the hell that is. But anyway, oh, it has egg in it too. I think they have something like this at McDonald's, but it's not as good. It's soaked in maple syrup, but it doesn't make your hands really sticky. I can make all these moves with the bed and everything. I have with closed doors, so she maybe it won't bother her when she's doing her job. Oh, I gotta move the TV too. That's okay. Yeah, it'll work out. I'm thinking this through. Yeah, this is gonna work really good.
Set up dynamite explosion there and explode from port at noon tomorrow. Boy, a fine plan. Come on, Sergeant. Dynamite plunger, Sergeant. This should really give those Indians a surprise. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You all be sure to be with us for our next event. Be out of the guardhouse by then.
I was watching the 1966 Iron Man cartoon this morning. It's partially now owned by BlackRock. Because BlackRock owns, I think, 9% of Disney, which is why Disney has gotten real bad lately. And they won't let you see the 60s cartoons. You have to see them either on Internet Archive or on this channel that Friar Tuck told me about. It's called I think it's called IOTV. It's a Roku app from communist China that you can get on your Roku, and it's has all these different channels, bootleg channels, and one of them is called Toonami Aftermath. And on Saturday mornings they show from 5 to 7. They have a block of cartoons. Now let's start with Spider-Man from '67, which is out there. You can get that on disc. It's a set of the whole series, and it's probably shown on the Disney Plus, whatever that Disney channel is that you can subscribe to. And then on Saturday, then they show Iron Man and the Hulk from '66. Those cartoons have not been released by Disney. They've never been released on disc in the United States at all. They've been released in England, maybe Canada. I think, I don't know why. They're great. But watching the Mandarin episode this morning, that'll never be released by Disney because of the stereotypical, voice they give him and everything. But oh well, that's Iron Man's main villain. And and then they show Space Birdman and Space Ghost. And on Sunday morning, they show Spider-Man, Captain America, Thor, and then Birdman and Space Ghost. And that's their 5 to 7 block. So I get up to watch that and to feed the cat. The cat expects to be fed before 6 every morning. So that's something I discovered lately. But anyway, that Disney won't ever release those cartoons. The Captain America, Thor, Submariner you can see on YouTube. For some reason, Submariner is okay for people to put up bootleg versions of, but they'll never release it. I don't think they'll ever be released. Not in our lifetime. But Internet Archive's back up. You can see that stuff again.
The fort is our strongest point. Sergeant, we'll challenge them from here.
You get a note from Colonel. What you say? Yeah, you dare us to attack.
Okay.
All
All right.
Everything ready for the immediate attack, Sergeant. Hurry. Call me when the fighting starts.
Sir, I'll let you know.
Well, I need to record yesterday's Alex Jones InfoWars broadcast. Now, yesterday, Friday, yesterday, if you were gonna, they're putting everything Alex Jones owns is collection of guns. I think they've auctioned off all his belongings, right? Several of it, he has multiple houses. They've auctioned it. I don't know. I mean, they're trying to destroy him, and it's not working. Now they're auctioning off his InfoWars, his network, right down to the studio set on Wednesday. Yesterday, the people that were bidding had to, they had to finalize who was going to bid on Wednesday. And you had to prove that you had the funds to buy this, because they're trying to pay $1 billion because he offended some parents from the Sandy Hook shooting by questioning whether, how the reality of it. And so he was sued, and they tried to break him, and Now, it's possible some of the people that put up, that are going to be bidding are going to be on his side, and some are going to want to tear his network down, or maybe do what they did with Drudge Report and just use the InfoWars name to suddenly talk about how great Democrat communism is, and hope that someone might tune into InfoWars and think, well, this is truth. But it's possible someone like Elon Musk or some good, very rich person could take it over, and then Alex just let Alex Jones continue running it. It's just now it's in someone else's hands, the owner, and he works for that. Or someone could buy it and just tear it down, in which case there would be no more Alex Jones shows after Wednesday. Well, except he'll probably be broadcasting from somewhere else, and he won't be able to call it Infowars, but we'll just call it the Alex Jones show. Which is what I call it anyway half the time. Okay, so whatever. There was just a message at the top of my screen from David Wilcock. What is he trying to tell me here? Let me see what this is about. Oh, this is 15 hours ago. I don't know where that message came from, man. Where am I, man? Anyway, oh, I'm sure the link to come on has been buried by, let's see here, post comment. Here's the link to come on. And just a moment. Okay. Can you guys hear me? This is a link to GoFundMe. Because my wife's has there's been some times she hasn't been able to work because she's been in some pain. So we're kind of behind the eight ball financially. If you guys could help out, that would be great. Some of these channels, you the people will give them $50 just to read one of their comments. I'll read all of your wonderful, highly intelligent comments for free. But if you could help us out, a little donation, that would be great to help fund this network, the Grattur Orloff Inspirational Network. Hey, you guys got to go over to Rumble because the Memory Crypt of Castle Hills is really killing it over there, doing great job. He used to be on YouTube, now he's on Rumble. He's putting up new shows. He did one on the Harvey comic called Bunny, and he thanked me because he'd never heard of Bunny until I told him about it. And so I just saw that the other day, and it's like it's great, man. Sometimes he comes on this show when I come on weekends. You might be watching now. Hopefully, you all are going over there, and because there's What are humans saying here? That food was tasty, especially after not eating it for like a year, but I'd get sick if I ate that every day. Well, you know what it is? It's balancing out. I eat that stuff and I move a lot and work. I have a lot of, trust me, I move a lot during the day at work. But I think the fact that I eat this tea, I'm sorry, I drink this tea. I have a slice of pizza and I have a maple. That's what I do every morning. But I have this instead of a Dr. Pepper, and I feel better and I've lost weight and my head doesn't look as gigantically fat now because I've drinking this. And I think I'm probably, taking one step forward and half a step back by eating that other shit. But I think I'm still feeling healthier and losing some weight from drinking this crap here. Um, she says, I know you do. I know you do, but what am I? Or whatever. How's that go? I know you eat that every day. Yeah, I know. I'm not. I'm talking to the masses of the 10 people, or sorry, 9 people that aren't my wife watching this. 10 people, including my wife. I better start creating some highly entertaining content here. Um, I think I'm going to go up. I don't know. I have a lot of weight to lose. We all do, and we're going to lose it because RFK Jr. You know what RFK Jr. should do every day? Remember Jack LaLanne? RFK Jr. should do a weight. He should do an exercise show every morning on television, and all the MAGA people should have exercise along with RFK Jr. Was I calling him JFK? RFK Jr. That would be great. This guy, this guy, he sounds like death. I'm RFK Jr. But he looks more like Conan the Barbarian than Arnold Schwarzenegger did. Arnold Schwarzenegger, the problem with him is Conan. He did a good job, although I'm currently not liking that actor because he was for Harris. But that's the same. Everybody's gone. Everybody, Debbie, Harry, Elvira. That's just is who do you like, man? The only people left are Star Lord and the guy that played Hercules back in the '90s, and Scott Baio are the only actors in Hollywood left. Oh, and James Woods. Who else? Gary Busey, probably. Or is he one of them? Dennis Quaid, not or his brother. Uh, what's his name? Man, the crazy one. I don't know if Dennis Quaid is good or not. It's Randy Quaid. I think more and more will come out and say, "Hey, I was with you all along. I was just scared." Eh, apparently, Elvira really went double down yesterday. I was being told, and it's funny when you just call him Elvira. It's because that's the worst thing. It's like her name is Cassandra Peterson. No, you're just Elvira. Well, that's the thing. When you're identified as a character, it's like, look, there's Batman. No, I'm Adam West. No, you're Batman. You're never going to be anything but Batman because the thing is, when you're not playing Batman, you still sound like Batman. It's just, you're always Batman. Fred Gwynn, that poor guy, he wanted to be. No, man, you're Herman Munster. You know, uh, you know, hey, you're Gilligan. And some people remember him as Energy Krebs. But man, when you play an iconic role, it's just like, just deal with it, man. Go around and sign autographs and charge money and just deal with the fact that you're that person. You might as well be. It's not like Adam West is your real name anyway. You think Burt Ward, that's not your real name. He actually, you're always going to be Robin, man, because you put Ward as your name and because you're Batman's ward. It's like you change your name, your actor's name, to something having to do with the character you're playing. You think you're ever going to play another role? I don't think so. But just deal with it, because there's tons of actors out there that are waiters and never get to the big time. You might as well enjoy the fact that you played Robin for 2.5 years, and of course he's making the dog food that, man, we got all these cans of this Burt Ward dog food. We're having trouble getting her to adjust to it. Oh, I know you get a lot of movement. Yes, yes, she knows. We had a great night out. We went to this wonderful restaurant last night, and we had chili in a bread bowl. Like the bowl the chili was in was made out of bread. Of course, it was in another bowl. So it looks like Drew the dog has gotten a hold of the plastic container that the maple sandwich was in that my wife just ate upstairs, and she's trying to open it right now. I don't know if you hear that or not. Very frantically. What the? Oh, I know what I'm doing. I was wondering, what am I doing? I'm trying to get. Okay, so I want to record. I was talking about Alex Jones. That means there's only going to be his Sunday show and three more shows left. And Alex Jones has been, when I gave up on Howard Stern, and I used to love Howard Stern, but then he turned into something else. And now he's another one of these horrible people that is on the other side. Alex Jones became my new talk show guy. And I know a lot of you hate him, but um, I got to record yesterday's show, so I'll do that now. So I go to Rumble, and I discovered some guy yesterday named Ron Gibson, I think, and he puts all of Alex Jones' shows up. Only problem is recording a show now from Rumble. There's a million. They put a million commercials in them. Some of the commercials are pretty funny, but it's like YouTube got real bad with commercials, and we pay to not have commercials on YouTube. But as far as this Rumble, I don't want to pay another company, but they've gotten real bad. Is his name Ron Gibson? I don't know. Could be. God, my eyes have gotten bad. Where are those glasses? Too far to reach. Okay, so nobody wants to come on the show today, huh? Is that correct? This is the StreamYard address. Come on, me. Show's only as good as you guys make it. It's just me ranting. Well, some people are entertained by that, but there it is, the Ron Gibson channel. Incredible. That's okay. Yeah, this guy's good. He puts everything up. I gotta get my glasses back. Oh boy. Okay. Full show, November 8th. That's yesterday. Emergency alert, he's saying. Okay, so I click on it. I'm going to get a commercial.
Wearing so many layers to go outside and get the bearskin tactical hoodie.
The bearskin tactical hoodie. So I skipped that commercial. And now I'm going to get a commercial for what?
From $150 a month to $50 by doing this.
Oh, how to lower your energy bill from $150 a month. Do you pay $150 for your electric bill? Because down to 50. We pay a lot more than that here, but oh wait, this is War Room. What? I clicked on the. Did I click on the wrong show? Yes, I did. Now I got to sit through commercials again. Let's see what commercials I get here. Maybe I'll get the one with the beavers.
InfoWars, tomorrow's news.
Okay, hold on.
Coming to you from the Battle InfoWars Studios.
Oh man, he's got the greatest voice.
All right, a lot of what I'm going to say today, you've already heard.
You get that kind of voice from talking a whole lot, having a job where you talk a lot. And I had that my entire career. I talked a lot in my job. And I think my voice hasn't always been this gravelly.
What they were pre-programming during the election, what they promised to do if Trump won after the election.
Okay. You can hear my voice when I was younger. If you, when I was in my 30s, if you watch The Hypnotic Eye, you can hear my voice. I did the voice of the Donny Osmond puppet.
Just like you have the other football team's playbook.
I've been a social media influencer since before the internet existed, back on public access television.
Warmed up and ready.
So I guess I'm an OG.
Formation set up when they come out of the huddle. Now they can do some trick plays as well and try to fool us with the formation, but it's the exact formation I would have expected. So you know the trick plays they can run as well.
What is today, the 9th?
Unlike a football game where we've got 10 seconds or less when they come out of the huddle to figure out what they're really doing, we've got days, weeks, or months in this next 72 days out from the inauguration. We'll put that up on the board. So here's the bottom line.
Yeah, we got to do a new countdown. That's right, because Trump's not actually president yet, and they can do a lot of damage in that's what did he say, 70 something days. So this is where we've got to be vigilant, and then they're not going to stop even after he's president. You know that.
When Harris and Biden said they would on Wednesday morning, 2 days ago, sounds like 1,000 years ago, we knew they're disingenuous. And then their surrogates in Congress, in the states, in the controlled corporate media, were given the exact same script. Trump's coming to kill you. Trump's coming to murder you. Trump's coming to take your transgender hormones.
Okay, I've got to switch it to 6-hour speed here. I think I had it in 2-hour speed to record the Hulk cartoons and stuff this morning. So I go, oh yeah, 6-hour speed, just like an old VCR. I'm recording on DVD-Rs. Okay, so I press play and I press record, except it's not playing.
InfoWars, tomorrow's news today. It is Friday, November 8th, 2024. I am your host, Alex Jones. I'll
Okay.
be the next 4 hours today. I'm going back Sunday, 4 to 6 p.m. as well. We have the other host.
Okay, I'm all eager to start moving stuff, and I don't want to go up there and bother my wife. Feel like I've got a mission now. I'm going to be moving the comic book room into another room today on the broadcast. First thing I've got to do is move some bookcases. I can just slide into another room. I know how to do that. I can do that. I can close some doors and do that.
This is what I do. And quite frankly, with general knowledge, I know more than anybody else on air, hands down. That's a fact. There are specialists that know way more than me in certain areas, but I'm a generalist and I have that.
For right now, I guess I'll.
I know what they're planning.
Dreading that you want to do this while I'm working. Is it okay if I start now? Just as far as not moving the bed, but I'd have to bring this camera up. I won't aim the camera at you. Can I start now? And I'll do all the things that might cause noise now. I'm recreating Christmas morning 1971 here by putting these western towns down here under the Christmas tree. What are people talking about here? Boy, this is going to be stressful. Just wait. No. Okay, it's not going to be that stressful. It's actually, well, I don't think it will be. I actually found the instruction manuals on how to build these buildings recently. I think they're down here. I think they're over there on top of the pinball machine.
Already knows all of this. Take the information and give it to the people that don't. And this is one of the strongest things to defeat the globalist plan, because we're not just informing the general public, that's very important. We directly have most of Trump's entourage, who are good people and are smart in many ways, but they don't have the full spectrum of understanding, understand what's happening. And then they will look into what I'm saying, they will adopt exactly what I'm saying within days, and we will be flexible. Just like they tried last year to roll out COVID restrictions. I told you months before they did it. They tried it just like I said I would, just like they did, because I've shown the documents.
Joe,
From federal sources.
we won. Oh yeah, go fuck yourself. Yeah, we won, Joe. I was talking to Joe Pilato, star of Day of the Dead. We won, ladies and gentlemen. We won. Yeah, but like he's saying, it's like D-Day, but we still have to finish fighting World War II, ladies and gentlemen. Just a second. I'll return. I'll be back in a minute. God, I've got to fix this tripod. Where's the tape?
In Central Texas, transmitting worldwide. All right, a lot of what I'm going to say today, you've already heard.
Where's the tape, man?
And most of it you're going to know. There's been a lot of development.
Maybe I'll use this kind of tape.
What is different here is that I'm looking at all the globalist attack plans, the counteroffensive against this.
What's up, Drew the dog? Drew looks a little nervous.
One after the election, and so we know the different weapons they've got, the different false flags they've got, the different tactics they've got, the different crises they can generate or exacerbate. Like that other football team playbook, but you don't know which play they're going to run.
This tape won't work, man.
Now I know the plays they're going to run. I see them going from having it warmed up, ready, to seeing the formation set up when they come out of the huddle. Now they can do some trick plays as well and try to fool us with the formation, but it's the exact formation I would have expected. And then we know the trick plays they can run as well. And unlike a football game where we've got 10 seconds or less when they come out of the huddle to figure out what they're really doing, we've got days, weeks, or months in this next 72 days out from the inauguration. We'll put that up on the board. So here's the bottom line, and there's so many data points. I'll try to walk through this as best I can. There's so many places to start, so many angles to it, but let me just give you the summation. They are not going to give up power in a peaceful transition when Harris and Biden said they would on Wednesday morning 2 days ago. Seems like 1,000 years ago. We knew they're disingenuous. And then their surrogates in Congress, in the states, in the controlled corporate media,
were given the exact same script. Trump's coming to kill you. Trump's coming to murder you. Trump's coming to take your transgender hormones. Trump is coming to enslave you, and he is illegitimate, and we must overthrow him. And we must be pirates, and we must be strong and ready to fight physically. So it was foreshadowing with Carville and others saying we need armed uprisings by black men against President Trump if he gets elected, because he's coming to kill you. He's coming with the military to kill you. Again, they didn't all say that. Hundreds of them. The surrogates, Harrods.
All right, what's going on here, man? Gotham City Comics says hello, good morning. Hello there, Kevin. Gotham City Comics is a store in Mesa, Arizona. It's been Kevin Johnson, the owner and proprietor, has been a friend of this channel for years. Heck, he sent me this Aquaman recently for free in a package. Now, Aquaman is, man, I got him Christmas of 1973. I'm pretty sure it had been Christmas of 72. I should go get the family album and see. Maybe I could recreate exactly what was under the Christmas tree in a given year. But anyway, my childhood Aquaman, I played with him in the bathtub. So this one's, not in perfect shape. It's missing a hand, but I think that's actually comic book accurate because the morons that wrote the comic back in the 90s, I think, cut off Aquaman's hand. Okay. I got a big bunch of comics here lately that I need to be filing. Oh, this is going to be good, man. It's like my collecting of comics is going to be right next to my wife's collection of vintage cosmetics. And it's like our two collections are going to be kind of merged into this main central area of the third floor of the hotel. I'll have more room in that room for comics. Let me sort these. There's no real light here, is there? Let's figure out how to do this.
Floyd came out, that was the Justice Department hyping that up. So they'll stage an event, or they'll hype up an unfortunate event that happens, like George Floyd or Trayvon Martin, and then project that on with all this chatter that the Trump are coming for you. And then the big event, the big mass shooting, the big bombing happens. Now that's the main move they're clearly going with. And I've got the clips where they're all pre-programmed. So it's definite that right now they're running that play. Now they do a handoff or something in the last minute.
My wife has these brilliant ideas, and I get excited about them. And this is one of them.
So that's going on. And there's 1,000 other points that I can instantly think of. The other talking point, members of the House and Senate, Democrats, their spokespersons, Rachel Maddow, who's read scripts from on record, Jim, all of them, Colbert, they admit to scripts daily with Democrats, but they pull that up. Jim working with Democrats daily on his routine. Colbert coordinates Democrats.
All right, is that more light? That may be too much light.
I already know that. The point is,
God.
They are saying Trump is going to call the military out. So we've got to uprise so that he knows he's not in charge and can't bully us.
Here's the instructions for a drag hag model kit.
We got to be pirates. We got to get aggressive. We got to get violent.
So let's put that there. That's important.
Before he attacks us. That's what I said weeks ago. I said they're saying Trump's coming to kill black people with the military.
Here's a picture of my grandfather. That's important. That needs to go with family photos. I'll put that here. Making stacks.
So they love that idea. And then they start saying, with some surrogates,
This needs to go in my file of artwork by John Gores. Oh, I've got to finish John Gores's. Now that there aren't these rallies on 24 hours a day that I record, I can get everything else done. I have to finish recording everything that John Gores has on YouTube, and I'll start that today. He did this for me. Look at that. That needs to be hung up. That doesn't need to be in a file. That needs to be hung up. Yeah. Okay. That goes. That's the file to hang up there. Hang up.
Blumenthal, 8 months ago, was one of their top generals. Senator Blumenthal introduced the bill that if he makes it.
This was sent to me by Psychotronic Squirt Gun as a little freebie when I got some comics from a claim sale. It's a tiny miniature Heathcliff comic. I don't know if he subscribes to my channel or watches anything, but here are postcards from John Gores that he sent. Those will definitely go in. Man, that one should almost be framed. Definitely should get a little mini frame for that one. Yeah, all these postcards. He said, man, I need to buy some. He said if I send him some postcard postage, like he'll send me like these on a regular, like more regular basis. So I really need to do that, but I never have time to get to the post office. Okay. This kind of little thing, like this flyer for this message board, that I need to put this. I have I keep little things like this in old model kit boxes, little things I want to keep. That's how I file them. Wait, what is going on here? He thinks I have vintage cosmetics. Well, you have modern cosmetics, but the gold. You have some vintage cosmetics. That's something you love. That's something you watch. Who drew that? Good morning, America. Who drew what? This hideous sun demon? Is that what you're talking about? This John Gores. Is that what you're talking about? Who drew that? Yeah, I don't know. That's the only thing I could think of.
Judy to do that. And then the military's been told, don't do that. He's the enemy. And then they use the foreign game.
Okay. That picture of my grandfather, and then we got here's pictures of Cleo, which you see in the chat is Greta. These need to go with the family photos too. It goes there with the top of a picture of my grandfather. There she is with a cigar store Indian. Yes. Yeah, he just sent that to me. It's amazing, isn't it? You ever seen the movie The Hideous Sun Demon? It's great. Hey, you know something? I just found out. Someone was talking about this on YouTube. I forget who. They're pointing out something very interesting. That the plot of The Beast of Yucca Flats, which is a Tor Johnson movie, it's like a movie where they don't even record sound; it's just narration because it's just it's a real cheap movie with Tor Johnson. It's basically the same plot as the origin story of the Incredible Hulk. And this guy gets exposed to radiation, a nuclear test site, and then he just turns into this giant guy that goes around spraying things. Okay, anyway, so the person was speculating maybe Stan Lee had seen The Beast of Yucca Flats, and that's what. Although I'm sure that maybe Jack Kirby came up with the story, and I don't know. Someone may have seen or read about The Beast of Yucca Flats, whatever. Okay, so this comic will be filed under independent. This is a little vampirella. And and then the Svengoolie comic, which Kevin at Gotham City Comics told me last night, he's now sold out of this comic. Most comic stores didn't order it, and now people are paying like $20 for this comic because they can't find it. So he was able to sell it to people through mail order, but the people that came into his store weren't interested in it. But it's a Svengoolie comic, and that's cool. So make a stack of independent comics there. This is a Godzilla independent comic. So I've always wanted to see that movie. Yeah, it's a good movie. Um, yeah, there's some great ones that you need to see. The Creeping Terror. That's a lot of fun too. Okay, that goes on top of Svengoolie. This Fantastic Fears is a facsimile comic I got recently from Kevin at Gotham City Comics. It's a replica of a 1950s comic. I'm going to put this in a comic book display stand I have upstairs. I got it from a car dealership because they used to have all the brochures for the new cars. They don't make those anymore. The car companies expect everyone to go online to look at the new cars. So they had these things that they displayed the brochures in. They put them on Facebook Marketplace. I went up and snagged them to put comics and magazines in them. So this will go, this has a different destination. I took these green ghost instructions out of the actual game because I just thought they were cool to look at. And that's a stupid move because then you wind up losing them. So I probably put that back with the game. I'll put that over here. I'll put it here. Okay. Then I have some magazines I need to file, like Cryptology, the first issue. This is a magazine that's out now that I recommend that you get. It's great. I mean, there's just no other way to put it. As Tony the Tiger would say. This is a reprint of Horror Monsters, which is a Charlton horror magazine from the 60s. It's actually the exact same size as a comic book. They didn't print it magazine size, so I'm trying to figure out where should I file it. I'll file it with the magazines. Okay, I'll just file it with the magazines. Oh boy. Oh, there's a commercial on Rumble. Interrupting. I hate this. Man, I gotta go to the restroom.
He's hit with ridiculously high electricity bills. His energy provider was charging him over $165 a month.
Left this country. I really don't want people to helicopter rides. All right? You're not gonna run.
I'll be back.
Enslave us. You're not gonna line us up against the wall. You're not gonna, cut our children's genitals off anymore. You're not gonna make us eat bugs. I really want to just get the country back. If the left pushes this crap and then Trump defeats them, there will then be an internal other faction that'll kill Trump in his sleep or something like that. And then the guy they put in after that is going to be the dictator. And that's what the globalists really want. And it more and more looks like the left's being set up to have this happen. So I'm really giving you the deep dive here. And I'm just telling all the globalists, Fink, Gates, all of you guys, I've looked at this carefully, and there's a chance to bring back a new renaissance and stabilize the planet. There's a big faction that wants that in the people and the establishment. But when things go like this in history, they generally spin out of control. So the left will lose one way or another. There's a real danger if you make us crush you out of necessity, that then that operation turns into its own cancer after we've defeated you. And it's just not a good situation. So I'm being very honest with everybody about where I see things standing. I'm extremely well researched, extremely educated in the ways of the world by doing this for over 30 years. And I think everybody that's got a good understanding of history understands that what I'm saying is where we're at. And we've got three different ways to go here. And I would really try to sell everybody on stopping this crap now. So they are definitely not going to go peacefully. They are definitely not planning on the peaceful transfer of power. They are playing possum. And a lot of Trump folks want this to be over. I get it.
You want to celebrate. You want to think everything's handled. It's not. We are not out of the woods. In fact, the real fight is now. And so we need to talk about what we need to do. And the first thing you need to do is take the live feed of this show on Red Alex Jones at InfoWars on X and at AJN Live for the Alex Jones Network, AJN Live. Follow that and share the feeds from there. And when we archive this analysis in very soon, the next hour or so from the first hour, they expect us to go online for everything, and we need to reject that. Wait, I think I know what was I saying? Oh yeah, about the car brochures. Yeah, it's cool to have old car brochures, cars from 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago. Once everything's online, then nothing's permanent. Everything can just be erased. Yeah, that's the thing. Um, okay. Retro Fan is a great magazine also. There's really a lot of great magazines coming out nowadays. It's just that they're almost impossible to find. Most stores don't order them because most people aren't interested in these things. And oh, Donald Trump just posted on Truth Social. It just popped up on my phone. Wonder what that's about. What's he on about now? Here's a great issue of Alter Ego. With did Jambo order this for me? And I've got to record a bunch of stuff for Jambo too. Now that I have some freedom, now that all the rallies are over, I can finish Jambo's discs and get those off to him too. So, and I can assure the globalists, and you're smart enough to know this, you're never getting out of this. The only way you get out of this is if you surrender. Is there Archie? We're going to track you all down. Okay. No, that's not true. So this Bob Hope comic, which I showed it on yesterday, those morning shows, only a select few watch the really short morning shows that I do. But more people watch these longer shows. This was sent to me by Missing Mars. I was showing my Bob Hope comic books maybe last Saturday or Sunday, and he ordered this for me from mycomicshop.com. It showed up. And so now I have Bob Hope number 100 because no, I'm sorry, it's number 99. I was missing that issue. And he was in the chat. He says, you don't have 99? And I said, no. And I checked. And then he says, well, you'll be expecting something in the mail. So I thought he was sending it from his own personal collection, but he just got online and got it for me. That was so nice of him, man. That's how all you viewers should be. Loyal, sending me stuff to fill in holes. And no, I'm just kidding, man. He's great. Missing Mars. He's always watching, almost always. Okay. So Bob Hope, this issue of Showcase is not real. It's a facsimile, but I go ahead and file these things in with my Silver Age because I don't care. This is another issue of Showcase. This is a real one. This is Bernie Wrightson art. I got this from Kevin at Gotham City Comics a while back. So that's a reprint of Showcase or facsimile of 22. This is a real 84 of Showcase. So let me make a stack of Silver Age books. This one is Silver Age Strange Adventures number 223. Strange Adventures would be after Showcase. I'm putting these in alphabetical order. Tripping on the legs of the pinball machine. Okay. Hawkman, number 4, facsimile. This one's out now. You could probably call up Kevin at Gotham City Comics. You need to call Kevin. I mean, I was talking with him yesterday. I said, well, how many people
that watch this show, do you get calls from? And a few, but Spinnerack Dave sees stuff on this show and calls him up and orders it. Um, he says a lot of people just prefer to go online and just press a button, but calling up and talking to a human being, that's part of making America great again. That's part of rejecting the New World Order. Talk to an actual human being. Make friends with the owner of a comic store so you can find out when cool things like, listen, he's getting in. Let me see if information may be wrong, but on Monday he's getting in shock monster masks, replicas of the shock monster mask from the 60s, right? And he's already got 3 of them sold. I think he's ordering 5, so there's 2 available shock monsters. You guys need to get on that. I feel like I'm running a home shopping network. Anyway, Hawkman, that would go after Adventures of Bob Hope before Showcase. Now, this is a Harvey comic, this Joe Palooka. I think I still have the Harvey box over there, so I need to file this. This is ACG. I have the ACG box over there, I believe still. This Harvey, this Henry. We can file these right now. This Laurel and Hardy is a replica of Bronze Age. Well, but it's put out by a. Really, this is independent. I'm going to put this in the independent pile under Godzilla before Svengoolie. Man, Michael T. Gilbert. I love Michael T. Gilbert, the Mr. Monster guy. This is about Mr. Monster's girlfriend. Didn't know this comic exists. I have issues now. 1, 2. These were a gift from Kevin at Gotham City Comics. He just threw these in. Okay, so he's got Trump derangement syndrome. Michael T. Gilbert, not Kevin. Trust me, not him. But yeah, I still love Mr. Monster. I still love The Godfather and Taxi Driver. Robert De Niro's an idiot, but he's also was a great actor at one time. So I gotta separate the art from the artist, I guess, and realize that JKL. Okay, K comes before L. Remember my alphabet. I have to sing it in my head. Okay, great. There's Monster Bash number 52. Winter 2024. Okay, that hasn't even happened yet. It's not even winter yet. So this is a current issue. This goes in with my magazines to file. Cryptology. Monster Bash is between Cryptology and Rick. Those are 3 magazines that are great coming out today. And then you've got Castle of Frankenstein also coming out today. So it's really a wonderful time as far as great stuff's coming out now. And now with Trump back, this could be a renaissance of this could be the greatest times of our lives if we could. But we need to get out there and create wonderful art we need a new Frank Frazetta. This is Vampirus Carmilla, another great magazine. Basically, trying to make it like the old Vampirella comics of my youth. So that goes here in the magazine stack. Okay. Is there anything else? Okay. What I was really trying to do was find that instruction sheet for the Western Village. Just scan the QR code you see on the screen or go to promoworld.tv. Oh, there's another commercial on.
In 1913, there was a legislative coup. Congress, unconstitutionally, Supreme Court just struck it down. Transferred power of the purse.
I'm really excited. I'm really optimistic about where things could go now. We'll see.
the probably fellows are yesterday. We had a book coming out. Damn. They said, if Trump orders you to resign, will you? No. If Trump fires you, will you quit? No, he can't fire me.
I have this little tiny ad flyer for movies, and I blew it up and laminated this. I need to put this on the wall somewhere. So I'll put that over here with things to put on the wall.
Now they're saying, oh, we're going to put a law in that Congress controls the military budget. That's good. And they're trying to pass laws, the Democrats have introduced it, to create an inspector general controlled by Congress that controls the Supreme Court.
This is a really bad condition. This was given to me free by, I've forgotten who. I mean, it's trashed, but it should be with. But I don't. This is the only copy I have, so I need to go with my Treasury edition. Here's something I don't even know why. Well, it's free comic book day. That's why I own it, because it was free. It's an Archie comic that goes with my Archie comics that I'm going to file. I'm going to get Archie comics out today and file stuff. So.
Was supposedly going to shoot up black people in Boston on November 4th. Or not, they were running the guy. They were his leaders.
Oh, family photos. This goes, I just had it. That's my brother that worked for Homeland Security. That's my mom. That's my mom graduating high school. So let me put these family photos together so they're all together in one spot.
Illegals, starting with the gangs and smugglers, the human traffickers, and then they will use some of those cases or provocateur or terrorist operationist thing they are, and that will inflame, and the Democrats will say, no, I'm Brian.
Why is this out? What is this?
Military, like Herbert Walker Bush did in '92, and the LA riots.
It's a letter from my brother Mike from June 2nd, 1979. That goes with the family stuff. And this is that's my childhood scribble. But this is a postcard from La Rochelle in France. That's where my family lived before I was born. Not on that beach, but in La Rochelle. What are people saying here?
How do we respond to that? Well, we point out what's going on. We point out that they're the ones stirring it up.
I'm fighting for physical mask catalogs right now. Yeah. I've always loved catalogs, says my wife. And Kevin at Gotham City says, these companies don't understand a physical shop needs a physical catalog to look at in person. Yeah, because it's just too much. Yeah. Yeah. I don't like that. For every wonderful thing about the internet, like the fact that I can do a show, which I've always dreamed my whole life, back to, when I was doing the Hypnotic Eye with Joe Riley, it was on public access television. I always wanted to do this, but, for everything great about the internet, I could name 3 things that are terrible about the internet. So, or at least 2 things for every bit. In other words,
they don't know. It's just, I'll tell Trump. Roger Stone will tell Trump. Don Jr. will tell Trump. So, he watches mainstream TV a couple times a day. He misses most of it. Now he watches what he calls the clips online. Barron shows him. So Barron's there all day now, just showing his dad stuff, warning him. So Barron really is doing that. I'll confirm that. Say hi, Barron. His buddies. So that's who you can trust. People like children. That's why. And Vance, good guy. But a lot of these other people are double agents. And it's the right time I'll start exposing them. So they're talking about Pompeo on the cabinet. It's being pushed. Pompeo was with Trump a few days ago on stage. Horrible. Now, hopefully it's like Romney when he was nice to Romney when Trump first got elected. He was helped to get the Senate. But people said, oh, Trump was playing 3D chess.
It's a autograph photo of Debbie Reynolds. That's a real signature there. Not sure why that's not hung up. Let's put that there to hang up somewhere.
Trusting, like it was a business, like you share power with them. They don't like you. They're globalists. They don't want to help make the country great. They don't want to share power with you. They want to destroy you. They don't like you. Pompeo just oozes finance. Famously said, I lie to American people, I love it. That's what I'm trying to do. Want to see the clip again? Want to see him attacking Trump? We'll play both of them. The CIA uses a live clip and the clip of him. Very pleased that Trump was raided. Yeah, that's really bad what Trump did. You can't do that. Oh, he could have declassified all of that stuff when he was president. He could have worn it as a coat. He could have given it to the public.
Bunch of old calendars.
He's the head of the executive branch.
Why are they on top of a pinball machine?
The State Department, the CIA, the two against America, the enemy of the people. Knows that.
I know where to put these.
Everybody's asking if Susie Wiles is good. And Rogers definitely knows what he's telling him is 100% good and is a total Trump loyalist. He says Susie Wiles is amazing. So there you go. Yeah, she worked and brushed shoulders and been around the swamp. Yeah, she's been in the swamp. She's all Trump now.
Let's see, man. Okay. There's some press books in here. I didn't know that. There's the press book for the Dunwich horror. There's all kinds of stuff. Look at this. Look at these little things. Literally flying things. Wow. This one's getting bent. Flying hot dog. Ticket stub to 2003 to Hulk. That would be the Hulk. The bad Hulk. Man, look at this. I found this childhood. This is actually my brother's childhood. Well, I'm not supposed to show weapons on YouTube, but it's a little what do you call this? A Derringer? It's from the 50s. Man, I forgot about that. There's cool stuff in this drawer, man. Everything got moved around because there's cool stuff in here. I don't know. Oh, there's childhood drawings and some Weekly World News issues. Oh shit, what fell? I was just talking about this guy, Kevin Sorbo, one of the only people in Hollywood that's not a pinko. Here's a little brain, little stress relieving. You can squeeze someone's brain to relieve yourself of stress. Yeah, that's not good. This is was my father's. He kept this from when he was a little kid. It's a little promotional bat you got when you went to the baseball game. It's a Louisville Slugger from 1940, Louisville, Kentucky. Oh, it's got my dad's name on it. It says, well, he always went by Chuck, but there, Charlie. I don't know if you can see that. Okay, so it's got his name on it. I'm sure he got it because his father was, I don't know, maybe he got it promotional at a baseball game. His dad was a professional baseball player. Oh boy, that dresser's got some problems. Shit. Damn, 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 damn. I'm gonna have to take this dresser and put it on its side and get it back into shape. This got messed up during the move. You're invited to a Catwoman party. I'll put this up there with my Batman stuff. Natural gemstone collection. Huh. Gary Sutherland of the Tigers, you know him. I think I bought one pack of baseball cards in my life, and this was one of them. Patch, my father's. I don't know what that indicates, what branch. There's another one of these flying things, little balsa wood monster things. These are little 1950s holsters for, oh, someone put some negative comment on Instagram under one of my Trump posts. I see it just popped up. Boy, you can't get away from those commies, man. They're trying to upset me. Commies. It's a flying mop. Oh my gosh. My mother's obituary in the newspaper. Shit. It's a different order. Here's one of those tops that Meyer was showing the other day. It's a Whizzer. I'll go demonstrate that downstairs. Okay, let me get these. I'm going to put these calendars into this drawer. Will they fit? What is, oh, I'm being stopped by a flying thing. Ooh, this is the best one. I should be showing this in better light. It's the Monster Mobile. I might have a complete set of those things. Here's a check, canceled check for from November 21st, 1975 for the Arrow Book Club, $5.40 from my mom. for some cool books I got from Regency Place Elementary School. Okay. Okay. Well, my DC comics got delayed because of bad weather. Man, I can tell my hair's finally starting to thin here in front. It was a good comment, I think. Probably talking about one that my wife got banned or censored from. Yes, indeed. Okay, all is well in here. Sometimes get a little bit of a leak when it rains really hard coming in. I'm down in the basement checking. There's nope, not happening. Okay. Oh, it was a good comment, I think. Oh, about the. I know what he's talking about. The. Okay, maybe it was a good comment. Maybe they were negative about Tim Walz. I think it was about Tim Walz. I just assumed it's you know how you just kind of assume that it's going to be one of those people. Yeah, I think people that hate if there's anybody that's against Trump, they probably already unsubscribed to me from Instagram because I've been laying it on thick over there. Oh, there's Zork. I knew he shows up every Saturday. Good morning, Grotto. Good morning, chat.
The U.S. military needs to give the American people binding assurances that they will not deploy U.S. military force against the civilian population in this country. They can give those assurances, and now they
That sounds like Rachel Maddow.
the free press needs to give the people of this country assurances that they will not become state TV, that they will stand and fight.
I've seen a picture of her in high school. She had long blonde hair, and she was actually not.
They will stand and fight together.
She was not ugly.
As the fourth estate, as an institution that is a pillar of our democracy, as these guys on the other side inevitably start picking off
Popped up on my feed right before you mentioned it.
individual news organizations to try ultimately to turn us all into some
That
American
man is trying to unburn bridges. Things are looking pretty good, Zork. Our beloved Zork. We weren't sure about Zork when he first appeared. You know, it's like the Centaur. It's like he comes on talking about. I wasn't really sure how to take it at first, but then it turned out, man, he's the most popular guest on the show, man. Everybody looks forward to Zork's appearances. Okay, where can I test the wizard, man? Is there any blank? There's no empty space around here. Maybe on top of a comic box. I think that would work.
Capitulation speech 2 days ago. It's the women, and it really is women that are the only group they've got that has the full Stockholm syndrome to believe all this crap.
Say, folks, have you tried Ivermax, ladies and gentlemen, are one of our new sponsors? Equine Paste Dewormer
Concentration camp
removes worms and bots. Bots?
shots and stay in your house.
The fuck is a bot? Does that say bot?
You're the ones that all have crazy cult.
Yeah, anyway, this actually cures something, but you're not supposed to know it. Forget you saw that. I just laughed out loud. It's the AI is just ridiculous. I got censored, lol. Scared me a coot bit at first, lol. Wait. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Madame Orloff. Too kind. Thank you. Does that look like a healthy horse, ladies and gentlemen? You can be healthy as a horse with our new sponsor, Ivermax, ladies and gentlemen. I think I might have been given diarrhea by the breakfast this morning. So, but luckily Alex Jones is here to entertain you when I run to the other room. I need some anti-bot. That horse no longer has the big C. Yeah, man. It's only $10.99 at your local comic book store. Call up Gotham City. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, he's got it in stock. Just kidding. He would never carry such a product as this. A shameful product. We're not horses. We would. My God. Oh gosh. Okay. So man, how do I? This is a really cool. You got to trust me. This is a wizard, man. I think Meyer Greenblatt may be the only person in my entire life that remembers these things. Maybe a lot of people do, but goddamn son of a bitch. Fuck you. Not you, the loyal viewer. I'm sorry. I'm just in a strange.
They have already sold over 3 million units in the past 30 days.
I gotta. Maybe I just use my Pure Leaf tea.
It's been featured in major news outlets like BBC News, Fox News, and even nothing like
See that, ladies and gentlemen? God damn you.
ultra-wide 230-degree beam of light that lights up everything in front of you.
Oh, it's another one of those damn commercials interrupting my precious Alex Jones show. Bastards.
Survive. We're in a collapse.
They interrupted him in the middle of a sentence to tell us about some light to go into mines with.
Will you, design says so? No.
We're supposed to do this on a table, but, I don't want to scuff up a table, and I don't want to do it on top of one of these comic book boxes. Ah,
110 years ago.
Come on, wizard.
3 senators, Christmas, they were Christmas. In the middle of the night, passed it. They since changed the stuff. Well, they can do that. And it's what owns BlackRock. It's what runs the New World Order. It's the one running the social engineering.
Shit.
We're not following them.
Oh, it's still going, man. Still going.
The Federal Reserve in its history has always.
It takes a ticking and keeps on ticking, licking, whatever he said. Takes a ticking, it takes a licking and keeps on ticking. Timex watch. All right, fantastic.
Out in the open, the ongoing coup that removed Biden and put whoever.
My grandmother would always say, "Oh, don't be gauche," says Zort. Gotham City Comics, there's a feed shop by me. They probably have that there.
They're not.
Gauche, only 303 people use that word, yes. My wife says, I can give you my anti-diarrhea voodoo cure. I'm sorry, just doing a witch voice because she's talking about a voodoo cure. All right, so
Here is the head of the product.
we were looking for instructions for Western Village, and that mission has not changed. I do not waver from that, but we're still clearing off the top of a corral pinball machine. And I got to get rid of some days you just can't get rid of a scalp, a hippie scalp. This is actually for a zombie wig. This was sent to me by Kevin at Gotham City Comics. You've seen that on the cover of possibly Monster World. Oh my gosh. What is this? A little, these are the kind of things I don't know why I own them, but it was like something. Oh, I know why I own this. Okay, so this was sent to me, I think, by Kevin. I don't know, just something. It's a little flyer you get on it, but it's this thing here. The Bomb. Steve Mannion's Bomb, August 2008 from Asylum Press. That looks like a comic I would like. And I don't. Okay, and I was like, I got to seek out The Bomb. So if anyone knows where to find The Bomb comics, that's something to look for. Okay. This is, these are printed specially to put on the inside of a CD case, like this one here. It just says for car. I don't know what's on it, but I can make it look real fancy by sliding this into it. I don't know what's on this disc. Maybe we'll find out sometime. Oh, there's 2 discs in there. Anyway, I don't want to do that right now. Ladies and gentlemen. What's this one?
No, the last time we offered a knife, it was gone in 2 days. Told you more knives are coming. Soon we'll have knives that are only members that they only get to get. You already get them. We have membership for you.
This is a comic book that some friends of mine did. They're clowns. They run the Channel Planet channel, and they did this little Christmas comic book, and they're right now in California at a circus being clowns. I'm serious. They're clowns. So put this with this little Heathcliff comic, and okay, I'll put the bomb thing with this Elsie the cow postcard, and this ad that I got last week wanting us to be forever together on a bracelet. They sent a junk mail wanting me to buy a thing with my wife and I's name, and they already have it printed on the card with our names, which is kind of weird. It's the kind of thing that Robert Tilton used to do, send you personalized junk mail. This is I covered up. This is my mom's Social Security card. That's what they used to look like. Of course, I'm not going to throw that away. I'll put that with the family photos. Finding all these 3D glasses all of a sudden. I'll put those with this, the Elsie the cow thing. I don't know. Where do you store CDs? Here are other ones that you can put in a CD case. Let's make sure these are all. There we go. There's another one. It's Frankenstein versus the Wolfman. It's cool 1940s pinup. Yeah, 1920s girl. That would be good with a disc of music from Atticus Jazz on YouTube. There's one of those cool bands from the early 60s. Elvis and Anne Margaret. Peace to the universe. Blast Off. V-Man says, watch Blast Off. This is going to be like a cartoon show. He's like a cartoon host. I wonder if you could find some episodes of V-Man on YouTube. Kind of doubt it. Erie Magazine Fan Club. They kind of bootleg Rat Fink, but still incredibly cool. This guy, Pete Myers. That's actually a photo he sent into Mad Magazine. Pete Myers was a DJ, also known as the Mad Daddy. He had an unfortunate end where he unalived himself, but he was great on the radio. He talked in rhyme, and the Cramps did a song about him, the Mad Daddy. He was a DJ in Ohio, and he was in New York for a while, but anyway, he was incredible. Type in the Mad Daddy air checks on YouTube, and you can listen to him on the radio back in the late 50s, early 60s. He played nothing but the most insane rock and roll. Great stuff, man. Here's Spectre Man there against that monster. This is great. Look at that. Make our houses and streets safe. Vote Republican. That That's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Okay. I'm still looking, man. It's got to be here. It was here. I know it's here. Come on, buddy. Ooh, it's not autographed, but it's an actual press photo of Connie Francis. Look at that. And it's got, says it's from the Library of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. It says, Golden Girl comes to Hollywood. Connie Francis, the nation's top feminine recording star, was lured away from her platter recording sessions long enough to make her bow in Hollywood films, appearing in a major role in the Joe Pasternak production for Metro Goldwyn Mayer, Where the Boys Are. Also headlining in the film are Dolores Hart, who I think later left and became a nun, right? George Hamilton, Yvette Mimieux, who was in The Time Machine, Jim Hutton, and Paula Prentice. The Joe Pasternak production is directed by Henry Levine, or Levin. Yeah, Connie Francis. She's still around. Yeah, that should be framed too. It used to be framed. I don't know what happened, why it's not framed now. Man, I can't find the instructions. They were on top of one of these pinball machines. But I'm getting some stuff done here. Hell. Oh yeah, my father's jump log. I showed you that the other day. I'll put that with family photos. Let me turn off this damn ring light. This fluorescent light drives me crazy. Another Rumble commercial. Those swine. Plug this into your Android smartphone and become a true warrior. Yeah. Stop interrupting, Alex Jones, man. Okay, looks like we got some comments here we need to get caught up on. Okay. And is forcing the fight. So I don't know what that's a reference to. That's my comments are just. Fannie Mae says I voted GOP. Man, there's a great. Hopefully, I don't know. Fannie Mae may be a new viewer, but Fannie Mae's a great song. I don't know if you know that song. Fannie Mae, baby, won't you please come home? I'm sure that's a cool person that either that's her real name or she took it from that song, I bet. Zork says, fantastic. Bosco Papas, make our houses and streets safe. Fannie Mae says, I walked away, dropped the blue, and voted for President Trump, too. Yeah, you're even watching this channel. Thank you, Fannie, says my wife. Zork says, it's going to take a while. The Democrats really torpedoed us. Yeah. But there's hope, man. And things are already better after just 3 days, 3 full days. And I already feel safer in the world. Now, they're probably going to start doing something crazy tonight. I'll probably have to put on the Blazing Press channel, and he'll have all these multiple screens of different cities where they're going nuts. And maybe not. We'll see. Bosco Papas, I love how they showed a picture of a little, girl about to be, My wife says, oh no, Fannie Mae says, Greta, flag. Zork says, but at least the flood of invaders will stop after, wait, I lost it, man, January 21st. And Fannie Mae says, best way to go, immediate deportation after arrest, fines, and incarceration for those millions of illegals. And then they're going to try to cover up other assassination attempts. Fannie Mae says, let illegal aliens know they'll be arrested, fined, and incarcerated for deportation, bank accounts, and property confiscation. They should also tattoo on their forehead reject when they deport them, so they try to come back. They either will have to wear bangs like Mo Howard or Betty Page to hide the reject tattoo. You don't need Donald Trump doesn't need me to be one of his advisors because I'd probably get him in trouble. Zork says it's like a gaping wound, however. Soon at least we'll stop the bleeding, then we can repair the damage.
Iran, they were really worried.
My wife says the fluoride is getting removed from the water.
To create this narrative. So they're
Thank goodness, says Zork.
sky.
Bosco Papas says, I voted Republican for the first time ever. That's great. And all these people have come over to our channel. I'm getting these viewers that are younger now. It's never happened before. Either they've stopped the shadow banning, or something's changed, or they're actually counting people they didn't count before. Because I don't have a whole lot of younger viewers, but before it was only people in the age range of 45 to 65 that watch, and mostly like right around my age that watch this channel. Thank you, Bosco. Zork says the Dems were at war with the American people. My wife says Blazing Press is on the Trump as the Antichrist train. That is true. That's what I don't like about that little weird guy. But I still like the guy. That guy is really if something bad is happening, riots, George Floyd style riots, or there's a missile attack in the Middle East, that guy's got a bunch of screens that you can see. You feel like you're the president and you've got a whole wall of screens that show what's going on. He does that. Hurricanes, bad things happening in the world. I always go to Blazing Press. He's a weird little guy. Yeah, he thinks Trump's the Antichrist, but man, what would if he? What about the other side, man? If he's the Antichrist, the other side is like the ultra mega super duper Antichrist, and we don't really have a choice, do we? What's going on here? I had no choice. The Dems lost their minds. Trump is a good dude. You're fired already, Gratu. What is that? What do you mean? I'm fired? What are you talking about? I don't understand. It's actually illegal to hire an illegal alien. You go to jail for 5 years for doing it. Yeah, it's a law from the 50s, but it hasn't been being enforced heretofore. If the illegal alien is a criminal in their home nation, it's 10 years in prison for hiring them. Huh. Penny May says, President Trump's cooler than ever. Last Frontier's here. Okay. He says, hello, everyone. Yeah, do you know of a comic from the from about 10 years ago called The Bomb, Last Frontier? Zork says, hi, NFC. Zork, good morning. Fannie Mae says, President Trump's respected and feared globally, whereas President Biden's seen for the catastrophic Alzheimer's-ridden domestic as well as international weakling and laughingstock he is. Yeah, but he was really not making any decision. He was just a figurehead. So it was really Biden and people above Biden that was really running him. He said you don't need to be hired by Trump. Oh, well, I just would give him advice that probably would be controversial, like because the tattoo thing is they could make a real bad case. Well, that does sound a little World War II like, but I don't know. What can you do? I'm just talking about the real. I mean, they would probably love it because they got a lot of them have tattoos on their face anyway. Do I have anything to drink? This one's empty. This one's got fluid in it. What are people saying here, man? Well, he does need to hire me, but Biden, I'll give him good advice. Fannie Mae says Biden's boss, Obama, is not yeah, Obama was running, he was pulling the strings, but other people were pulling Obama's strings. So, you go up high enough and you start to realize what's really going on. BlackRock. Stork says 20 million extra votes in 2020, but didn't show up in 2024. That's enough to reopen the theft of the presidential election in 2020. Absolutely. All of a sudden, because you see, there were 60 something million votes for every president going back several generations. But suddenly in 2020, when everybody's scared of the germs out there, suddenly Biden gets 81 million, a guy that had like 6 people show up to his speeches, and they'd stand in little circles, and people believe that that was the guy that suddenly 81, then the next president, and then there was 60 something million. Yeah, it's just, it didn't add up. It was definitely bullshit, and people are starting to see it now. You mean like when I take your advice? There's some stories there, man, that we can't talk about. It's just, that I've given her advice on how to handle situations with her friends that didn't go well. I've lost where I am in the comments. Uh, Man, I'm not used to getting all these comments. Good grief, man. You people are wearisome. Last Frontier. No, that was the time I stopped getting new comics. Absolutely. Very good answer. You should he should hire me. LOL, yeah. Oh, it's opening up. What's opening up? What the hell are people talking about? Last Frontier Comics says surrendering the idea of someone being the Antichrist is not a good idea. Yeah. Zork, the 2020 numbers are way, way outside the normal deviation for total votes. I think when the Antichrist comes along, he's going to be more universally liked by another commercial by everybody. It's only going to be a very small number of people that think that realize what's going on, and I think there's a sizable enough. The people that are against Trump are a bunch of satanic commies. It seems like if it was all the satanic commies that liked Trump, and then there were a few good people that didn't like him, then you could make a case he's an antichrist. Just because we had a divorce once or twice. I mean, what has Trump done that's so horrible that he really did? Yeah, he was talking locker room talk with some guy that had the open mic camera, for back 30 years ago, when he talks about um, how he can approach women as a billionaire, and then apparently those women are happy with it, and he's just bragging to some other guy, and it was kind of a creepy comment, kind of a very creepy comment, but everybody said things in private, and what they think is privacy, that are pretty horribly outrageous, I think. But I think you can judge someone by, their kids. He's got kids that seem wonderful, and Biden. Look at Biden's kids; they're horribly messed up. And I'm just excited about. I want to live long enough to see Barron Trump as president. This 10-foot tall guy that imagine he's probably going to be the guy that shows up with the book. How did it go in the Twilight Zone? What did it say? How to Serve Mankind. Here I have this book, because we haven't heard Barron Trump talk. I imagine when he speaks, he's going to sound like Charlton Heston and say, I have this book about how to save all of you. It's how to serve mankind. It's a cookbook. I think that Trump accidentally married a space alien, and that he's either part, or she might be actually an angel, and then he's had some Nephilim child that's going to keep growing. Imagine he keeps growing while he's in college, and he's 30 feet tall. He's like 33 feet tall, like King Kong, and then he becomes president. That was really spectacular when he came out on stage. I mean, it was one of those things, like when you see a Democrat woman, you're just astonished at how ugly they are. It's like you just are in shock. One of these women, they're talking about shaving their head to punish men. They'll have no way to dye it purple anymore, or pink. But anyway, I wonder if they'll also shave their mustaches to punish men. But what the hell am I talking about? New world order, to be clear, you don't mean their new women. You're saying a new order. I don't know. I was making some incredibly cogent point.
when things make sense, we then work together and develop a common consensus for business.
I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Exploration and innovation and peace and art and culture and family and God and going to the stars.
I was talking about Democrat women being ugly. Okay, they're shockingly ugly. Yes.
Can you speak to Elon Musk in your perspective? How big a game
Okay.
changer
What was the point? There was some point.
without him,
Okay.
Trump and the American people would not have been.
So the 2020 numbers are way. Oh, yeah, we already said that. Anyway, we all know Joe Biden was a bad installation job. Yeah. Zork, in 2024, the poll watchers topped it. They turned away lots of suspicious trucks and watched the drop boxes like a hawk. Yes.
Walls, but
They weren't able to do it this time. They were stopped. Yes. Oh, yeah. Stopped. Yes. My wife says, actually, the worst thing you ever suggested I do was worth it and still brings me glee. Yeah. Yeah. Zork says, what Trump said about political groupies is true. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yes, it's true. Everyone knows there are women like that. Yeah. Yeah. That's one of the rough things about being rich is that, how do you find someone that truly loves you? You never really know. There's no way you'd have to actually be able to read their minds.
But I guess what?
Oh, I think maybe I was talking about when angels have children with human women, or maybe they were the fallen angels. Anyway, it just doesn't go right because they're two different species that God created, and their children wind up being these men of renown, which is in the Bible. I think they mean when the angels slept with human women, they had children that were they called them the men of renown, giants in those. So that's where the giants came from, like that David had to slay, and it probably explains all the different cultures having these stories about different gods, family, and it may be that those were a lot of them half. I don't know, man. So I mean, you could think, well, maybe these stories of mythology are actually historical stories about people that were half human, half another species, angels. I don't know. Anyway, Baron will be able to do more than that. They will let you do that, says Zork. Baron, can you imagine? Baron's gonna have trouble. Just imagine, because Donald Trump's like 6'4", I think, and that guy is like 2 feet taller than him. Man, you see him on stage and you just go, "Oh my God!" That may be where I was going with the Democrat story. I don't know. Anyway, he's gonna. It's just imagine finding a wife for Barron Trump someday that just the average woman's gonna come up to like his knees. Fatty Mae says, seems to me that men with balls voted for Trump and women with balls voted for. That's pretty good, Fannie Mae. It's the same for band groupies, LOL. Last Frontier Comics. There will be two, one to prepare the way, and then the true beast follows. I think Obama prepared the way. I want you to prepare me the way. Anyways, Fatty Mae says, remember those communist Chinese spy balloons that Biden's puppeteers did nothing about? Yeah, I think they want you to forget about that. Yeah, they were seeking out. I think I read somewhere what they were seeking out. Yeah, because Biden was completely compromised by the Chinese. The Democrat woman talking about closing their legs and living life of a nun. LOL. Fannie Mae, remember that cocaine in the West Wing? Yeah. There's a lot of things I remember. I remember Maui. I remember Las Vegas. I remember a lot of things that were really weird. They didn't even. I remember people losing their jobs and kicked out of the military for not And then I hear people talking about, well, it's my body, my choice. Well, it sure wasn't. People were fired because they, thank God. They don't even notice they've gone so left, they're right now. Pauline Dowell, I'm focusing on the positive direction that the United States is headed. To hell with the negative bullshit that the Trump enemies are spewing. Yeah, and this is a great time. I just showed you there's about 5 or 6 great magazines out now. There's not a lot of great comics coming out, but there's not a lot of great movies coming out. But maybe maybe it won't change. There's a lot of things to be excited about now. Another commercial rumble? Are you kidding me?
This revolutionary affordable subscription.
Hunter's cocaine. Everyone knows whose cocaine that is. Yeah, probably. But I think Hunter Biden could be. I heard someone speculating he could be on Trump's side. He may have left that laptop just because he hated his dad. He may have left it there on purpose. He may have left that cocaine there on purpose. He may. I don't know. Maybe he was compromised and someone forced him. I don't know. Democrat women don't shave. Zork says, LOL. Fallen angels. Yes, she's correcting me. I don't know. I'm not shouldn't be talking theology because I don't. But I. Zork says I'm from the '70s. That one is okay with me. Oh, that. Then Fannie Mae says, ew. Despite the so-called expired president. Zork used to be normal. My goodness, guys, taking it right to the gutter. Zork says that way women do it. Yeah. I'll let you guys read these comments. Forcing me to say these things, man. How dare you? Rose, yeah. Last Frontier says Maui and Las Vegas are travesties, massive cover-ups. Yeah. Zork says Rumble is unwatchable now on Roku. Only through the Brave browser it is viewable now. Yeah, well, I've got a Roku box and I'm just having to sit here and clip the ads out. But someday I'll love these ads. Well, I don't know if I'll live long enough to love these ads, but someday they might be funny because the ads are all pretty funny what they're selling. But I'm wanting to watch Alex Jones, not these ads. Fannie Mae's needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Wrath of Dawn coming soon. Fannie Mae's kind of clued in. I'd ask her age, but you shouldn't ask women their age. But I'm just curious, these new viewers, how old are you? Because I've always just had ancient people like me watching, and now I'm seeing these statistics. I was showing that earlier. I'll show it again now that I got more people here. Yeah, this is a weird thing. Is this it? Yeah, this just popped up, and my stats have changed. I can't read it on my phone, so I use this. It's showing that I have people like 1% that are from 18 to 24. I've never had that before. It's showing I have 2.1% in the 25 to 34 age group. Never had that before. At least they haven't told me I did. Between 35 and 44, I have almost 2%. 45 to 54, I've had a little bit of, it's almost 20%. And then 55 to 64 has always been my dominant group. But it's almost always been only that, like 95%, 55 to 64, and then 65 plus 1.8%. But all the younger people, I think, were drawn here because I had Donald Trump in titles of things, you know. Um, what the hell? Shit. How do I get this off? There we go. It's probably better in front of my face, actually.
It's not like you're China. It's not like you're Germany before World War II. Can you explain that to people, the Russian perspective?
What the hell's going on here?
Is it not ridiculous? Am I wrong? That Russia.
Zork says the view should be kept on in perpetuity as a comedy show to make us all laugh. Yeah, it is. It's unbelievable. Stop eating breakfast at Casey's to live longer. Man, I thought that was healthy. I honestly thought I was eating healthy there. It's insane, isn't it? Because I thought, well, it's got eggs and waffles are healthy, right? Pete's has eggs and bacon on it. Isn't that healthy? I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I'm going to start. I've been nervous about cooking these meals because I wake my wife up, but I'm going to move. I'm going to move everything today, and then my wife will be able to be behind doors where I can cook in the kitchen. Right now, I've got this big open. I'm going to be really quiet. I'm going to move everything around today while my wife is working. I'm going to have closed doors. I'm not going to be making noise. It's going to be super quiet. I'm going to have to whisper to you guys, but in a few hours, major changes. The comic book room is going to be moved out of a bedroom into a living room, and we're going to move our beds out of the living room in the third floor. Thank you, Darth Vader, for those words of inspiration. The View was great entertainment this week for sure. Yeah. Fannie Mae says the YouTube Google totalitarian monopolistic Gestapo does not like me whatsoever. Fannie Mae, are you a friend of Cleo's? I think Cleo's telling some of her friends about this channel. I think she may be someone that Cleo knows. This is definitely interesting new viewer. Zork says, today is a great day for waffles and crispy bacon. I'm thinking of eating it as my weekly cheat meal. That's the other thing, is what countries are people in that watch my channel? I've always had this viewer named Whippet Lass in England, and she's always very clued in, politically, and she's not really a comic book person, but she watches the show just because she enjoys, and I'm trying not to make this a comic book channel. I'm so sick of it, but I'm about to show some comics. Yeah, so I'm just thinking, one of my, I know there's somebody in India that watches me because it'll show something. There's a few people in Canada. Oh, there's another guy in England that watches me because he got offended when I was talking about how evil the Queen of England was. I think it was right after she died. That didn't go over too well with him. He says, but I think I smoothed it over. um, wasn't there a time that the royal family showed up in Canada and like 23 children disappeared? They think they ate them. Something like that. It's okay. I don't mind. She's a sweet old lady with dogs. She can eat some people. It's okay. Yes, I'm just kidding. I'm a horror host. Let's see. Today is a great day for waffles. And crispy bacon. I'm thinking of eating just my weekly cheat meal. Yeah, it's my daily cheat meal. I just stopped. I only eat once a day, so I may do that for supper. Man, Zork's really cool, man. Eats once a day. That sandwich she got me was tasty, but should be a rare treat. I'm all for bacon and real waffles. Those weren't real waffles. How could they not be real waffles, man? I just figure everything is healthy here in this state. Because it's not McDonald's. Not today, Satan. Zork says, I love real waffles more than pancakes, personally. Pauline Dow, I'm in the 70-plus age group. I never quite grew up. None of us did, or we wouldn't be here. Zork, Pauline is just with it. Fannie Mae laughs. Pauline Dowell, thanks for noticing, Zork. My pleasure, Pauline. Last Frontier Comics says, the difference between an adult and a child is that an adult knows when not to act like a child. The big question that I asked you to get to yet, how do you think they're going? Well spoken. Zork says, we have some room to breathe politically. Oof. Yeah. Yeah. That's why but we still have a hell of a fight to clean up this mess. Stay frosty. Yeah. th- Another commercial, man. They need to just not bring Trump out in person and just have him talk from another place and have him appear like a hologram, like they do in Star Wars. It's just the hologram. It's like, yeah. In fact, they ought to do that over the next 4 years. Have him speak in another room and because they can do that. They can have whole concerts where uh, performers are perform and they're dead, but it looks like they're there on stage. They need to do that with Trump, man, 100%. My wife says Gratu doesn't know jack about food, and he's a terrible influence. I've gained 100 pounds. it's, it's not. I don't know, man. I was a bachelor too damn long, man. I don't know anything about food, man. It's a good thing there's no Sonics near me anymore because I would go every morning and get a Sonic breakfast burrito and the gigantic the biggest drink that they had, the big mega gulp or whatever, is like 50-gallon jug of Dr. Pepper every morning to make me stay awake at work. That was my ritual. And I'd pull up at Sonic and they'd say, "We got it for you." They'd press the button. "We got it." They knew my order, every one of them. Uh, what the hell are people talking about? The problem with food is that it's delicious. That's right, Zork. Haha. Justin says Route 44, I think. That is what it was called. I think so. Zork says all 303 folk are addicted to Dr. Pepper. We have to really watch it. Well, I broke it. I broke free of it, and I've never been able to do it this long. So I think I'm going to be able to stay off the soft drinks, or as they call it in this part of the country, pop. I've never always soda pop. I always hear people call it that, and I think they're talking. The soda pop makes me think 1950s. Pops chocolate shot like the Archie gang. They'd say soda pop. It almost seems like someone saying soda pop should be named Betty Sue or Peggy Sue or something. But here they just say pop. I'm used to saying soft drinks, but it's a regional thing what people call that shit. Maybe we should just call it shit. Sewage. My wife says so many good restaurants in Pantego and Arlington. Yes, there were, man. I missed that. What is that place called? Zimbabwe. What was the place called? It was called Fat Fatouche. It sounds like Fat Tush, but it was Fatouche, and it was this great Mediterranean restaurant. Man, that was great food. Uh, it was right there where a video store used to be. What a video store that was. Gotham City Comics says my friend Tom and I used to go in there and rent Blood Feast and stuff. Now it's a place where you can sit on the floor and eat whatever the hell I used to eat there. Gotham City Comics says once Trump is in, we will get the real inflation and job numbers, and they'll blame him. Yeah, they're setting it up for him, but yeah, they're never gonna get Trump. I mean, Trump's too smart for them. Justin, we have a Sonic here. Well, we don't have one here, man. Zork says I have maybe two a year now, and it takes discipline. Yeah, I could see myself. Yesterday, I slipped because I was in a rush, and I accidentally picked up one of these things that was pro sugar. It had it was a this is no sugar. I got one that was sweetened or whatever, and it 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 was weird. It was a weird experience, man. I could feel myself rotting. Yeah. Pauline Dell, I eat one once a day too. One continuous meal. That's a good one. That's a good. That's a good one. Zork, it's a Coke. All soft drinks are Cokes. I remember in school, Coca-Cola company sent special things meant for like a lesson plans to the teachers. No, it wasn't Coke. And maybe it was no, it was the Xerox company sent. They wanted the teachers to teach us and have it. They had whole lesson plans. Have them. We read this article that you don't call them Xeroxes, you call it photocopying because Xerox is a brand name, and if everyone just calls it Xeroxing, then they could lose that eh, brand name. I remember reading a book once, and in the first paragraph was talking about putting a bunch of junk in a dumpster, and they capitalized the word dumpster, and I thought, oh, that's a mistake. No, some editor should have caught that. You don't capitalize dumpster. That's like capitalizing trash can. It's not a brand name. I looked it up, and dumpster is a brand name. I didn't know that. And so that's why you capitalize it. But if enough people don't know it's a brand name, then over the span of a bunch of years, I don't know the legalities, it could just become the word for it. And a lot of people, yeah, especially in Texas, call all soft drinks Coke. And so, you know, it has to be established that no, Coke is a brand name so they can keep that trademark, something like that. Zork says Pentigo has the last Is it the last El Chico? Is it? My wife and I ate there all the time, man, for a while. It really has a lot of personality, that little restaurant there. Wow, I didn't realize that. Zork says, I love El Chico. I grew up on it. Man, Zork, where we lived in Texas, I could have walked to El Chico in about 5 minutes. It was, I could drive there and say I'm less than a minute. Yeah. It's down the street basically from us. I miss Fatouche also, and Saljo. Wait, oh yeah, Saljo's. Yeah, Saljo's was a great restaurant. The guy that ran it was, I think he was from the Ukraine. I think he was. He's this cool guy. He was this rockabilly guy, and the whole restaurant was a liberal's nightmare. It was a great restaurant, Italian restaurant, but all the decorations were guns and swords and flags signed by all the members of some battalion in Iraq or something. It was just nothing. Pictures of Robert E. Lee. Imagine Robert E. Lee's is an ancestor of mine, so it was really cool to sit in the booth with Robert E. Lee. But it was just everything was military in there, and but you know what happened? What one time my wife brought she has a bottle of water. She brought it in, and that damn waiter says, "Well, it's like we can't have things brought in from outside." He took it and took it away from her, like he's a frickin' school teacher confiscating something. He didn't give it back to her. He just confiscated it. And we kept going back to that restaurant, man. It's like Taco Bueno in Pantego. I got a piece of wood about the size of this remote, this Roku remote. It was a piece of wood. I bit down into this burrito. It was maybe smaller than this, and I kept going back to it. I mean, I told them about it, but and they were like, I guess it maybe fallen from the ceiling or something. How the hell does that happen? I don't know how we forgave Saljo's that one waiter, man. We should have caused some shit about that. But it was our restaurant, man. We used to eat some newer chimichurri salmon or steak at El Chico. Man, why are you guys bringing up all this shit, man? Zork, I don't know if the one in Pantigos is any good anymore, but I have really fond memories of eating at El Chico. Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, it's all right. I always get the chimichanga with salsa verde. Steak chimichanga, says Zork. My wife said they had some good newer dishes, Zork, like some beef mushroom tacos. Maybe I'll go there. I have to go back to Arlington one more time soon. Man. My wife says, Grotz, remember the day I turned the lights off at El Chico? Did you? Yeah, they had us in this booth and there was a light switch. Did you accidentally do it or did you like flip the switch on purpose to see what it did? It turned off the lights in the whole restaurant. They shouldn't be. Another commercial. That shouldn't be. That shouldn't be on the customer's side. That should be back in the kitchen. Everyone. He was from Montenegro. Saljo was from Montenegro. What the hell is Montenegro? I've heard of it, but does anyone even know what that is? Is it near Greece? I don't even know what. He looked like he was like from Greece. Taco Bueno was far better than Taco Bell. I did it on purpose. Did you know it would turn off the lights in the restaurant? he's, a, he's a hooligan, man. Okay, I got this box of comics here. Oh, Lord, look at a globe. I can't look at a globe, man. I have a globe down in the basement. I need to have one up here, man. Figure out where all this stuff's going on, man. Yeah, and it was funny as F. When can I get up? I need to go up there and start measuring. Can I go up there if I don't aim the camera at you, Cleo? And I want to get started on this project. Who is this guy that Alex Jones is talking? Oh yeah, he's talking to this cool Russian guy. This is really good. I saw a little bit of this. Yeah, yesterday Alex Jones talked to this guy from Russia, and makes you realize that the Russians are actually pretty cool.
They're gonna fight you because everybody in this earth understand what means globalization, what means
Yeah, it turns out that the Russians are anti-globalist. They're Christian, and that's why everyone's these Biden, all the BlackRock, evil World Economic Forum. That's why they hate Russia. That's why they keep talking. The Russians are terrible because they're one of the last holdouts. I mean, Russia used to be, the big enemy, but Russia changed. It's like the Democrats said, yeah, we used to be slave owners. Yeah, we used to be for segregation, but we changed. We shifted in the 60s. Now we're the good people. But Russia actually did change. And, but because if the evil people, the Klaus Schwabs hate Russia, then maybe Russia's actually good, and that's why Trump gets in and Putin's like, hey, this is great. Now, let's end this war. I didn't want this. Oh well. Um, Dude, not today. Have to work in an hour. People don't. But I can move the boxes without making. Well, you say don't do it, I won't do it. Can I do it after you get off work? Can I do it tonight? People don't usually understand that the USSR was not the Russian people. Do not push me. Okay, I won't do it today. I won't. Um, okay, so we'll do the bedroom shift over another day. 1970 was a hostile takeover of Russia. After, yes, okay. So that probably is not something I need to do on a live stream because there'll be a lot of cursing that you don't need to hear because I don't want you to hear language like that. No, I probably won't, but of course, but I will. Then tomorrow I can show you the. I'm just eager to do something, man. I want to get something done. So I'll get something done. How about I get the basement done, man? Then I won't be bothering her at all. I'll be far away, 2 floors away from her. The basement looks like shit. And I need to get that done. But then I won't be able to edit out the commercials. RFK Jr. They said Trump hates women, and the first person he puts in is a woman. Damn. I am so happy. Everyone normal is happy. The Russians are happy. I don't know why. People in other countries, they'll figure it out soon that this is gonna be great. We won, man. We won. And yeah, we just got to protect Trump next couple months.
But Trump has to move against the deep state and remove them, or they're going to continue to try to undermine him and even kill him. So Trump has.
How much power do I have on this phone? 54%.
But what do you think of it? You have a comment that if Trump really tries to cut the money off,
What time is it, man? 10:19 a.m. Well, I'll take. Why don't I take this mask down? Take this genie mask down. Hang it with the other Halloween masks. All right. Because if I get the basement all finished out, then I can do shows from the basement, and then I won't ever be worried about bothering my wife. You guys tell me if the Wi-Fi gets choppy. I mean, if the picture gets choppy when I'm down here. I promised her I'd wash the dishes down here. Yeah, this is just a shameful mess down here, ladies and gentlemen. Today's the day, man. Today's the damn day. What time is it? 10:21? Okay. Oh, this goes on Gene Simmons. This is the arm of is her name Cyrena from the Devil Man, the Japanese superhero? It's kind of like the Spider-Man of Japan. His main villainess is like an angel, like an evil angel, and she's got like that's one of her hands from model kit. Whoa. Okay, I can put this with the family pictures upstairs. This is a picture of me in elementary school. How about that? That goes family photos upstairs. Oh man. What the hell? Look at this. Fucking thing. Japanese superheroes. Look at this. This needs to be hung up immediately. Flying rodents ripped my flesh. Inspiration for a. I blew this up from a magazine I own and just laminated it. This was an inspiration for a Frank Zappa album cover. You are going to need the dish drainer from the attic, okay? He was so cute. What, the guy getting eaten by rodents? This is now that I can come down here and cook in the basement, I can wear this. It's the He's the director of the barbecue. See, how do I display this? I guess I could hang it from a thumbtack. This box here is bothering me. Okay. Okay, these files need to go in the filing cabinet. Here's a tick figure from Taco Bell that's still in the bag. I got a bunch of those because I ate at Taco Bell a lot back in the 90s. This is the box of my Give a Show projector. Where's the lid? This is my Give a Show projector. The Hair Bear Bunch. It's Josie and the Pussy. It's this is probably from about 72, 71. But look, even back then they were pushing this global warming, climate change bullshit. Used to call it ecology. Okay. A childhood Lego. Sometimes you can find cool stuff in these boxes that got mixed up and lost into these boxes. Um, these little sunglasses going to dancing plants. And this goes on a Silly Surfer kit. An old dried up tube of super glue that needs to be thrown away. Okay. All right. I got to clear this closet out and start putting this stuff into it. This is starting to really annoy. What is all this stuff? Issue of Toy Fair. Need some music down here. Oh boy. Just a moment. Oh boy. Oh man. Okay. Oh. I just need to get this stuff up and into the filing cabinet. Then I can sort it out later. There's, Japanese heroes. What is this? It's my cumulative record through high school, all my grades, bunch of important stuff. What's that noise? Okay. Boy. Look at this, man. I found some drawings that my mother did. Look at that. She's written the lyrics to that song, Oh Johnny. This is a stenographer's notebook from my brother. And looks like, so I don't know, this And then it looks like my mom had to sign it, or my dad had to sign it every night to show. Um, I don't know when my mom did those drawings. That's very interesting. Okay. Meyer says, who would have imagined that YMC by the village people would become our rallying call? Yeah, no kidding. As I like the song now. Meyer Greenblatt, Sidney Powell just put on X. They are cheating. So I don't know. Well, at least we won, but yeah, I don't think that she got as many votes as she did. Meyer says, I remember when we used to play Ted Nugent Stranglehold to get fired up. Yeah, but there was um, that letter that comes after P. I remember they put one of the last things they posted was that we're not going to take it song. And, Meyer says, now it's the former G anthem turned against our enemies as a symbol of something great. Yeah, apparently Tucker Carlson was watching live Trump rally and acting like he was shocked that it's like he'd never seen a Trump rally before. And he was like, why is he playing that song? I can't believe. Um, Tucker Carlson, not Tucker Carlson. No, not Tucker Carlson. The other Anderson Cooper was on CNN and it was like shocked that Trump, not Tucker Carlson. Although Tucker Carlson's the good guy. Although Anderson Cooper, he's a bad guy. But I saw a picture of a bookshelf at his house once, and he had all the EC reprints. So at least he's clued in culturally. This looks like this belongs to a Micronaut, to a Baron Karza. Is the only Micronaut I ever had as a younger person, so that's probably something to do with him. Find little things everywhere as I clean out this closet. This might be a closet better to clean out later. Boy, I don't know, man. Maybe this is something I should do later, actually. I don't like the silence, man. I'm used to hearing noise, man. I'm used to TV going. It's not good. Yeah, I should work on this shit later. I think so. Um, what is all this crap? My gosh. Hold on. This might actually be good stuff here. What is this pile of stuff? Oh, this is good stuff, man. But it shouldn't be on top of a pinball machine because it kind of prevents you from playing the pinball machine. It's a postcard of Waikiki Beach. Oh, man. 1955 yearbook from, this is be from the University of Texas at Arlington when it used to be Arlington State College, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, back when they were still the Rebels. Now they're the Mavericks because the 60s generation protested and had them change it from a Confederate themed football team to the Mavericks, and then the team was just kind of done away with. I'll put this here with these yearbooks. Oh, this mask needs to be hung up. Did I bring that genie mask down? Where did I put that? Boy. Put it here. Mhm. Oh man, TV guide we can look at. Let's go upstairs and look at that. Oh, here's the genie mask. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Um, There's my college transcript. It's Mike Mulligan and his steam shovel. Some calendars. I almost have this domino machine cleared off. That'll be one machine cleared. But honestly, I need to do this when I'm not live because I don't know when I'm going to uncover something with my social security number on it or something and broadcast it. This is the kind of thing you used to be able to buy at the Forum 303 Mall. You'd press a little button and it would laugh hysterically, but its working days are, maybe someone could restore it, but its working days are behind us. What the fuck is that? Something's falling over there. What is that? Like that they have the Star Trek like it was used in the Gold Key Comics logo. Heck is that? It's a little pink flamingo. I might take that up to my wife. Maybe she'd enjoy that. I doubt it. Uh, it's a Hulk hat that you can put on and have the top of your head be the Hulk's head. But really, when you put it on, it just confuses people. They have no idea what it's supposed to be honest with you. Uh, this may be one of the greatest things ever constructed. I think you're supposed to. I think it's supposed to shoot silly string. It's supposed to do this and shoot silly string out of its mouth. You're supposed to have a can mounted there, I think, and then you press. Looks like this. You press the button. I know you're not supposed to show firearms on the live stream, so I better not show that. Because I'll cut the stream, man. Okay. You know, that's just not an approved thing. Firearms like that. Okay. This is one of my favorite things I remember from. This was a flyer that I picked up. Rotting corpse. Total death thrash speed hardcore metal. Thrash. All posers will die. At a place called Rascals, but they're calling it Thrashkals. It was over, I think, in Fort Worth. I just think it's funny. It's very indicative of that time period. I think I met the guys from that band. They wanted me to do some artwork for them because obviously their artist was not the best. Okay, but that has created decades of laughter for me. That flyer for Rotting Corpse. Now the band that made it, that used to play at Rascals, was called Rigor Mortis. I knew a couple of the guys from that band. Uh, Rigor Mortis is not to be confused with Rotting Corpse. Two separate bands, but from the same part of the country, ladies and gentlemen. You know what could be used in here is a fan. This might be a project to do tomorrow once I get some music playing in here. And where's a good outlet for this fan? Ouch. Ow. Possibly over here. Okay, let's go. Ah. Yeah, buddy. This is unlike the Dollar Tree. It's a Willie Munster stand up. Thing. Does Dollar Tree even still exist? This is from several years ago. Okay. I see what I need to do down here, and I'll do it at some point. But on camera, it's not going to entertain you guys too much. Let's see what these humans are talking about here. I'm looking. I missed a lot of stuff. Okay. Meyer says it's all coming back. I heard an NPR that Trump will be re-erecting every Confederate statue that was torn down. I'm super stoked. Is that right? Um, what if the statue was like broken up? I guess they could recreate them from photographs. I don't know. Library level yearbooks. I've rescued a few from thrift stores. The student cartooning and art in them is always great. Yeah. Library 88's talking. Not to mention all the great faces. You wonder what's become of them all. Yeah, I have a huge collection of yearbooks, right? Meyer, there will be the rebels again soon. No, no, that's something that changed like in 1968. That's not going to happen again. Greta, I heard the Land O'Lakes lady is coming back, but I don't know if it's true. That should be, that was a ridiculous reactionary thing to do. There was no point in that at all. None. Fort Bragg will be Fort Bragg again. Yeah, that'll happen. Yeah, he said he would do that. I did hear he'd said that. That's totally logical. It's a Batman puzzle. I need to. Well, I have all the stuff from Batman the Animated Series kind of here. It's separated from the other stuff in the Batman room upstairs. But I kind of running out of room in this little shrine. And then Bruce Timm really disappointed me with that female penguin stuff. So, but I got to remember this was a great show. I gotta ignore it, man. Put this somewhere. Where should I put it? Maybe back here behind Godzilla. There you go. Where should I put this game of Blotto? It's got to be a good place for a Blotto game. How about right here next to these Batmobiles? Looks great there. We'll make this place insane again. Library 88. Wow, that Golden Age soda rack is great. Almost nabbed a Golden Age bottle recently, but bought a Felix the Cat ginger ale bottle instead. Yeah, I bought that was in a shed at an estate sale. That Golden Age thing, and it's just great because I never even heard of Golden Age, but it reminds you of Golden Age comics. And it's just such a great logo. Uh, he'll be fixing the executive orders. I'm drinking a Mexican Coke and trying to smile. That's good. Myers says Black Rifle, coffee, and a cigarette, watching the squirrels. Yeah, we need to make sure that we remember. Yeah, that poor guy that lost Peanut the Squirrel is like saying that he wants to have a funeral, and He's afraid they cut the head off because they do that. I guess the squirrel bit someone. Of course, he was confiscated from his owner. Bit somebody, so they said we got to kill it and see if it has rabies. Coffee and BC fog in the Pacific Northwest. What does BC mean? And as I prep my temporary drawing art table visiting family. Myers says, I bought a new couch yesterday. Oh, cool. Hopefully it is a good choice. It gets here next week. I want to get a new couch also, says my wife. Yeah. I got rid of most of the old furniture during the move. I still need shelves, new coffee tables, etc. I'm going to be buying stuff for every month or so until I'm set up. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Your place is starting to be amazing. Why, look, it's a raisin bran frisbee. A new raisins coming at you as opposed to old raisins, because new raisins taste better than raisins that have that are very old. Is this cool enough to be on display? Do you display frisbees? I don't know. We'll put it right here, man, because we're brain damaged here on the Garage Orloff Inspirational Network. Where was that glow in the dark frisbee I keep showing you guys? I just got to put these I got to put these discs just up in the other room because I keep thinking, well, I'm going to get them all organized, but at this point, I'm just going to put them back into this room over here. So they're taking up real estate. Got VHS. Here's a VHS of a Swamp Thing cartoon, and here's the Wild World of Batwoman. That actually should be on display in the Batman room upstairs. That's where that's going. The Groovy Ghoulies could be behind my, yeah, that could go up there too. And Naughty Dallas, even though I have this on DVD, I think this should be, yeah, it's the original Something Weird copy of it. That should go upstairs just because we're from kind of coming. Damn. Let's start hauling stuff upstairs. Where'd that thing go? Oh, yeah. This should be on display with the Batman stuff. I got two of these. One is out of the package. I've started to be like an idiot collector there. I was so excited about this show when it was on in the air in the 90s. I started like getting two of something so I could have one out of the package. Oh, man. Where can I put this freaking thing? I don't know where. The problem is it's not punched, or I put it up here, but there's no punch. I don't want to damage the card. Not that this is is it collectible? I kind of doubt it. I'll just put this upstairs with the other Batman stuff. I'll take this trophy out of here. I made some contribution to the downstairs, but yeah. Okay, once I start working on upstairs later tonight, I can't do that till about 8 o'clock when she gets off work. This, oh boy, I found a movie here that probably you guys don't know about. This is I used to go to a store called Clint's Comics. It was based out of Kansas City, and it was in Fort Worth, but the flagship store is in Kansas City, which is apparently where Richard Corbin lives. So they had a lot of Richard Corbin stuff because I guess he brought it in, and it's a movie he made called The Dark Planet, and it's a VHS, and it's got these. It's like an actual movie. It's got like these Planet of the Apes looking guys. Is this on YouTube? I need to check here in a minute. I'm gonna take that upstairs. And this movie, a friend of mine told me to watch it, Dust to Dust, and it's maybe that's not the movie I'm thinking of. Um, oh, I need to put these Kiss guys. I have all the Kiss guys. I need to put them over here by the Kiss logo. Damn. Oh well, maybe. It's too awkward to do this shit while I'm this stuff. I'm sorry, while I'm holding a camera. Why do I own a Rubik's Cube? I'll just put it over here. There's Gene Simmons. I knew he was around here somewhere. We found his gauntlet earlier. I'll put him over here. These are some of those early Todd McFarlane action figures down there. Okay. Oh, and this TV guide, I wanted to look at it. Okay, I can see the changes I've made down here, so that makes me feel good. Uh, and this issue of Toy Fair, they tried lawfare against Trump, but they haven't tried Toy Fair against him. Hopefully they won't. Okay. I need to see if mail has shown up. Nobody's coming on today's live stream. It's all right. Okay.
Judicially and legislatively, we have to block their operations, ban their NGOs, and prosecute them. And then when they're convicted, throw them in prison. They're not going to be.
Somebody check and see if The Dark Planet, Richard Corbin, is on YouTube, or maybe on Internet Archive. Maybe someone's put it up somewhere.
This is a man's game. And the same delusions I saw in 2016 that Trump's invincible and it's a dynasty and we're unstoppable. It's not as bad as it was, and it's a lot less, but it's still disgusting. We are not out of the woods yet. And admitting that, and Trump remembering and trying to kill him and all the rest of it is critical. Here's the plug.
Let me just say this to Big Fish James, the New York Attorney General. I dare you to try to continue your warfare against President Trump in his second term, because listen, we're not messing around this time, and we will put your fat ass in prison for conspiracy against rights. And I promise you that. So think long and hard before you want to violate President Trump's constitutional rights or any other American's constitutional rights. It's not going to happen.
We've been warning people on the show, Mike. The same.
Okay, I've been hearing about him saying, "We'll put your fat ass in prison." That's the first time I actually heard it. I've read about it. He said it apparently on the Benny Johnson show. My wife sometimes slips in calls him Benny Goodman, but she knows better. But it's just bagging and boarding, says Gotham City Comics. Oh, before you get excited, but he's got a new collection of old comics and bags and boards. His new comics, and he has new comics coming in. And so I think he said he didn't get his DC books yet, isn't that right? But he has his Marvels that come out, and so in his store, so people don't damage the books, they're already bagged, and then if you don't want the bag and board, I think he charges a few cents more for the comic because it's got the bag and board, and if you don't want it, he'll take it off and reuse it, and then another commercial, and then charge you the actual cover price of the comic, which I think is totally fair and smart. Because what if you want a comic and the only comic left, some idiot's thumb through it that doesn't know how to handle books? Drew's guts are churning aloud in her sleep. What the heck did she eat? Man, I don't know. Hey, hopefully it's not hunger. Yes, it is. Dark Planet is on YouTube. Okay. All right. That's good. I don't remember it being amazing. In fact, I don't really remember it at all. In fact, I didn't remember it till I looked at the pictures on the back. I mean, it's not. There's another Richard Corbin movie called that Den was based on. I think it's called Neverwhere, and I think he made it in the late '60s. And so, yeah, there's a movie that Richard Corbin actually made that's animated. Well, it has live action footage of the kid until he becomes Den, and then that's animated, and it's from the '60s, and I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube. So it's like the real version of that segment that you might know from the heavy metal movie. Pretty sure that's on YouTube. Okay. By the way, have you tried Ivermax Equine Paste Dewormer? It's our new sponsor here. For sale at 7-Eleven near you.
He did this stuff. He created the conspiracy. No, I didn't.
All right. It's the cast of Chico and the Man on the front cover of TV Guide.
That's what we are. They've had a conspiracy against us.
So let's look at this, but let me turn a little more lights on. It's a little dark because it's an overcast, rainy day here in rural Retreat.
Continue on. I mean, you think I want to go against these people? You think I want to sue the FBI and all these people? And the first thing I'll do is just go get some grand jury to duck and keep whatever. I mean, at this point, I didn't do the stuff you said I did. And I'm not going to sit here and have you lie about me for the rest of my life. You know, I had people many times, including in front of family, in front of my security.
Well, I'm having to cut out all these damn commercials Rumble's putting on it, but I'm happy that I'm getting this this Alex Jones stuff on record. And I think that Alex Jones will have a resurgence, a renaissance during the next 4 years. It says people realize he was really right, including that stuff about the frogs. Paulo says, Hi guys. Last Frontier, I'm going through taking pictures of promo items and posters. I don't know if I can take pictures and stream at the same time with the same phone. Yeah, I don't know. I think you can't. But once you get pictures taken of them, I'd love for you to come on and show us what you were just taking pictures of, because then that promote. I assume it's stuff that you're selling, and that'll give you some publicity and make. Not that there's that many people watching, but maybe one of the 16 people are interested, because I don't know. Have you noticed more orders lately, Last Frontier? Or I shouldn't call you the name of your store, Scott, because Kevin's telling me the last 3 days since the election, his business, like the next day, was the best day he's ever had. I think he said that. And the next 2 days, really great. He's got tons of customers coming in because people are energized and are happy because Trump won. And then last night we went to this restaurant and every table was full. People are happy, celebrating. The economy is already rebounding, it would appear. So I'm asking those of you that live in a bigger town than me, are you seeing more people in stores, more people shopping? If you own a store or a business out of your home, online business, like Scott does with Last Frontier, are you seeing more orders? Are things picking up? Because that would be a quick way to do like a little mini survey of what the mood of the nation is, right? Anyway, Last Frontier already said that. Already read that. Okay, I need to remind people how to get on the show in case they want to come on. Post comment. Post toasties. Post cereal.
That's exclusive.
All right. That's the incredible link to get on the show. All right. So we want to look at this TV guide. At least I do. When they used to look like that. Whirlpool. We believe quality can be beautiful. Okay, so look what we hit the jackpot here. It says not ready for the junkyard. Look at these cars, man. Apollo appears and suddenly we have wonderful cars. Batmobile, the Munster coach. Man, the one in the middle, was that from the Bug? What is that from? Hell is that? Oh, that's the paddy wagon. That wasn't in a show. That was just a show car. Okay, that's the Beverly Hillbillies car, but they've just painted it bright colors. And the Green Hornet car, they've kind of altered it there, and the Monkey Mobile GTOs in the back there. And I forget what that car is called right there. I was slow for 2 weeks now, but since the end of the election, it definitely picked up. See, it's. I think people were afraid of uprisings. Yeah, hopefully they don't start tonight. But that sounds like something they do. They better do it now, because once Trump comes in, I think they're gonna not find a lot of success. Okay, this is from 1976, March of 76. So we're in, at this point, I'm living in Tacoma, Washington. And, yeah. Someone's trying to come in. Who could this be? Who could this be now at the door? Oh, it's Kevin from Gotham City. What's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good. Are you open yet?
It's 10:16.
So was I right that you're bagging and boarding new comics?
Yeah, I didn't get my DC, but I got my Marvel comic. Look at his
And
hand.
oh, is that the Bigfoot hand you were talking about?
No, I'll show you the Bigfoot hand. These are
What the hell is that supposed to be?
their hands to this guy.
Oh my gosh, that guy definitely voted for Kamala Harris, I would say. Demon. In fact, that's probably Kamala Harris's true form. Damn. It's that guy's uglier than I am. My God. Looks a little inspired by the face hugger from Alien, possibly. Damn, who made that mask?
That's a Zagoni.
And then is
It was
there like a
probably
little,
it was probably Be Something Studios maybe when that came out.
or is there a little lens there for the eyes that you look through? What's back
No,
behind there?
that's plastic. That's a
Oh,
bag.
you put black plastic behind there. Okay. All right. Well, that's the newest arrival to the collection, huh?
No, this one. Well, yeah, these. I guess both these at the same time. This is my favorite though.
Oh man. I bet she's one of the people that's going to shave her head so men won't be attracted to her to fight the patriarchy.
Is it a girl? I thought it was a guy.
Man, I thought that was a girl. I mean, it's got high cheekbones, beautiful blonde hair. I don't know. Guys don't have long hair like that. Long hair's for
That's a
girls.
vintage. That's a vintage sculpt. It was used in a movie. It was people like this because it was used in an '80s horror movie, I think.
Oh, I don't know what movie, but
Here's those
I
Bigfoot
believe you.
hands.
Oh, okay. He got these Bigfoot hands. You were telling me on the phone that these things smell horribly.
Yeah, they do. I don't want to touch them. Wash my hands.
But they came in a bag, or do they have a header card?
Yeah, they were sealed in a bag, but the header card was missing.
Oh, shoot. Well, that's no fun. Without
This
a
is
header
a
card, you might as well. Yeah. Do you regret taking them out of the bag? Maybe the smell will go away.
this is a gigantic spirit store banner
Ah.
that hangs outside for spirit.
Well, maybe you could alter it and just make it say spit, and you could be like a bootleg spirit store. This is spit, the spit of Halloween. Then you
Yeah,
could
it
have a
says, or I
picture
could
of a
just cut
ghost
spirit
spitting on
off,
it.
and I could cut spirit off and just have it say Halloween.
Yeah, and well, true, but you could get a picture of Casper spitting and have it just say spit, spit Halloween. I spit on Halloween. I spit on your holidays.
You need to go with this guy.
Oh, okay. That's what all the well-dressed people will be wearing to church tomorrow. Imagine going to a church service dressed like that. Well, either of those masks, man. Oh, Trump just, not Trump, Alex Jones just said pure evil right when you showed the mask.
Let's turn this arcade on.
Oh, you got it working. Now that it's working, you probably don't want to sell it. So you said you're holding on to it for a while, but if you really are interested in this, I bet you make him an offer, and probably better if you live in the area to pick it up though. Oh, look at that. That's pretty cool. This is from mid 90s, I guess. 91. Damn, that's great. What
Who
are
do you want
these
me to
things?
select?
Uh okay. First let's do Black Cat.
Spider-Man.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't quick
That's
enough.
okay. Look at
Hey,
this. It's pretty
that
cool.
black line that you see isn't on there.
Oh, I know. It's flicker rate, whatever does that.
I'm
Um
looking in the lens and I see it, and then I don't see it on here though.
it's almost like watching one of those Grand Trey Lawrence
I'm
cartoons from '66, the animation. Um, I'll tell you,
trying to hold it on here.
this is a lot cooler than I thought it would be. They've done a good job trying to make it look like comic art. Um, how long have you had this?
A couple years, but I haven't played it in a few years.
Oh, someone else is showing up. That's it. Polo.
Hello
Hey
there. What's
there.
up?
Not much. Looks like we're playing a 1991 video game. Let me change the
Arcade
layout of it.
games. I love it.
Yeah.
It's like Double
Oops,
Dragon but with
wrong one.
Spider-Man.
Yeah. Did
I have it
American
set on
games
free
like
play
this show
too.
up over there in Portugal?
Yeah, yeah. We had to go to arcades, but we did.
Yeah. Yeah. This is an arcade machine. Well, I hope that when Antifa's goes out and into the streets, that when they take care of them, they'll make those noises like that.
Oh, there's Venom.
Someone should make a Kyle Rittenhouse game like this, where
Hmm.
you and Is this his first appearance in a video game?
I don't know.
Maybe
I
this
doubt
is
it.
a. Do they call it a key video game? 1991. I don't know. When was the character created? Wasn't
I
that he
think
a
the
brand
late
new
80s.
character then?
I think like 88 or something.
So this might be the very first arcade game with Venom. It's very possible. What are these humans saying here? Scott at Last Frontier says the stuff I'm taking pictures are definitely going to be put up for sale. Okay, cool. Hopefully you can come on later and show us James Carville mask and hands. Diane Feinstein. Oh, the one with the eye. Yeah, says Meyer. Last Frontier. Did you ever collect Scream Queen Illustrated? I just came across issue 6 with Brink Stevens, Dave Stevens' wife. I might have that issue if that's the one where she's a vampire on the cover. Capcom versus Antifa. Yeah. Yeah, maybe if you come on, you can show that Scream Queen issue. Okay, so this is a comic coming out Wednesday that you're bagging and boarding.
It's the start of a new creative team on Spider-Man.
Okay, so they start over with issue 1, do they?
No, they kept the numbering the same.
Oh wow, what is it in legacy numbering? Do they have that still? Oh, they're almost up to 1,000, huh?
What's that say? 955.
Yeah. Oh, okay, well, I have no interest in that comic, but I imagine someone will love it. Oh no.
It's a fake comic.
What is it really?
It's really Spider-Man.
Oh, okay. Makes no sense, of course, but um we he's trying to sell these comics and we just trash them. It's probably not the best we should talk about how great they look. Wow, that looks like totally iconic. What do you think, Paulo, about this great new team, creative team?
I don't know.
I'm joking. I'm
Yeah,
trying to like talk about how great it is. Arcbound, what the hell is that?
that's exactly the type of coloring that has ruined comics.
Yeah, it's very eesh. What is that on the right, Mr. Fan? What is that? I don't even know what characters those are. Tom Hardy. Isn't he the guy that plays Venom?
Think so.
Oh, so they have him writing the comic. That makes a lot of sense because he's such an authority on the character. That actually is playing here locally at the local theater, Venom. And it's like they haven't been able to get a movie that I want to see for. I want to go to the movies. I just can't. They, although the Venom horse sounds like a funny idea, but I would have a Venom cat, dog, a whole family of Venoms, and have a little Venom kid and a Venom wife. One of the funniest things I ever saw was some comic from the '90s with a female Venom with big Dolly Parton breasts. I thought that was pretty funny. I almost wanted to buy it, but it was pretty expensive. Anyway, let's see what's playing. What time is it? Another commercial on Rumble. What's been up over the last week, Paulo? What have you been doing?
Um, have to get the last few texts done to the magazine. I still have to write a test drive on the KGM Torres. KGM being the new identity of Korean car maker SsangYong, which used to be owned by Mahindra from India, but it's no longer.
I don't think we know that manufacturer here.
Yeah, no, they never sold cars in the U.S. Not even when they were owned by Daewoo.
Is it a considered to be a quality kind of
No,
car?
no. You can see a bunch of their minivans from 15 years ago in Spain because they were the cheapest minivans on the market, and all the fleet transportation companies bought them.
Uh-huh.
But that's about it. They were also the ugliest cars in the last 70 years.
Oh, I see. I remember how horrified I was. This TV guide was a nightmare to me because I see what happened here. I love Star Trek, and back then, and it came on in '73, and I was in San Antonio, Texas, '73 to '75. They put it on. I'd come home from school, and it would start at 4 o'clock, and then I moved to the Seattle area in the Pacific Northwest of the United States, and they didn't have Star Trek on. And then I see, oh, Star Trek's going to be playing here. Great. Well, it's on Saturday night. But this was the nightmare when I saw this. Look at that there. It's on at 11. It's on at 10:30 at night. No, it was on at 10 o'clock. It says return. The Starship Enterprise journeys to unexplored, I can't see close up, unexplored regions of outer space under the guidance of Captain James Kirk, William Shatner, and a half human, half Vulcanian science officer Spock, Leonard Nimoy. Tonight, I Mud, a serio comic tale that puts Kirk and company against their old nemesis, Harry Mudd, who is now both ruler and captive of an android civilization. And they go, but the reason this was horrible to me is I couldn't stay up that late. My mother wouldn't let me stay up till 11 o'clock, even though it's a Saturday night. I was in fifth grade, and now I see kids don't have any bedtimes. But
Well, they can watch TV in their bedrooms.
yeah, I didn't have my own TV, and there was no way in 19 March of 1976 to video record it and watch it later. So I was so angry, so pissed that. But what was actually on the other channel? That's at 10. But I guess because they're on the different time zone, what I didn't realize that I was missing at 11:30 was the early days of Saturday Night Live. Of course, it was originally called. People don't know this. It was really called. Okay, I'm not focusing. It was called Saturday Night Variety. Anthony Perkins, host, and actress Diane Keaton are this week's scheduled guests. So this would have been the first season with Chevy Chase. Uh, so it started at 11:30. So that means it went till 1 in the morning. Uh, and at 11:45, Monty Python. But yeah, it was originally called Saturday Night. It was that's why they say live from New York. It's Saturday night. They've always said that. It's not because that was the real name of the show. Oh boy, this is back when Sonny and Cher were still on the air. And Here Come the Brides was I'd never heard of the show before we lived in near Seattle. That was a show that they loved to air that because it took place in Seattle in the 1800s. Um, the Bobby Sherman. At least they had the Munsters every morning before school. Mighty Hercules. Oh, and this is a great show here. J.P. Patches. He was the local kid show host. He was a clown. Um, he retired a few years later, but at least I got to see a year because we lived there for a year. I got to see J.P. Patches, and that he really was good. You can see J.P. Patches episodes on YouTube.
There's a figure right here of him.
Yeah, yeah, I got that from you. I don't know how you wound up down in Arizona, but he was just a local guy in Seattle, and he was really good. Yeah, most kids today have tablets and watch what they want when they want. But yeah, that was really look at all this cool stuff. Yeah, it's just And so the mask that's coming out Monday, that's a prototype, so that's probably will look better, you think, than the one coming out Monday? Slightly better paint job, possibly.
The other one has the one that's coming out has different hair.
Oh, okay.
This hair is
Yeah,
better.
that here is better.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the hair? Just more like a big mess on the other one?
Yeah, I used it as the thumbnail for the video.
Yeah. Oh, is that's not the Batman that goes with the Robin? He's smaller, right?
Look, I got a little chessboard.
Oh yeah.
Michael Cohen gets trolled in real time with hilarious overlays
Man.
during his live stream following Trump's magnificent electoral remarks. Now, instead of him just going along with it, making a joke out of it, which I've been on live stream, people have.
So, I was kind of recounting what you told me, but to talk about how your business has changed
Oh,
after
business
Election Day.
everywhere. Business everywhere. I went out last night and this morning, and lines are long everywhere.
I'm seeing the same thing, especially when at the restaurant last night. So, what
I mean,
describe to
people have hope again. You know that things are going to change.
well, how describe what it was like Wednesday? If what kind of happened?
I mean, everybody that came in was happy about it. Nobody was.
Yeah, the other ones were just at home shaving their heads.
Yeah, they're not.
They're probably not customers of your store. I don't
No,
think.
they don't. They don't buy comics anyway.
Right, right. Well, they'd be horrified by all the masks. Um, how has it been handled over in Portugal? What's that cover? That's almost they fool me with these covers. I know it's a shitty comic, but yeah, it's really a shitty cover too. Who does that art? Just out of
Art
curiosity.
Germ, you bought some of his art.
I like Art Germ. Okay, I just want to hate it because it's new. Is the inside of the comic just shitty? Tell me it's
I don't
shitty.
even. I never even looked. I never even opened it.
You're at a comic store. This is shit. I didn't even open this crap. The cover is this Art Germ guy, whoever the hell he is pretty good. I have to admit. Uh, uh, I want to hate this stuff so much. Uh,
Alyssa
oh, that's
Wong, the writer. So yeah, that's not going to be that good.
it's a
Yeah.
woman. Yeah, I know. You need comics read by guys that fought World War II or at least the Korean War. Otherwise, they all suck. Anyway, how have been people in Portugal or the media handling it? Are they all wringing their hands or
Uh,
what are they doing?
well, there's still a couple of people complaining that the world was going to end, but now we have other stuff to worry about
What?
because
Uh-oh.
there's soccer, and soccer is more important than anything else.
Wow.
Besides, the government of the autonomous region of Madeira is about to fall, so that's what the political commentators are talking about.
Okay, the autonomous region of what?
Madeira. So we
Madeira.
have two. Okay, so Portugal is made up of three territories: the
Okay.
the continental territory, which historically has always been called the metropolis, and then the archipelago of the Azores, which is an autonomous region. It's where Meyer's family comes from,
Okay.
and then the autonomous region of Madeira, which is slightly down to the south. It's made up of one very large island and one smaller island, and it's where soccer player Cristiano Ronaldo comes from. And the current regional government does not have a majority. So if the regional parliament if the regional parliament falls because there's been a vote of no confidence, they might have early elections,
Okay.
which is bad because here politicians don't do funding drives to fund their campaign. The campaign is paid for by the taxpayer.
Okay. So, okay. So, what's the worst possible thing that could happen to your life
In
if
my
that?
life, if that happens,
So,
not much. I mean, it's the autonomous region, so it affects mostly the people in the autonomous region. Me, it doesn't affect so much.
what is that? What's
But
going to happen to them? Worst thing that'll happen to them?
uh, nothing really. People don't really understand that when politicians are not in government, then it doesn't affect their lives. So we need politicians to have access to less money because they are not important. Their
Okay.
existence is not important.
So, what?
About a decade ago, Belgium was without a government for 17 months. Never have the people of Belgium been happier since that time.
Well, okay. So, what was the immediate coverage of Trump being elected in Portugal?
Well, okay, so Hitler won, and Europe is going to die.
Okay. Okay. Um, all right. Have you met anyone that's happy about it?
No.
What do you think will actually, how do you think it will help Portugal, even though people, do you think it will make any difference at all for you guys?
Not as much as it could be. Here's the thing. We want you guys, you know how you guys want to leave NATO? I want you guys out of NATO. NATO is ours. It's going to be our army. It's going to be our defense force. We don't want you to protect Europe. I don't want America to protect Europe. I want Europe to protect Europe.
Okay. Well,
Because
it didn't work out too well during World War II, though. I mean,
well, there's a reason for that. You needed your biggest customers to be able to buy your stuff.
okay.
Here's the thing about American isolationism, though. If the entire world falls to authoritarianism, the United States is left alone, surrounded by the rest of the world.
Okay.
So it's important that both of our territories have good relations. Now, what everybody thinks that because when Trump shows up talking about, I'm going to put 100% tariffs, okay, he's not going to put 100% tariffs on anything. It's the beginning of a negotiation. I understand that because I know that Trump is a businessman. It's just that politicians are not used to thinking like businessmen. To politicians, the relationships between countries are of a more formal type. So are of diplomatic nature. To Trump, the relations between countries are of a commercial nature. So when he shows up saying that he's going to put 100% tariffs on stuff, it's to negotiate. He's not going to put 100% tariffs on anything. It's
Well,
that so
how?
okay, we
Yeah.
make a counter offer, and then we'll work from there till we'll reach a place that we're both happy. But since our politicians don't know how to work like that, they just is going to put 100% tariffs around our goods. No, shut the fuck up, you idiots. Go away. Let real people handle this.
Well, how will it change the automobile industry in the United States and in other countries like Portugal?
Nothing whatsoever. Here's the thing: when it says that it's going to put tariffs on Mercedes, Mercedes are already built in the United States.
Okay.
There.
Is this a model kit? Yeah, I guess it is.
Ooh, cool. Oh, love
I
the
bought it
buttons.
yesterday from somebody.
Is that a replica of the Aurora kit?
It says Polar Lights, so yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's actually a very small kit, the Aurora kit. It's I have one that someone else built from the 60s. So someone brought that in and sold it to you?
Yeah, it's still sealed, so I bought it.
Yeah,
Is that
cool.
already assembled, or do you have to put it together?
You have to
Yeah,
put it
I
together.
think it, yeah, it sounds like it's in pieces.
Yeah, I'm good at painting monsters, but as far as painting paint onto a vehicle, it's better. You know, a monster you can look all effed up, but you know, you have to spray it on, and I'm just when I have to get perfection, I'm not too good at it. So it's better for me to buy vehicles that have been built by other people.
Oh, there's a bunch of guys, especially the ones who collect auto racing miniatures. They complain that some miniatures don't exist. So what do we? So they get one, they remove all the stickers and paint, and create their own,
Oh,
so that you can have a specific model. Like for example, uh, you want the car that Al Unser Sr. used to win the Indianapolis 500 in 1987.
uh-huh.
If there was no model of that, you would buy another existing March 87 C model. You'd remove all the stickers. You'd paint it yellow. You'd put some all set turbo stickers on it and a number 25. You'd paint the helmet like it was Alan Senior's helmet, and now you have an Alan Senior 1988 winner of the Indianapolis 500, even if there wasn't one available commercially. It's going to take you about probably 2 to 4 months, depending on the level of detail that you need to cover.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean they're cool, but you got to get other people to do it for you. You know, I'm just not good at building airplanes or anything like that.
Mm.
Let's see. Let's see. Last Frontier says, Paulo, you're absolutely right. You should run for office in Portugal. You imagine we would know
That's legally impossible
why.
because we don't have the same system as you. We don't have primaries. First of all, here the president does not hold executive power. That's the prime minister's job. But in order to be prime minister, I need to become leader of an existing political party. In order
Oh,
to do that, I would have to join a political party, and I would have to spend at least 2 decades sucking up to everybody else who's been there longer.
oh,
I
okay.
can't just arrive and get people to like me. This is a mafia family. You don't get to be capo di tutti capi when you arrive.
See, I thought you were going to say it's impossible because I'm a felon.
No,
I'm
it's
actually
impossible
in a
because
jail
I'm not.
cell right now. You imagine
No,
just sitting
you
in a
can't.
jail cell the
No,
whole time.
let me tell you something that's great. The mayor. So there's a city in the Lisbon metropolitan area called Oeiras. The mayor, the mayor of Oeiras, uh, was was imprisoned for being corrupt, for things he did as mayor. When he got out of jail, they elected him again. Yeah, this is this is great.
Well, oh my gosh, it looks cold and wet out there. What's the weather like in Portugal?
Well, we've had some nice days. Today's a bit colder, but it may get hotter in the coming days. So there's this weather phenomenon in Southern Europe, which is called Saint Martin's summer, which usually happens around late October, early November.
Yeah.
uh, and it's based on the legend of a Catholic saint who gave his cloak to a beggar in a rainy day on November 11th, and then it stopped raining, the clouds parted, and the sun started to shine because of it.
Oh, I don't want to take my phone out because it's really raining. So if you could talk for about 30 seconds or entertain one of you two, because I'm gonna
Yeah.
go get the mail. I just don't
Hmm.
want my phone to get wet.
Yeah. Actually, let me just look it up to find out. I used to know more about the legend of Saint Martin. Okay, so the legend of Saint Martin. Saint Martin's Day. There it is. Okay. The feast is, yeah, Saint Martin. The feast day of Saint Martin of Tours In the Middle Ages and early modern period, it was an important festival in many parts of Europe, particularly Germanic-speaking regions, which is kind of funny because the phenomenon is in Southern Europe, not Northern Europe. Martin of Tours was a Roman soldier who was baptized as an adult and became a bishop in Gaul. He's best known for the tale whereby he cut his cloak in half with his sword to give half to a beggar who was dressed only in rags in the depth of winter. That night, Martin had a vision of Jesus Christ wearing the half cloak. Of course, there are a few changes to how the legend is told. Like on some, he didn't cut just half his cloak, and he was going to cut it, but then he gave the cloak in one piece to the beggar, and that's what made the the clouds part, as if because it was supposed that God was making it shine for this act of mercy.
Oh gosh. I guess I'll take my Trump sign down now that I've caused him to be elected. I don't want it to get sun faded.
My DC Comics just arrived at the FedEx location, but I can't go get them.
Oh, how far away is that?
I'm not sure.
Don't you have a helper that comes in that could maybe drive go get them?
No, they won't let me. And they don't deliver on. They don't deliver to businesses on Saturday.
Oh, they won't let you actually go there and pick them up, huh?
Yeah.
That's okay. Well, this is the side that was displayed. I guess these things don't fade. They have used some special dye, although the sun wasn't hitting it directly. Where should I put this? No, I should use it for home decor.
Think I should open this model to make sure it's in there?
Is it sealed? Like with?
Yeah, but now that I'm looking at this tape, it doesn't look like it's factory tape.
Yeah, I'd open. Yeah, maybe you should. What is?
Just looks like packing tape.
Yeah, I mean, gee, I think anyone that gets that would probably want to. I don't think I put this clock over here in a place where there's enough light for it to talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna open it. Who knows what's inside there?
Yeah.
All right. So Last Frontier was asking if I ever been to Fatima. I have not. That thing is a tourist trap. No, Fatima is a village in Portugal where supposedly three young shepherds saw the Virgin Mary
Right.
appearing to them. There was
It's
a
already built.
phenomenon.
Oh, it's already built.
Ah,
Well, is it this? Oh, wow.
They messed up right here.
Where?
oh,
Oh, shit! They
oh
did. What
yeah.
about? What about? That's what I would have. On the
Still
other
better
side,
than I
does it
can
look
do.
better?
Yeah, this side looks better.
Oh man, what are you selling that thing for? I might want to get it.
I paid $10 for it. Look, it has the.
Oh yeah. I don't know if this is the Aurora kit. Let me go in the other room and see if that matches my Aurora kit, because I don't remember the Aurora kit being that detailed. Well,
I think these red stripes are decals, and he messed up on them.
yeah, yeah. It doesn't. Does it have
Just
the
the back.
Batman and Robin figures in it?
Here's the back part.
They've got the best prices,
Uh,
and they're great people, and they're
well, give me a sense of scale. Could you put that up against something like a comic book or something I know the size of?
That looks like it's 118.
Oh, here's the Here's is that the hood ornament or something?
Uh, what is? Oh, I
That's
think
the
that no, it goes
fin.
on the top.
Oh,
That's
it
the
goes on the
fin.
back right here.
No, it goes
Oh,
up
I
on
see.
the
It goes right
that
there.
middle part right there. Yeah.
I see it's missing it right there.
Does it? Did it
Is it
break
It's
broken?
off
No?
or something?
it's just the glue. I can glue that.
Oh, Bronco's here.
Let's see what else is in here. Oh, here's another piece. Oh, here's more. Oh, there's new decals in here.
Okay, yeah.
I was never good at these water slide decals.
Oh
Yeah,
boy.
I hate those, but the ones where stickers they eventually get unglued and you have to put them on their place.
Yeah, here's the that goes in the center too, right? Yeah. Little light. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna leave it how it is, and I'm gonna glue this back on and that, and I'm done.
Yeah, this. Let me pull mine out here, and I'll take it to the other room here. See mine. Look at my decal. Hey, hold on. I'll show you mine. I don't know if this is the same as what you've got, but I think yours might be an upgrade. Yeah, I don't know. Mine has a Batman and Robin though in it that should be in it. I think.
Let me read the instructions. Oh, just ripped them. All right, he put the date that he started the kit. He started it June 21st, 2013, and he never finished it. See, there's a line right there.
Interesting.
I get to write in there when I finish it.
Well, are you thinking of keeping it? I mean, don't let me pressure you.
I'm gonna take full credit for building this.
Where's a place
I
with
don't,
light in here?
I don't see I don't see Batman and Robin in this kit.
This may be a different kit. I don't know. Here, let me. Oh, let me dust mine off. I just discovered the feather brush. Ugh. I should pull all the Batmobiles out and dust them. This should be something I do to be productive today. Um,
Uh oh.
this is see, this one's a tiny kit because see, here's my hand next to it. But this is the Aurora kit, and
Wait, go back.
well, oh, like the size of my hand. It's my hand is bigger than the thing. Can you put your hand on top of that kit that you showed?
It goes from the tip of my finger to past my wrist.
Um, well, I've got a long index finger. It just I don't know. I guess it depends on the size of your hand. I got big hands. I'm just trying to
There's
dust
a,
this thing.
there's a tape dispenser next to it.
Oh, let me see. Okay. Yeah, it might be the same kit. Let's take a look here.
There's a comic book next to it.
Oh, okay, wait. Whoop. Okay. I have that same Svengoolie comic. Let me put it next to it.
You can put anything. It's a regular size comic.
Okay, yeah. Here it is.
Hey, where'd that little light go? Oh, there it is.
Okay, let me see it next to Svengoolie again. Yeah, you know what? I think that what they've done. Well, hold on. I think that yeah, yours is bigger because look, it's maybe they retooled it like when Polar Lights did a new Hulk kit, they made it larger than the original. Because look, next to my Svengoolie comic, it only comes up to the top of the test tube. Yours went down to the Svengoolie word, I think. Is that correct? So I think mine's a little smaller. So if you
Yeah, you
decide
could
to,
tell this one's way bigger.
yeah, well, mine, the guy that did the decals was this was definitely a one from the '60s that someone built, and the decals are barely hanging on, and they're put on very caveman style. But it has a decal that goes on the hood that isn't TV show accurate, and it's got Robin and Batman in it, and and I don't, and it doesn't have I don't the hood or the back trunk does not open on this. I don't think they ever did.
Oh, I'll be back. My phone's shutting off.
Okay. And underneath it says, I don't know. But see, the decal's just hanging off there. Yeah, it's a different kit. Um, it's pretty delicate. But this is the Aurora kit. Um, so yeah, I would like to get the one he's got and just add it to my little lineup of Batmobiles here. Oh, the cat was in here, man. I left the door open. Cat's exploring in here. I don't think it's not a cat that would piss on stuff though. Okay, just exploring a place he was never allowed to go to before. Um, so that's the corgi one. This is some plastic thing, and this is the. I think that was put up by Mego, and this is the Funko Pop one. That's I believe, yeah, or yeah, and that's a more deluxe one, and then you got the 40s and the 50s. This was a model. Actually, that's the Funko Pop one with the Dick Sprang style Batman, and then that's a older style. Yeah. Oh, and I got a couple down here too. Oh boy. Oh my God. Yeah, he has a different kit. Hybrid 88. Gratu's Batmobile is smaller and older for sure, from what I can see. Yeah, mine is different sculpts, and Polar Lights normally reissues Aurora kits, but I think they realized the original Aurora kit is maybe a little underwhelming to people today, and they decided to redo it because they would probably have some upset people if they just reissued the original one. But it was cool to kids back in the 60s, and I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying it's probably not what people are wanting to deal with today. You know, I was complaining about not having hooks for Christmas ornaments, and I remember you can just take a paper clip and bend it into a Christmas tree hook. So the question is, I think there's paper clips. I think they're on the elevator actually. I think there's. Then I can continue decorating the Christmas tree. Do you guys put up a Christmas tree? Do you put one up in your place, Paulo?
Of course.
Is there a what's the status of your place? You were having trouble. You said it was overwhelmingly crowded, and so you were staying somewhere else for a while. Is that the
No,
story?
no, no. That's not it. If I don't find a job soon, I may have to move back in with my parents and rent out my place.
Oh no!
The thing is, if I rent out my place, I can make enough money not to have to work. The
Oh
housing market is like that.
yeah, but then you've got a curfew and everything, and you're back 16 years old again. I mean
Well, I don't have a
yeah,
curfew. It's just
you
that my
can
parents.
not work, but then you're going to be like the stereotype of comic book people.
Well, but my parents are in their 70s. My mom has some issues moving about,
Okay.
so they could use the help.
Oh, okay. Well, then that makes sense. Do you think the rebound of the economy here, does it affect you guys? You're gonna say no, I'm sure. But
In some instances, yes. The housing market, I'm not so sure.
did you have a better time during the time economically during the time that Trump was president the first time? Has it
Mm,
gotten worse over the last 4 years?
it has, but it has because of the the corporate prices reaction to COVID and the war in the Ukraine affected the prices of common goods, and then there's always every time somebody farts in the Middle East, the price of gas goes up.
But Putin invading
Mhm.
was because a weak person came in. He didn't do it when, so that is a Trump related thing. That happened because the Biden administration came in,
Mhm.
and the release of COVID was done because they didn't like Trump and they wanted to have a way to fake an election. I
Well,
mean,
the
and
COVID
also
was
to
released in
exterminate population.
COVID was released in Europe first. So so it's not because of Trump. They were going to release it on Europe for the an Italian guy showed up in about what was it? Late January, early February, and he was sick because there's always the danger of respiratory diseases coming from East Asia. Whenever there's a new bird flu, it comes from there.
Well, maybe
Um,
it was meant to spread worldwide to affect Trump and his
no, I think
economy.
it was meant to affect Europe only. The fact that it spread to America was coincidental
Why did they want to do that to Europe?
because the Chinese are the ones that have been buying up all the houses.
Well, what if it was the American government in conjunction with the Chinese? Because I mean, Dr. Fauci was funding all of that. I mean, what if it was actually uh, because the Chinese government wanted Biden in because he was bought and paid for. But why couldn't the evil people conspire with China to get rid of Trump? And
It's
they
not
know
direct.
if they release it in Wuhan, yeah, it may go to Europe first, but they know it's going to go everywhere because people get on airplanes. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't.
but the previous bird flus were all you always had a higher danger of catching them in Europe than in the United States. All previous bird flus. So this one was just another disease coming from Asia to Europe. Uh,
Yeah, Scott. Yes, Goliath and the Vampires is good. Yes, but a movie that you need to see that most people don't know of that's fantastic in that genre is called Sword and the Dragon. It's a Russian movie and it's based on Russian mythology, and it's the closest I've ever seen a movie to being like the way a Kirby Thor comic kind of read. It's just a great movie, Sword and the Dragon, and you can see bootleg versions on YouTube of Sword and the Dragon that I think there's several different people that have it up. One maybe looks better than the other, but I wonder if I have that on DVD. I must. Yeah, but Sword and the Dragon, I've got a one sheet to that. I used to have it up, but I don't have it up now. But yeah, some of those movies are better than others. There was a whole wave of those Hercules type movies. Hercules in the Haunted World was good, where he goes to Hades. But yeah, I don't know what yeah, all of that. How I think I just know that that was. I think that's partly what Putin was after is getting rid of the bio weapons labs, because he's already
no, no.
knocked out
Putin,
9 of them.
Putin was always going to invade. That was the plan. That was the plan since 2008.
Yeah. Well, but he didn't do it while Trump was president. In
No,
fact, apparently Trump says he had talks
but
with
he
him
did it while
about it. He said,
Obama.
"Don't do it."
But he had already done it while Obama was president.
Yeah, because
This is the
he's a
sec.
pussy too.
this is the second invasion of Ukraine. The first one was in 2014 when they conquered Crimea.
Yeah. Well,
That was always the plan.
when you've got a strong leader in, they don't do it. It's just like when the substitute the kids don't dance on top of the desk when the regular teacher's there, but when the substitute teacher's there, they just say, "Oh, our teacher normally lets us do this," you know, and that's what happens. You get a pussy in, and then there's all this shit happens, and now they're all like, "Oh yeah, let's make peace now." Or, every war is about to come to an end, and he's not even president yet. Everybody's backing up to him now. So I don't know. I don't know. I think things will affect you indirectly through the fact that the wars will stop, and that will, I mean, shoot, I don't know, man. But uh, oh, here's my tape dispenser. I just realized that. Um, what happened? Oh, Kevin said his phone died. That's what it
Yep,
was. Well, I shouldn't have. This is not a good layout. Hold on a second. That's not a.
that's okay. You were showing stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. It just seems very egotistical. Let's make him tiny. Uh, you got any cool stuff, new stuff that you can show?
No, I was rereading DN Agents.
Yeah, I always thought it was DNA agents, but it's DN agents.
Yeah, it's DN Agents. Yeah.
Does anyone know? Is that confirmed from the creator of the comic how to pronounce? I guess DNA. It makes sense, but I read it as DNA agents. I've always.
Yeah, this thing because it's in a smaller format, it's all black and white.
Get prepared now. Hopefully we mitigate this. Hopefully.
Okay, COVID had nothing to do with Trump. It escaped the lab, and China took advantage of it. Taiwan warned the world about it, and who ignored it? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know that Fauci was somehow behind it. That guy, total criminal. But yeah, it sure worked out that helped them really cheat back in 2000. Oh my gosh, what is this box and why is it out? Um, do you read much 1960s Thor comics?
Uh, I probably should. I guess I should buy. If I had money, I should concentrate on getting more epic collections
Yeah.
because then I have all the comics in one sitting.
Yeah, the only problem. Yeah, there's something
Look,
about the original
here's the thing.
comics, though.
Those comics came out 60 years ago. They are not easy to find and they are not cheap to buy. An epic collection, I have all of them for $40. I have 20 Thor comics for $40.
Well, that makes sense over there. I mean, back in the late '70s, when I was buying these early '80s, late '70s, they were a lot cheaper to get than the ones that were expensive. Amazing Spider-Man was always expensive, so I just figured I'll be happy with the Marvel Tales comics. I shouldn't have had that attitude. I should have invested in them, but I could afford Thor for the most part and '60s Fantastic Four comics, but
Like
yeah.
I also bought Bucky when I also bought Bucky O'Hare in this format. And this is better to read this. I mean, I have all of Bucky O'Hare. Am I supposed to go hunting for back issues of a continuity comics anthology called Echo of Future Past? No, here's Bucky O'Hare.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, especially over in Europe.
Yeah, but even in America, I mean, you're trying to if you're trying to teach people younger readers which comics of the past are good, and you're going to give them some recommendations, you're not going to tell them, okay, so you have to hunt down for this list of comics,
Right, of
and
course.
this one is going to cost $40, and this one's going to cost 20. No, 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 no.
Right,
Here, Bucky O'Hare, read it,
right,
especially because we have to tell them that they are supposed to read them, not slap them.
right. Absolutely. Well, the thing about these books back then is, well, it's the Return of Zarko. That's almost like Zork. You know, the thing about these is that you is the ads. Everything was so the part of it is the excitement of that time period and the way that the Marvel comics were being marketed. And you get a little of that when you get, those collected editions. Oh man, I had these folded over Captain Strange lifestyle. I didn't need to pull it off.
Uh,
See, hold
yeah.
on.
But here's the thing: it's exciting for you because you remember being there. It's not exciting for younger readers because they don't remember living in the 1960s and 70s.
Well, I wasn't there in the '60s at all.
Yeah,
This is so,
yeah. But, but here's the
what's
thing. Yeah,
exciting
I,
is thinking
I,
about being a kid. Then
sh-
it's does that make sense? Because it's like a 1940s comic is cool, and the kids that read the 1940s comics are pretty much all gone.
yeah.
Unless they're really.
Yeah,
Uh,
the thing about Golden Age comics is most of them you can't collect them, unless you're nuts like the Guadana Land guy who wants to do collections of those. Uh,
oh, he doesn't collect them. He gets scans off the internet from people that put them up. Um, well, the people I know that collect them, that I know through YouTube. I mean, some are extremely rich. It seems like they've got owned some business, like that guy. What is his name in Canada? Comic collector geek, or it's someone like Night Tiger or Jerry the Jitterbug. That's more of a regular person that someone just put on Instagram. Complete idiots on one of my posts. Hopefully it's about the other side. Um, anyway, it's like they managed to collect Golden Age, and I guess inexpensively. I got this comic for $40. You think, well, $40, that's not much
yeah,
for a comic that's 80 years old. But then you
yeah,
realize if I get two or three $40 comics a week, man, I'm I'm
yeah,
out on the street
yeah. So,
divorced.
but what he does, he goes looking for the for the standard Netors or for the Crestwood publications or for the Lev Gleasons or the Fox comics because the most of the Atlas and DCs and Fawcett's and they're a lot more expensive.
Right. They're after you're right. They're going after the more obscure comics that most
So
collectors
yeah,
have
so
traditionally
you
not
you
wanted.
you have to know that something called Lev Gleason existed in order to go after those.
Yeah, right. Um, that's true. The Fawcett comics, I think, it seems like they're surprisingly inexpensive. Now you can solve tough math problems like this, but let's see, this may be too early to have the full experience of the Marvel, uh, the flying saucer that was this, but they
Yeah,
really
they
marketed the
still.
heck out of it to make you feel like you were cool because you were buying these books.
Sure.
And
Sure, yeah, sure. I get that. The when Stan came up with the editorials and the letter sections, it was a different way of selling the comics because you're not selling a comic, you're selling the experience of buying this brand, which was at the time was unheard of.
ooh, this is interesting. It's Larry Lieber art. This is a backup story.
Yeah,
It's Larry Lieber art with Matt Fox inking. It's very unique. It's not like you would normally see. And see, when you
sure.
get those collections of all the Thor story, another
Yeah,
ad.
right.
You don't get these backup stories because
No,
this was an
no. This is
anthology.
that's before Tales of Asgard, right? That's issue what?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is pretty early. This is issue 101.
Oh, then it should have. Doesn't it have Tales of Asgard? Oh no, wait,
Uh,
no. Tales of Asgard starts in
oh,
104, I
yeah, it
think.
does too. I'm
Oh
sorry.
yeah,
It's
there's
right
still
here
one.
in the
Yeah,
back.
there's one. Yeah.
Yeah. The Boyhood of Thor, Jack Kirby, inked by G. Bell. Yeah, these are great. I think there's a book that collects all the tales of Asgard. I probably have it. There has to be. Someone must have collected all the tales of Asgard.
No, there was the 68 one shot and the 84 one
I have
shot.
that.
Those have specific storylines, but nobody did a paperback of just the Tales of Asgard. The epic
Never?
collections, yeah, the epic collections usually have the Tales of Asgard with the Thor stories.
Oh, it's all together. Okay,
Yeah,
all
yeah,
right. But that middle story, the one,
sure. It's probably one of the last ones.
yeah. Yeah,
Actually,
well, I don't even see a bullpen page in this one. This is kind of early in the.
let me check. I have that around here somewhere. Okay, so where's
Well, yeah, I understand. Yeah, you just, yeah, it would be like insane for a kid today to start trying to collect these.
sure.
They're all slabbed, and it's just, yeah, the fun has been taken away from the whole hobby. Um, there's 102. Oh, someone's trying to come in. I didn't even see it there. Oh, Meyer. How long you been waiting, Meyer?
Hey, man.
Just like a minute. What's up, guys?
Oh, okay. 104. I've got a pretty good run of these 60s Thor comics. I mean, I don't have all of them or anything. This one, man, it looks like I got this one somewhat recently at Duncanville Books. It's got a $55 price tag, but I think I probably got this on a half price sale that they have sometimes. Um,
Yeah, the last Journey into Mystery to have a non-feature stories is 104.
okay. Let's see what people. Oh, I missed a bunch of comments. Library 88 says, is Library 88? What is there's? I'm trying to remember who. He's in another country, isn't he? Yeah, Epic collections are great. Especially, is he the guy in England? Especially if you don't have access to old comics. P.S. Echo of Future Past is never around when you look for it, but I used to always see it. Once someone actually appears on the show and I have a face with them, then it's easier to remember who they are. I know Library 88 is always on, but like when Ship Creek Napalm actually appeared, like last week or whatever, now he's a human being. It's not that you guys in the chat aren't human beings. I need to shut up. Library, but I just need to see a face. Kevin only showed his face once, but he's a human to me. Library 88. The rest of you are just filthy communist infidels. Library 88. P.S. We need to pull together a care package of old comics for Paulo, since old U.S. comics are like hen's teeth over there. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you appreciate that. Library
yeah.
88. Yeah.
Most American comics before 1988 have to be specifically imported.
Hmm.
So there's not a market for it. You have to bring the comics over first.
Is there someone that's a major collector over there, or even you just heard tell of him or something?
No, not like that. If people are interested in American Silver Age, they go for whatever collections are available. You don't see, and they would mostly be fans of the superheroes. So, for example,
Okay.
there are no collections of House of Mystery, or the Unexpected, or the Forbidden Mansion. So, if somebody wants those, they would have to go look for the comics online and buy them. You can buy them online. It's, most of them, but
I
they're
I
going to be expensive because of it.
I think House of Mystery and Unexpected were reprinted in those phone book style books, the ones that have
Mhm.
the newsprint paper and the black and white
Yeah,
art. I think you
I
can
think so.
probably
Showcase.
get
Yeah,
them that way.
Showcase
Um,
printouts.
okay, I didn't read this. Yeah, you can find old affordable reader copies in North America. Okay, Library 88 must be in North America, but you got to be looking and hunting 24/7, which I kind of am doing. Holy crap, Matt Fox Inks noted. Thanks for sharing that detail. Love it. Last Frontier Comics says Fawcett's and Lev Gleason's are cheap because they had really high print runs at the time, the same as Dell's. EC also has print runs, but a lot were destroyed.
Hmm.
And that Angel comic that we saw the other day that Kevin just had there, I looked that up on mycomicshop.com, and all the issues, they have just all of them for $2.50. They're like
Right.
yeah.
basically worthless, but they're beautiful. And then I looked
Hmm.
it up on eBay, or something, or Google or something, and they had dolls marketed of Angel that looked just like the character, and
Really?
and
That's
and I
cool.
think there was a daily newspaper strip, so it was like a big push to do a female Dennis the Menace, and yeah, there's all these dolls. It's
Oh,
so
I'd like to see what the dolls look like. That and see
yeah,
what the
just
availability is.
type into your computer or phone.
Yeah, I'll
I
check
just
it out.
typed in Angel and the name of the art because I was looking up the artist to find out about him. And okay, here we're up to about the time some of these stories were turned into. Uh, a lot of these stories were the ones that were turned into cartoons in 1966 in the Marvel superheroes. And here they have also featuring Tales of Asgard in there. You're saying Tales of Asgard ended with a certain issue, or someone was saying that?
Tales of Asgard ended around 140 something.
140. Okay. There's 108. Got Doctor Strange in there appearing in the story. Oh, I remember it was something like I have like every other issue. Like I have 108, then here's 110. There's, I don't know. Here's
The last
111.
Yeah, last one is 145. Then they're in an Inhumans series of Inhumans short stories, starting in
Oh.
146. That lasted until 154, I think.
Okay, the episode of Alex Jones just ended. So there's so many things I need to record. Oh, let me go to David Nino's channel. He interviewed. I think he has an interview with 107 up. Um, let's see. Up. Come, where the hell is he? Like my wife puts all the little icons for Rumble in certain place. Rumble for Roku in certain then Roku will do some reconfiguring where everything's moved around and it messes up her order. Okay. Anyway, so what's up, Meyer? What are you up to?
Just been working all morning. Just been listening to you guys and unpacking stuff and doing the same thing I've been doing.
Yeah.
I just looked over here and saw a stack of chick pamphlets over here.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I've just
cool.
been working. I mean, I could get up and move around and show you guys everything that I've been doing, but it's just unpacking toys and stuff. So it's easiest for me. I'll just grab what's within reach that's new that I haven't showed yet here recently that has been unpacked. So it's a stack of chick pamphlets. This one says, "Have you been brainwashed?"
I've never had that one.
By Dwayne T. Gish, PhD.
The first one looks like Zira.
This one, it has a price tag on the back. I don't know where I got this. I didn't buy it
Is
or
that a
anything.
Jack Chick or some other company? It looks a little
I don't know.
different.
It says Foothill Scripture House, 25 cents.
Yeah, I
It's
think
not
that's
Jack Chick.
yeah, that
It says the Bible League.
Jack Chick usually has a black border, and they definitely have a black kind of design on the
Interesting.
back
So
cover.
this is not Chick. See, look,
Yeah,
here's a Chick
yeah.
pamphlet.
There's always black in the
It's
design.
even it's just about the exact same size. A little
Yeah.
bit bigger. It's a little bit bigger actually. So here's the Chick publication, Angels. Look at this one.
he's he's pissed. He says, "I will restate. I am a Canadian. I keep forgetting, but I live in New York City. Up visiting Vancouver, BC right now. Yeah, I don't
Okay.
consider Canada North America. I guess I knew he was from some weird foreign country. It's
Yeah.
Canada. Now
What
we
do you mean
know.
foreign countries? The 51st state.
Yeah. So yeah, I hear that Canada's about to get a lot of new people from here that are going to move up there to
Oh
avoid
yeah,
this
all
evil
the actors, right?
tyranny. Yeah,
I
the
hope so.
choice. I've never seen that one. That looks pretty
Yeah,
good. That
I don't know what it is. Let's
there's
see what
different
it's about.
artists in these Jack Chick tracks, and I think that one is that's actually Jack Chick himself, the artist. Then some of them have more realistic art, but
He's at
he's the guy.
Hometown Buffet. This is Jack Chick right here.
Well, that's his art style. He's the guy that did the classic ones, like Somebody Goofed and This Is Your Life, and
Okay.
he has the more cartoony style. And then there's another guy that's more, you know, it's like Jack Chick is more like, say, C.C. Beck, and the other guy's more like a Neil Adams, like, making it look real instead of
Yeah.
cartoon. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, this must be another chick. See, look.
Yeah, that's his art. Yeah, he's the cartoony guy.
Yeah, for
I,
sure. Look,
yeah, those
the other
things
ones
are
are
so was
definitely
really
more
scared me
realistic.
as a kid. They really it's just
I
it's
like this one. The look of this one was
that's
this.
one of the classic ones. That's
I
one
like
of
the
the
look of this one. Yeah.
yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, that's where they always depict when you yeah, the guy he goes and his life is put on a drive-in. It's like a drive-in movie screen that you're seeing your life replayed. Yeah, he has a very interesting art style. Yeah, I've always liked his style. There was a kid in third grade that his church gave those out, I guess, in the lobby, and he'd bring them to school and sell them to us because we had no way to get them. It's probably the way the Tijuana Bibles were distributed in schoolyards in the 1930s. Some kid got hold of them and started being like the dealer. But he would sell them to us. Yeah, see, it's just like they're looking at a drive-in movie screen. Um, but there were a few he said, I can't sell this to you. It's too scary. Yeah, I remember that panel there because the guy's looking at a girl, and that's it's like, man, you can't look at a girl. But you're not supposed to look with lust in your heart, so that's where he's messing up. And then it shows all the things he did there. He's just like, oh, I did all these things. Uh,
That
shoot,
was
man.
great.
Yeah, I got a big stack of them somewhere. I just found a couple in the basement. That crazy guy. That's a different. That's the other guy. There's several artists, but that's the guy with a more realistic style, and you can
Yeah, it
tell
kind
that
of
was
looks like
done.
Dave Berg. Looks a little bit like
Yeah,
Dave Berg.
yeah, yeah. This guy, this one's late '70s. It's probably that title comes from the Steve Martin routine on Saturday Night
Mhm.
Live. Um,
So a lot of these came from this mail clerk that we used to have. So there used to be this mail clerk at Fort Bragg that we had that
yeah,
at in the beginning was one of my roommates. So in the beginning, we had these three-man rooms, and I was put in with these other two new guys. This was before like the first month before I got completely set up in my platoon, and then they moved me in with my platoon. But
yeah,
before then, one of my roommates was the mail clerk, and this mail clerk was this guy who was like evangelical Christian or something, and he used to slip uh, chick tracks like these into people's mailboxes if they didn't get mail that day. Because this guy's whole job was just like it was like a little cubicle that was behind these mailboxes at the orderly room. So and there's like
yeah,
probably 200 guys, and everybody had their own mailbox with their own key, and they were like made of metal. And this guy sat behind, had a little half door, and he had your package. If you got a package, you leave a slip. Well, he would put chick tracks into everybody's boxes if you didn't get mail that day. And so a lot of these, that's where these are from. I saved them, which I thought was kind of
yeah.
a funny thing, but nobody even cared. No one ever said anything. No one complained. We all kind of got a kick out of it.
He was probably letting them know, I didn't just forget you today. You just didn't that way. You're not thinking,
Yeah.
oh man, the guy left me.
He
He's
was
saying, I
doing
am
it out of
doing my job.
niceness. Yeah.
Yeah,
He
I'm
was
doing
doing it
my
out of,
job.
it was all nice. Yeah.
You get this little entertaining book that will scare the heck out of you, but possibly save you. But
Yeah. Look at this, the
I
little goat.
yeah, that must be an anti-Halloween one. The one that's so horrible is about the little kid that's just abandoned on the street and he dies at the end and goes to heaven. I forget what, I think that one doesn't even have any words.
It's
I don't
not your
know what that
fault.
one's about. That must be a scary
Oh,
one.
his parents are fighting. This is a divorce one.
Oh,
It looks like it's about divorce. This one
Library
looks
Gate
really
says, ha.
scary, uninvited.
Oh my gosh. It must be talking about space aliens as demons, or maybe. Says the Canadian Northern State, America's hat. P.S. Also finding Chick tracks on the New York subway, so they're still getting distributed. Yeah, Jack Chick's gone, but his company lives on. I'm signed out of David Nino's channel, so I've got to. Let me get my. I have the password written down. One of my wife's friends must have signed in, and whenever that happens, it gets us kicked off of our own thing. Uh, Let me see
This is
here.
kind of a cool little zine that I bought from some guy at Golden Gate Park, the artist.
Uh-huh.
It says facsimile number 3, and I don't. Hopefully it won't. It looks like it's somebody named Sean Eisenbach, and it
Okay.
was $5. It's kind of nicely put together. I mean, even though look, it's very simple zine, but it's nicely put together with the way that he has the edges softened and everything. It's kind of a neat little zine. But it's just a sketchbook, and some of it's kind of fun. I mean, it's just a weirdo San Francisco sketchbook, but some of it's kind of cool. Some of it might be completely inappropriate. I like how he goes all the way to the borders on all this stuff, or a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
I probably had some sort of demon inside of him or something, or he was addicted to some sort of drugs. I don't know, but probably not. Sean Eisenbach, great artist. Looks really cool. I liked it. I remember buying that from him. It's cool. How about this little tub? Look at these little tubs I got recently. Because I've been unboxing all of these cardboard boxes, I bought these Rubbermaid containers so I can separate everything and organize everything. And so this
Yeah.
container is just nothing but art toys. You guys want to look at these art toys?
Sure. What's an art toy?
There are these little
Oh,
vinyl toys that were made in small print runs or limited numbers by
oh,
artists. They're like, what would you call this? They call them art toy. It's like an
yeah.
artsy version of toy collecting. All
That's a
right. So
really cool one. I have to
isn't
say, I
this a
like
cool
that.
little robot? He's articulated. He's made of like a soft safubi. Most of them are made of Japanese style vinyl. We'll look at them.
I wonder how
There's
they
some
have them
odd ones
made. Do
that are
they
pretty
come up with a
cool.
design and get it made in
Yeah.
another country and shipped to them?
Yes. And sometimes here in the States, this is how Super 7 came to being. So all of these art
Oh,
toys I'm showing you came from San Francisco, from my 15 years of living in San Francisco. From most of them came from the Haight-Ashbury district, where there used to be kind of this little toy triangle where there were 3 different toy shops all within one block of each other that were all competing, and one of them was Super 7. And then Super 7 kind
oh,
of blew up and became this big company. But at the beginning, they were just showcasing local artists who would have their art made into 3D toys, is essentially what we're talking about here.
right.
And some of them are really cool. Look at this weird little octopus looking goth girl.
Oh, wow. What do these things cost?
Just ranges. It depends. Most of them are about $5 or $10 each.
Oh, okay. Do they just come like that, or do they have packaging?
Yeah, they came in little boxes, little bags, all different types of packaging. Usually, real artistic little boxes with art. Here's one that was Futurama. Look.
Oh, cool. But it's not authorized.
Yeah, yeah. This is actually from. It's authorized by Matt Groening, and it's from this store, this company that used to be in San Francisco. I kind of think they might have gone out of business, called Kid Robot. And I used to go there to this store, Kid Robot, about, I don't know, once a month, and just buy whatever they had that was new that looked cool.
Yeah.
It was a store that was kind of like a art boutique where they're selling prints and some fashion, like t-shirts and hats and hoodies, and then toys also at the same time. And it's kind of like a, kind of artsy. This is a
Yeah.
cool little Frankenstein.
Yeah. Damn, man. Shit.
Here's a cool little King Kong.
And these are just like hippies on the sidewalk selling this, or the little boutiques?
No,
Or
no, it's like an upscale boutique where these are
oh,
sold.
you said
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like artsy fartsy. These are like setting on glass shelves, you know, in like kind of limited numbers or something. And right next to these will be a rack of hoodies or flat brimmed baseball caps. This was when these were coming out like 10 or 15 years ago. Most of these are about 10 or 15 years old. This was almost tied into the hip hop community. This was like graffiti artists were making these things. These are like 3D interpretations of artists that were in Juxtaposed magazine, that type of
Okay.
thing.
Yeah, sure.
See, look, these ones, this line is even shaped like little graffiti spray paints. It even
Oh,
shakes when you shake it on purpose to make it like a spray paint canister. But it's cool. It's a little astronaut, like 2001 astronaut. But his helmet is a spray paint thing.
oh, wow.
Here's a really cool one that kind of looks like Frankenstein. His name is, I like how his name is Wilhelm. It says Wilhelm on the back.
Yeah.
He's got snake tattoos in the back of his arms.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we've learned them a lot of different ways, and there's people that were smart enough to, you know, not want.
Library 88 says that King Kong is by artist James Jarvis.
Oh, thank you, Library 88. Thank you.
Man, he's pretty knowledgeable.
Very knowledgeable. Here's some sort of little hip hop frog in a basketball outfit. It says chumps on it.
That's cool.
Is he showing his ass crack?
There was about 20 million.
Was it showing his ass crack? I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Look. Yeah, the detail. These are really cool. I mean, this is like a. This was a thing. Maybe it still is. I mean, I don't know, but it was a thing at the time that I was buying these.
Oh, wow.
This weird little acid dropping bunny rabbit.
It almost looks like a Pikachu.
Yeah.
It does look like a Pikachu. You're right.
Pikachu on drugs.
It's got the electrical. Yeah, it is. It's Pikachu on drugs. Look at the power symbol on his butt right there.
Yeah, you're supposed to turn it on.
It says Kronk on the back or on the bottom. And then he has this little translucent hard plastic tongue that's stuck there.
Oh, I thought that he was drooling or vomiting.
Yeah, I think it is drool. It's not a tongue. It is drool. It's clear blue, so it's drool. Yeah.
He says, yeah, the king of the graffiti writers turned artist is Cause. He's the new Andy Warhol. His studio is like factory. He owns a lot of original Wolverton arts. Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I know there's a major collector that was a friend of mine named Glenn Bray that has a lot of Basil Wolverton art. And I never met him, but my friend talked about him a lot.
What comes around goes around.
There's some weird little voodoo teddy bear or with a skull face kind of, and then he's got like a needle on the back of his head. I think it comes out. It does. Yeah, this needle comes out.
Yeah, it's a slow trip.
Oh, wow.
Somewhere.
Weird.
But at the end of the day.
Weird. But yeah, that's what this is.
What about Harris? What's going to happen with Harris? I mean, it seems to me he should be arrested.
This guy's weird looking. He's got 3 legs.
He can't take too long to do this.
And this has the artist's name on the back. It says Kid Robot. So what would happen is, I think that is a Frank Kozik bunny. I think it is. I think it is. What would happen is different artists would sign deals with Kid Robot, Giant Robot or Super 7. Those were the three shops that were in competition, and I was buying a lot of stuff from Kid Robot, it looks like mostly. So they would sign a deal to make like a set or like a line of 8 or 12 figures from their art, and that's what we're looking at. Here's a South Park one that's cool. It was also licensed. This is Kid Robot as well. And he came with what is this? Is his name Ike? His little brother? Is this Stan and Ike?
Don't spend it until you got it.
Kyle and Ike.
Kyle and Ike. Thank you, Kyle and Ike.
Check the boxes.
And then we're almost done. We have this is I guess Barney, and he's a drunk astronaut. And then here's like some sort of NASA scientist that's like watching him. This is not an art toy. These came from some Simpsons set. They're just in here because they're the right size. As well as this authentic wind up Smurf, Papa Smurf. He still works.
It just meant that
it's from Galoob. This is a real one, you guys. This is Galoob 1982. This is probably like right when the Smurfs first came over.
Yeah.
Right? 82? It's a real one, too. It has like the Smurf signature or whatever, Papo or something on it right there.
Peyo.
Peyo, thank you.
Do all the
I'm pretty sure this came in a Christmas. This was a Christmas stocking gift from my mother in 1982, and that's why I still have it, because it wasn't like a toy I played with. It was given to me when I was a teenager, like for a as like a little Christmas stocking gift. And that's it. Other than the last thing we didn't look at is this little Hulk.
Right now, I would imagine.
Oh, wow.
If they're going to do something, I would imagine they need to do it in this window, correct?
That's it.
Cool.
So I got these containers to hold stuff because, you know, cardboard boxes are unsightly. But no, my son and my daughter-in-law, they have these, the same brand and everything. And I was like, where did you guys get those? Those are really cool. And they use them for this, for organizing toys and accessories and everything, because they're toy collectors as well. Let me show you this other container that I got. One more thing real quick.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm going to keep these in here. Like, I don't know if these are going to stay in here because it's kind of a tight fit. But this little one, so far I've been putting all the rings that I find in here. So these are rings, nothing but rings. And so on top of here are all of these rings that used to come in bubblegum machines, and they're Hanna-Barbera characters. Like, here's the Grape Ape. Remember these?
Yeah.
When Georgia came into play, now America come out of play.
Grape Ape and Huckleberry Hound. These are probably from the 90s, I'm guessing. I don't know. Probably about the 90s.
We have all those where people.
But these would be great, like if you have a gumball machine and you have the little plastic bubbles. These are great to do that. I've got a bunch of them. Oh, look, Hong Kong Phooey.
And so there's a lot
Dynamite.
here, and mostly that of Captain America. Look, they're not going to go over like that. They tried to cut us off.
Magilla Gorilla.
Finding oil, our own population.
Pebbles Flintstone.
By causing us to export all of our production to other countries.
Scooby-Doo.
And what are we? Our workforce.
Beelzebub.
And
isn't that one nice? This was do you remember there was a time? Okay, so this is a Halloween prize. So there was a time when you would go to somebody's house trick-or-treating and you wouldn't get candy. You know what I'm talking about? So they would give you plastic spiders or rings. Do you remember that? or the long
Uh,
plastic witch fingers? That's where this came
I
from.
yeah, I don't know. I remember getting stuff like that at parties, but I think a lot of kids would not be too happy with that.
Yeah, I got a couple of them.
I mean, I would be too, but I think the average kid wants candy.
I don't know. It was a change for me because you had so much candy that I would like when I liked when I would get unusual different things or something.
Yeah, me too.
Even that divinity or the popcorn balls, right?
Yeah. I don't think giving kids little devil heads would go over really well with them.
Sorry about that. Look
That's
at
all
this
right. That's the new sound.
cheap little skull.
Yeah.
Here's a flash ring. So I guess
Oh,
the uniform is supposed to pop out of this,
right.
right?
Yeah, I have one of those. The comic shop gave it to me once.
Yeah, that's what I've got. I have two. I have two of them from different visits to the comic shop. That's what.
Yeah, I wish they had
And this too.
either I wanted to have either a lantern ring or a legion ring.
Yeah,
I have one
I
of
got one.
those.
This is the same time. This is like 1996, 1998 when they were doing this. Right around
Yeah.
then, I think.
I got the Green Lantern ring, but not the Flash ring.
And then this is what is it? It's Sky King. Hey, this is a Sky King ring, a real like Sky King type decoder ring from the 1950s.
Oh, wow. Okay.
This thing right here, this stone, is like made of that really strong, like 1950s style radium glow in the dark plastic. This glows in the dark really brightly. See this stone. It's just glow in the dark plastic, but it has a hidden compartment. This is like the secret compartment ring or something. You're supposed to slide it off. You slide it off. Let me show you. So this stone slides off. And then behind the stone is a tiny little compartment where you can take a little tiny piece of paper and write a secret code on it and then fold it up inside of there, I guess.
Yeah.
And it's got like the microfilm hidden inside of it or something. And then there's also like a sigil underneath it for like stamping like in wax or something, I think.
Or in someone's face when you punch them.
Yeah, or exactly in someone's face when you punch them. That makes more sense.
Yeah,
so, I don't know.
You can do a phantom ring with it.
Sky King. Yeah.
You put a skull in there and it becomes the phantom ring, and then you can't punch people with it.
Yeah, I've never watched an episode of Sky King. I imagine they're on YouTube.
Yeah, I watched an episode after I bought this ring to see to investigate and find out what it was all about and what it was. It was very similar to Roy Rogers. So what's interesting about Sky King is you wouldn't know it until you watch the show, but the character's name is actually Sky King. It's not like a Batman. It's not like his first name is Sky, his last name is King, right? His name is Sky King. He has an air ranch. First of all, it's like a Western. It's like Roy Rogers in that it's a Western that takes place in 1954, but there's guys still walking around with 6 guns, but they're driving cars and trucks and flying airplanes.
Right.
So that's what it's like. Obviously, it's black and white. The big hook is that Sky King has a niece. I forget her name. Sky King has a niece, and she's like a teenager, like 14 or 15. She can also fly an airplane. And she's kind of the hero, just like he is. She's the identifiable character for kids in the show.
Yeah.
And I think it was like a popular Saturday morning show. Like it's kind of, it's like a live action Saturday morning show. That's what it was, I think.
Remember.
All right, that's the rings.
Cool.
The reality that
You want to look at anything else?
Well, what else you got?
Move on. Let me show you this hoodie real quick. It's sitting right here. Look at this hoodie. So I bought this about 10 years ago from the Famous Monsters website when they had that website.
Oh, wow.
right? And it's a real nice one. Like I splurged on this. Like at the time, I think this was like $60, which was a lot for a hoodie like 10 years ago. Probably isn't nowadays, but it's a really thick, heavy hoodie.
Neat.
And the people who were part of the
Huh.
And it's the full back image. It's a full back. Look at that.
If I was a judge or prosecutor,
Yeah.
Which when you're wearing it, a lot of it's covered up because you got the hood over the top of it. But
Yeah. It's not really a real cover of the magazine unless it's one of the more recent ones, though. Gary says, "How cool is that?" Hey, Gary, you need to come on, man. Whoa, unless you're busy. Give you the link.
so you think that was made just for the, or this is from one of the newer issues from like 2014 or something?
Yeah, it's not an issue I recognize. That's not Basil Gogos art. I don't know who that is. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's just not one of the classic issues.
I wonder why they didn't do one of the classic issues. Isn't that interesting? Because
Well,
this was like,
these are the new people. They might not have even, they
yeah.
bought the title of the magazine, but I don't know if they had any rights to the old classic stuff from Warren.
And it could and maybe if the old art's not available digitally, they're not going to digitize it. If they had something in digital file that's more recent, they're going to go with it. It's a cost, so because of cost.
Yeah, anyone's welcome to click on if you want to show stuff. Ooh, that's nice packaging.
All
Wow.
right, let's look at this. This is the Ideal XP600 Fix-It Car of Tomorrow. Now, I bought this, like I do a lot of vintage toys. Sometimes I'll buy a toy because it's inexpensive. And even if the toy isn't in great shape, if the original packaging is there and it's in good shape like this, I'll splurge and I'll spend 40 or 50 bucks. So that's what I did here. This was probably 40 or 50 bucks, but the car itself is a little bit beat up, like it's missing a lot of pieces, but for the most part, everything is here. So this was one of those, this is a Fix-It. It's part of the Ideal You Fix-It toy line. So in the 50s, Ideal Toys was making different vehicles, not just cars, but boats and trucks that you could take apart that came with tools. So you could do things like replace the tires. You could add fluids to the engine. There's a bunch of things that you could do. These little, see, it came with a set of tools, miniature set of tools.
Yeah.
See how it shows the kid changing the tire?
Yeah, see, I love that side of the box. That's great. You ought to take a picture of that side of the box and put it on Instagram or somewhere.
Sure, I can.
The Car of Tomorrow. That's great.
So let's take it out and take a look. Here's a baggie with a bunch of pieces that are busted up. This is the third one of the, actually it's so I have a boat. I have an Ideal Fix-It boat. I have two Ideal Fix-It convertibles, which is the car that is like a combination of a Cadillac and maybe like a Chevy Bel Air. I can show it to you in a second. But this car was, the idea was this futuristic car, right? Now, hopefully it won't fall apart. It's made of a heavy plastic, old 1950s gauge, plastic. Oh, look, there's license plates falling out. So every car, shit, I need to get these. It's coming out through the trunk. So every car would come with a sheet of license plates for all the states, and then you could put whatever state you live in on the back of the car.
Oh, that's neat.
So it looks like I'm missing a lot of parts here, but I don't want to lose any of these license plates because I think they're really cool. All of it's really cool. But see, look, here's Alabama. Even the plates. So the year on the plates is 1953.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
North Dakota. Delaware. Look at the Delaware plate from 1953. They're all really exactly like what the plates look, isn't it? It's very cool, man. Wisconsin, January 53.
Really politely now, Juan. I would say like I'm not.
So these all fell out. It looks like they came off through the side of the trunk, which I didn't know that stuff could come out through there, but we're going to open the trunk and see what's inside of here. So looks like I'm missing like some sort of antenna, and I can look on the internet. And what I do is I can look on the internet and find out what I look at how it looks like it had like a almost a rip off of a Mercedes symbol on it, right?
Yeah.
That's supposed to look like a turbine, because jets were all over popular culture back then.
Oh, really? That's why it's got this turbine look to it.
Yeah.
Like the Batmobile. Yeah.
I had some like control here, but so this opens up. All that's in here is some license plates. This tool that it came with, it's made of metal.
Everything figured out.
The license plates are falling out through the side. I need to put these all, there's a bunch of them. I need to put them all inside that baggie.
I think I saw one fall on the floor.
Yeah, I need to get these all up. So pretty cool toy line, pretty cool thing. Let's see what's under the hood. It's really dusty.
A lot of people did their part in this stuff cheap. I mean, they were probably never in a million.
There's
Oh,
the
wow.
engine.
They thought they were gonna kill them.
There's not as much. It doesn't look like there's as much as that you can do with this car as with the other car and with the boat that has a bunch of stuff that you do with. And it's kind of beat up. I need to really work on that. The XP600.
And they didn't think
I'm bending paper clips that I found into Christmas tree hooks.
all sorts of legal stuff.
So I got a few ornaments that I need to hang. So I
So-
got all these different colored. I'm pulling out the green one. Well, I don't know why I'm pulling out green ones because it's not a green tree. Oh,
So
well.
this car came before that car. This is the first toy of the of the ideal Fix-It line. This was the
Yeah.
first car they came out with. And even the packaging, the box is made to look like it's a garage, see?
Oh, yeah. That's pretty neat.
It's gonna be a dark time for all of what you're talking about. I mean, they're projecting. I mean, yeah, he is.
It even has like a little handle on the top.
He's gonna go.
This is about 1950, I think.
On his first day, what can we expect? I mean, let's say.
It's supposed to be folded up to be like a house, right? But it's never, no one's ever done it.
Are you expecting something to happen?
Well,
But this car
Are we looking at?
is really cool.
oh, yeah.
No, but
I love those 50s colors for toys.
Yeah, look at how bright and how it's just, this is a heavy, solid car. It's not like it's cheap, like blow molded cars that came later in the 60s and 70s of this size. This is like a solid, heavy car with metal axles and hard plastic bottom.
Are you gonna put up a Christmas tree?
Yeah, I think so.
You should put that under the tree. That's I just visualized that thing under a tree. That's the perfect.
Yeah, I would like to put a lot of this stuff. That's a good idea. Look, so this is where you're
And then
supposed to
leave
put
it up
the,
all year.
the water in it to pretend like you're adding gas.
Wow.
At some
Now-
point, some kid that owned this simulated an auto accident and tried to set the hood on fire right here. You can see it. Look, it's melted a little bit.
That's great.
That's the battery. See that thing that looks like a Lego is actually the battery compartment. You're supposed to put water inside of there.
Straight eight engine.
Zork, you ought to come on and show your tree. Didn't you come on in person one time, or were you just a shadow? Or I swear you came on with a camera. Did he, Meyer? Didn't he appear once? Did we
Zork?
see him? No, maybe
I don't
we.
know.
Maybe I'm just dreaming. I could
So
have
this
sworn
is a
he came
weird
on.
thing. I bought this car first, and when I bought this car, it had this license plate on it, which has a metal frame around it. And I thought that this was how all the license plates came with the cars. And I thought that what you did was you're supposed to remove the paper plate and slide it into the metal frame, but that's not how it is. All the cars came with paper plates and none of them had metal frames. This isn't for this toy. It just happens to fit in here. And the person who owned it before me, who I bought it from on the internet, left it in there. And when I bought the car, I had to take it all apart and wash it like I do everything. And I bought this during the pandemic. So I was washing every toy that I bought over the internet, right? And I was buying a lot of stuff over the internet at the time. So as I'm washing it, I find that this is kind of rusted, but it comes right out. So I slide it out, right?
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is this? I bought this car from like New York or New Hampshire, and it had a California plate. So I was like, why would it have, it's got a 1951 California license plate inside of this little metal frame. And I was like, wow, what are the odds? I mean, it's like 1 in 50 chance that I'm going to get, or 1 in 48 that I get a California plate. But it turns out that this is not what it seems to be. This is like a broken keychain. And on the back, it says postage guaranteed, finder deposit any mailbox, Disabled American Veterans National Headquarters, Cincinnati, Ohio, number 6.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that weird? And it's funny because, I'm a disabled veteran. And so what are the weird odds that I buy this car from 1950 over the internet, has a California license plate that came from the Disabled American Veterans? I mean, I'm not from Ohio, but Eric is. My condolences go out to Eric Breen. I watched that football game the other night. I haven't been watching a lot of NFL games, but I watched that Bengals game the other night, and that was horrible and brutal, Eric. If you're watching, Breen, if you're watching this, man, my sympathy goes out to all Bengals fans. That was gnarly. That was horrible.
Yeah, I don't
Anyway,
know anything about that.
it was really bad. It was a really terrible game. Bad things happened. So the trunk opens up. This one's really close to complete. Look at the gas can it came with. So you can take this and you can fill this up with water, and then it had a little nozzle, and then you're supposed to put it into your car here.
Wow.
All right, that's good. Let's move on. Sorry, I'm gonna have to turn this all off.
Okay.
The volume.
So
Go ahead.
I bent this paper
Calgon,
clip.
take me away.
What is your opinion on using Armor All on old plastic toys to shine it up? Is that bad for toys, or what do you think?
Gosh, it would just depend on what the toy was. To me, I've never done it before. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into it.
It
I
does
haven't done
make
it.
this toy collector in the 90s, that the guy I bought this Kiss pinball machine, he always put Armor All on his toys, and it made them look brand new, like on a Shogun Warrior. But I mean, I've always heard Armor All is bad on dashboards of cars, that it makes them split. But I
Right.
guess that's because they're exposed to the sun. I don't know. He always said, no, Armor All is really good for plastic. Anyway, I'm hanging this rocket ship on my, I guess Zork and myself are both decorating trees right now. Let's see. Maybe I'll hang it here. Hang them high. And then I had some old family ornaments. Where did I put them? They were on top of this Elvira machine. Damn. I got to figure out how to. Maybe I'll tape the this jiggler, the little chain. Whoa, broke. I guess I'll tape it together. Little swimmer. This is David Nino Rodriguez is talking to Juan 07, who never shows himself. He always just shows his boots wherever he's at. And I don't know what he is, ex-Secret Service. I don't know. He seems to know Trump and always traveling around in a different vehicle. He's apparently very wealthy. Some people used to think he was actually John F. Kennedy Jr. that actually survived and staged his death in the plane crash, but no, I don't. I think most people don't believe that anymore. That was an early theory about him because he always seems to know what's going to happen. And as far as everything that's going on, he said that America's going to go through like a near-death experience, and then we're going to come out on the other side really well. No, I don't know. I mean, we've been through some rough times. I mean, I can't believe everything that Trump's been through. Where did I put that tape, man? So, yeah, there's some strong wind out there. Look at that. It's going to blow the last of the leaves off. Oh boy, it's blowing this way. So if I open this door, it's going to really blow in. Oh shoot! Look at it blowing the. It'll cool the house off pretty quick. Oh boy, yeah, instant air conditioning. If I was a tape dispenser, where would I be? Well, I'll just use this regular Scotch tape. So, so I don't know if you were watching earlier, Meyer. I accidentally woke my wife up when I was making breakfast, and we've had our bed set up in a living room right next to the kitchen, and which is kind of insane. And so she had this idea that we actually put the beds in a room that's meant to be a bedroom. And so I'm going to move the comic book room, which is a bedroom, into the living room, and I might do that tonight. And so it's going to be a major undertaking. Oh, someone's trying to come in. I think it's Zork, because there's also a personal message. He always does that. Zork, add to stage. Hello, Zork.
Greetings.
Hello there.
What's up?
Hi guys, how you doing?
What's going on?
Oh, we're doing
You
well.
said that you hadn't seen me. That's me right there.
Oh,
I don't
let's
have a
blow it
camera
up.
hooked up.
Okay, hold on a second, man. Let's see. Oh, okay. All right. So you're also decorating your tree.
I am. I'm taking a break. I've been putting it up, listening to you guys. I don't know why the mood just struck me. I was like, you know what? It's way
Well,
too early, but I'm just gonna do it. I don't care.
it isn't too early because it's like Christmas. I really feel like this is this is a day, this is the first weekend of this new era. It's like I don't know. What was the first weekend after we won World War II like? I mean, it just feels like
Yeah.
what time of year was that?
It's VE Day +4.
When was what time of year was VJ Day when it was all over?
Oh God, that was
What month
August
was
of
it?
45, was it?
Okay,
Or
so
early
August.
September 45.
Man, I would have decorated my tree in August, when that happened, So,
Yeah.
yeah, I just think it's just like everyone's telling. I was in a restaurant last night and it was completely full, and Kevin's saying his business has been great since it happened. And Scott from Last
Yeah.
Frontier Comics is saying the same thing about his. It's
We
like
went out to eat
everything's
yesterday. It was crowded, but everything here is seemingly unaffected anyway. But business seemed it was busy, and everybody is really in good moods, but quiet at the same time. Is how I would describe it. Like
maybe they're, yeah,
people are
Well,
not
there's
people are
still a
polite
big
here.
fight coming. Like this
People are
isn't.
polite. Yeah, people are polite here, and they're not. They don't want to unintentionally insult their neighbors. Is how I would say. Is even though there this is clearly. I mean, it's a red. The county went red. You see flags everywhere, and I see Trump hats out and worn openly here. No one is banging pans or setting off fireworks or gloating this victory. People are quiet
well,
about it.
Well, Zork, I hear Oklahoma is the only state that was 100% red. Is that
That's right.
correct? Where every county was completely
Wow,
for Trump.
Yeah.
that is so
So,
great.
so
I
That is
see. The
so
thing is,
great.
though, is my family came to Texas in 1763 when it was still Spain. Like we
right.
were Spaniards, then we were Mexicans, then we were Americans. Well, then we were Texans, then we were Americans, then we were Confederates, then we were Americans again.
Yeah.
And I had to leave Texas because of all the flood of people from outside of Texas coming in because they have completely obliterated Texas. It's like what happened to California in like the 20s and 30s. Like,
Yeah.
California used to be a conservative red Western state. A lot of people don't even remember that anymore. I mean, until Governor Moonbeam came in there. Reagan was the governor of California, for crying out loud.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that's what's happened to Texas is a bunch of people that screwed up their, they made their place unlivable, and then they went to a place where conservative ethos had kept things pretty stable, and proceeded to do the same shit that they had done where they came from. And it's just, like the whole culture of Texas has been obliterated because it's been smothered to death by they swamped the boat basically. And so I had to leave. I had to go to Gratu.
Yeah.
You and I are from the same area. You know how embarrassing it is for a Texan to have to become an Okie. You know how embarrassing that is.
Well,
we used to make fun of Texas OU weekend. Used to be wild, and we just talk crap about the Okies. And now I've had to humble myself and go become a lowly Okie.
Well, I talked to the brother of my friend that passed away back in Arlington, and he said that he had 3 or 4 Trump signs that had been stolen.
Wow.
And he's right there on Park Row. He's right next to where Vandergriff used to live. And he gets up. He's got these giant trees, and he gets up and puts one about 20 feet up, nails so that no one, you'd have to scale the tree to get it. And those people aren't
That's
going to be
insane.
doing.
People come to a red state and then get offended when people do red state stuff. Insane.
Yeah. It's
But
something.
Trump is talking serious turkey, especially with the cartels and the invaders. I won't call them immigrants. They're not immigrants. They're invaders.
Well, today,
And
yeah, go ahead. I didn't remember.
well, he's saying he's going to employ the military against the cartels, and they're talking about all 15 million. Bull crap. There's over 50 million that have to be slung out of here, and he better do it, because if he doesn't, it's kind of like that. I equate it to that scene in the original Terminator where John Connor is talking about how we came this close from going out forever. That's what happened here. The United States ceased to exist in 2021. We've been living under a coup government,
Right.
and we came this close from going out forever. And just because we got this election, we have a massive slog ahead of us. It's going to take 10 years to fix some of the damage that these people have done to us, because they torpedoed us below the waterline badly. I can't believe we're still even able to auger in.
Right. Right. I know. But
it's gonna take some really unpleasant thing. We're gonna have to do some unpleasant stuff to get this fixed.
Yeah.
But if we didn't do it, they forced us to.
Put them in the car.
But but still, it's over. Hopefully. Well, it's over in the sense that we still have to reconstruct, but
Gratu, there's going to be violence. A lot of these gangs and stuff, they're not going to go willingly. There's going to be firefights.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, maybe
there's going to be people that are going to refuse to go, and they're going to try to band together, and there'll be 10,000 of them. And as far as I'm concerned, that's when we drop napalm on them. Boom, human barbecue. Wow. Not messing around.
You guys are going to need a squad like Elliot Ness's Untouchables to get this fixed, because you won't be able to do it with regular cops, and it's dangerous if you use military force in civilian settings.
I think there's going to be collateral damage, Paulo. I'm not kidding. I think it's unavoidable.
Well,
because if you have to start using hardcore tactics when dealing with highly organized criminal element and highly armed criminal element, and that spills over into civilian areas.
Yeah.
The first thing they're going to do is run back to the Democrats.
Well, that's where like we may have to do martial law. That remains to be seen because, I mean, it's going to get really nasty because a lot of these people, I mean, the world emptied their prisons and flushed them into the United States. I mean, and then a lot of these people that have come here, they've got like 65 IQs. They don't even have any idea how they got here. If we told them to leave, they couldn't even find the airport. They don't know how. Like all they know is like banging on stuff and screaming. So, you know, we've got a real problem here.
Well,
and
yeah,
it's going to start by basically we're going to have to make it illegal to hire anyone who's not a U.S. citizen. And we're going to have to force everyone to do a background check when they do hire someone. And if they're not a U.S. citizen, there's already a law on the books from the 1950s. If you hire an illegal alien, it's 5 years in prison. If you hire an illegal alien that is a known criminal in their home nation, it's 10 years in prison. And this law has been on the books since like 1954. It's just not being enforced. Right. So we already have the law in place to do this. We just have to enforce
it. Yeah.
You know, I used to get, now as the years have gone on and everything, you know how you remember conversations that stick in your craw from years past? Anyway, I remember a conversation years ago, like 20 plus years ago, with my cousin who used to run a restaurant bar business, and he's passed away now. But I remember him saying to me, Dave, if we don't have illegal people, if we don't have, he would say, Dave, who's going to pick the oranges? He'd say, Dave, who's going to do my kitchen prep? And that would be his excuses. His excuses
they're
would
like
be
antebellum Confederates.
His excuses would be like that. Would be like, well, gee, who else am I going to pay pennies on the dollar to chop up the lettuce in the morning, Dave?
Yeah, you're going to have to pay people a livable wage, and you're going to have to stop using what amounts to slave labor.
Yeah, and his whole life he pretended that he was this leftist, progressive, Democrat, all these different things, right? That was all part of his identity. But
it's always I've been telling people something, and it doesn't seem to stick in their heads. Like, okay, the defenders of this type of immigration and labor, well, they are doing the jobs that we don't want to do. Okay, listen. If manual labor has few people willing to work on it, manual laborers need to be paid more than office workers on average around the territory. Because there's this idea that if you're doing office work because you have higher education, that you should be paid more than people doing manual labor who have lower education. That's bullshit. If there are too many educated people doing menial tasks, they don't need to be paid more than people who need to work with with their hands, and that you have few of.
Well, I'll give you an example. In the mid '80s, like an experienced carpenter would make $18 an hour in Texas, where I came from. Now that's a paltry sum now, but an experienced carpenter still makes about $18 to $20 an hour. So back in the mid '80s, most of your construction workers, they actually made a livable wage, and now they don't. And what they've done is they basically in the mid '80s, most of your construction workers were white guys. They were, and then as they allowed the illegals in greater and greater numbers, they were undercutting the labor, and so then they became Mexican guys. And then they undercut the Mexican guys with the Nicaraguan guys. And then they undercut the Nicaraguan guys with the Peruvian guys. And it's on and on and on and on. And they keep doing it with waves and waves of illegals. And the construction quality keeps getting worse and worse and worse. But the wages essentially stay the same. And so their argument that these people will do jobs that others won't is absolutely asinine. there are tons of people that would love to do these jobs, but they have to make enough money to own a home, have 2 weeks vacation, to send their kids to, wherever. And they're not paying those kinds of wages.
Yeah. Well, you see these toys from the 50s where they're training little kids to be car mechanics, but now people just assume that that's just grunt labor.
Right.
But that was a perfectly acceptable job to have, and you could feed a family with it. Well, maybe it still is. I guess they still make good money if they're.
But the thing is, though, is the boomers especially didn't pass down their skill sets as skill sets were passed down to them.
Yeah.
And so now you have a lot of people working in the automotive industry, especially. They have no idea what they're doing, and they've jacked the prices through the roof. So you're paying a ton of money for people who have no idea what they're doing.
Right. Yeah.
Basically, I only drive older vehicles. I buy them and I fix them up to factory new. Like, you can't tell the difference between the day they were bought and the vehicles that I have in my garage. But I only buy old vehicles because my dad taught me how to work on them, so I can work on them myself. And I know the job gets done right.
Yeah.
Also, I don't want any stuff that spies on me because, like with this communist regime that we're showing the door, like I was thinking, like, if I've got to go do kinetic stuff, and I might have to, I don't want to be tracked. I may have to go, cut a rail line, knock out a power station, whatever. I don't want to be tracked. It's another reason I don't carry a mobile phone. I still have a landline. If I need a mobile phone for something, I get a burner, do what I need to it, and deactivate it, snap it, and throw it away.
Yeah. Oh boy. Somewhere I just recently saw the instructions for this western town. I've been trying to find it all day. Yeah, well, I mean, there's good news too. Let's talk about the good news before we depress.
Well, I did want to mention one of the quick thing with regard to what we just surmounted, and we did.
Yeah.
One of the big things that has changed the direction of the wind in this country is that very wealthy people like Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, whatever you want to pronounce it, these caliber of oligarchs, they have security, and that security is primarily headed up by Green Berets, ex-SEALs, unit guys, Delta Force guys, and all those guys came together in the last 2 weeks and said, listen, I'm not going to protect you anymore if you don't basically back Trump.
Really?
And so even though Bill Gates is worth, so many billions and so on and so forth, the guy that's standing next to him that protects him can snap his neck in an instant if they want. Everything he has can be taken away from him like that by men of war. And those men of war said to him, I don't care how much money you have. You can't buy my loyalty. My loyalty is to my brothers, and you're hurting my brothers. It was a very Bane moment. And it happened.
Can you guys see this? Look, it looks like they triangulated our location. There's like 2 chemtrails. Can you see the X in the sky?
Do you realize that contrails have not even been possible since 2004?
Actually, contrails are made up of water vapor.
Right, but they come off high altitude airliners through water injected jet engines, and we got rid of those.
No,
from
they don't come from.
1993 to
They don't come from the engines. Those are made by the wings passing through the water molecules. They have nothing to
at
do
lower
with
altitude. Yes, at high altitude, no.
Because you've seen
Here's my
wind
ship,
tunnel.
Mr.
You've seen wind tunnels, right?
Yes, at low altitude where there's a heavy amount of moisture in the air, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
But at the altitude that airliners generally fly at, it's too cold up there. The only way that they were making those is because there was water injected into the engines through old 1960s water injected jet engines. And we got rid of those commercially in the United States. We got rid of those in 1993. And then there were still like cargo planes that had them. but even
There's
they
another one
got
flying through.
phased
You
out.
see that little one?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Even the cargo planes that were allowed to use them for about 10 years longer than the commercial planes, even they quit using them in 2004. So that stuff you're seeing right there at that altitude, that is not a contrail. It's not possible for that to be a contrail.
There's a small air base, an air attack base that's about 5 miles from me. Not even that, maybe 2 or 3 miles. And then there's a larger a real Air Force base that's about 35 minutes away.
Yeah. Well, that you bring up a good point there. Paulo, if airplanes made contrails just off the wings at those altitudes, then people would see B-52 bombers about to bomb them, and they don't, because they're up way high in the sky and they're not using water injected engines. And that's why that's why you can't see them. That's why you used to have things called arc light strikes, where you would have long range recon patrol guys, call in strikes on stuff, and there would be a B-52 orbiting so high that nobody could see it.
Mm-hmm.
And then after they made the call, all of a sudden, just the surrounding Earth started exploding. It got turned into the surface of the moon.
That guy's flying. That is a jet. I don't know what type of plane that is. That is clearly not a passenger plane.
I don't know if they put it in the fuel that they burn or something. I mean, we have stuff like mRNA stuff. It can survive being cooked. So maybe there's some sort of chemical compound that they're using that can survive combustion. I don't know. But I know that Cliff High did actual tests on it, and most of it was aluminum oxide. And aluminum oxide, when human beings breathe it in, we're talking about the like at the atom level here. When human beings breathe in the atoms of aluminum oxide, it makes them docile. It makes them passive. It also leads to Alzheimer's disease and memory loss.
That would explain why he couldn't think of Lady Gaga's name the other morning. Man.
But, everybody gives Cliff High a hard time, but, this is the man that made Windows 3.1 work. This is no dummy. This is no charlatan. He's the real deal. He's an absolute genius, and he's got the credentials. And the thing about Cliff is Cliff will talk to you about anything. He's not afraid of any subject. If you want to talk about space aliens, he'll talk to you about it. If you want to talk about, deeply, if you want to talk about metaphysics, he'll talk to you about metaphysics. Most intellectuals, they're scared to be that open about the subject matter that they will cover for fear of being called a quack. Cliff High has no fear. He's a genius. He knows it. He doesn't care. He's already got the bona fides.
Yeah. Meyer, did you say you had one of these villages at one time, or am I mistaken?
That's really cool, by the way, Gratu. That's incredibly cool.
Well, this is something I got like Christmas of maybe 1971, maybe 72, and putting it here under the tree. Trying to remember what goes with what.
We would, when I was a kid, we would use a bunch of, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say I had the same set that he's putting together, but go ahead.
Man, that's neat. I can't imagine how you guys felt on Christmas morning when you saw that. That must have been like magic.
Yeah, I actually still remember that Christmas. It was kind of one of those over the top Christmases ones where this same Christmas I got this was the same Christmas I got that G.I. Joe Adventure Team vehicle set that was like the front. It was like a Gamma Goat. It was like it kind of looked like Arc 2. It was like or Damnation Alley. It was like a yellow color, and the front was a bubble top. Like it had like 4 wheels, and the back was like it connected and was like a trailer that had a lab inside of it, and it was also 4 wheels, and it was like a centipede type vehicle. Really big.
We all had those Christmases. Those were the Christmases where Dad did particularly well that year.
It was. I had a lot of those Christmases as a kid. So the gifts, in many instances, the gifts were like there in retrospect to like assuage my mother's guilt or something, kind of, because I didn't have that happy of a childhood, but I had lots of toys, right?
When I was a kid, we would use this like white cottony material for the tree skirt, and so
Right,
it
I
looked like
remember.
snow.
I
And
remember.
then we had all these little I don't know what they were. They were little villages, like Christmas village things.
Yeah.
And then we had all these little Christmas characters, and then we put a train around the bottom, so it was like underneath the tree was like a Christmas village.
Right.
Yeah, that's cool. That's
Yeah,
a
we did the
very
same thing.
traditional thing, American thing. Man, I'll tell you, they used to make they used to sell asbestos to put on your tree to make it look like snow. They say when you're buying old vintage Christmas ornaments, and they may be covered in asbestos, man. Because yeah, I've seen a picture of the package. It says asbestos. Looks just like snow.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
have big
yeah.
big letters.
Well, machine gunners' assistants, they used to issue them an asbestos glove to change the barrels.
Yeah,
Like you'd heat up a machine gun barrel, and you'd have to put on a asbestos glove to change it.
yeah,
Listen,
no
guys,
Fantastic
I've got
Four
someone
comic
coming over to
thing.
my house. I've got to hop down, but I wanted to make an appearance.
Okay.
And please continue going on. I'm putting up my tree, listening to you guys, and it's making it feel like Christmas, and I really appreciate it.
Sure, no
Oh,
problem.
good. Yeah.
All right, guys, have a great one.
You too.
You too,
Yeah.
man. Thanks for
Of course,
stopping in.
everyone watching this knows about that Johnny Storm is the reason when he turned into the Human Torch and then back into that he had asbestos. His uniform is made of asbestos. That's why he it was not didn't like become turned back into Johnny Storm and he's naked because his clothes have burned off. Oh my gosh. Well, really, only one of these buildings can be 2-story tall because really, well, you can stack them, but you've got these porches made for. Looks like I'm missing a piece here. That's all right. Oh, well, this is supposed to go on top of a stagecoach that's in the other room. Let's. Oh, I've been ignoring the chat, and the TV show just ended. Um, okay, so hit the thumbs up, everyone. Thank you, Library 88. And if you could subscribe, I'm trying. Martial law can never be an option, says Last Frontier. Once it starts, we'll never stop. That's true. If you're in trade, you can name your price. In a trade, you can name your price. Last Frontier said, for so many years, kids were discouraged to do a trade. College was the only way to go. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, because I know that. I've always heard garbage collectors make as much as doctors, but I think that may be a myth. Ugh.
They they don't.
Maybe it was plumbers because plumbers doesn't seem like a very distinguished position. But yeah, you even the doctors need plumbers.
Mhm.
Ah, boy. Okay. So
In the meantime, I should get going because I have to go take care of dinner.
oh
So
yeah,
I'll see you
absolutely.
later.
So long. Take care. All
See you
right.
later, Paulo.
I'm looking for some Christmas ornaments that I had in my hand just a couple of days ago. Would I have taken them upstairs? I need to turn that down. It's going to bother my wife. Because David Rodriguez can be pretty loud.
I tell you, folks, I wasn't expecting. It was so unbelievable. I'm still pinching myself with all of this. I kind of feel like is it like
Ah, look at there. Drew, you look like the Sphinx. Look at that, man.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, she looks great.
I'm having a lot of folks on Nino's Corner that you talking
Ah,
about.
what are people saying here? Only Dell, are the lines in the sky the same as the old time skywriting? No, it was just, unless they're doing tic tac toe. Yeah, I had like 30 or something more the other week. I don't know if they do it when it's cloudy. If you do it when it's cloudy, then no one can tell that you're poisoning the population. I don't know.
From my understanding. Now, how this plays out, I'm going to bring different guests on to talk about this. It's a war game. A lot of you saw the Patriots.
I'm looking for things that I could hang from the tree, man.
Joshua Reed.
I've got some vintage 1950s ornaments from my family. I think they're upstairs. I don't want to go up there and bother my wife right now. Let's see. So I got the Western Village down there.
On Amazon, I finally broke 600. I think 601 reviews, 5-star reviews, most of them.
Oh. Where did I put that little yellow piece of luggage? Did I leave it down here?
Yes, I did write a book. Did you notice?
Here it is.
What it was about.
That little western town was really cool, and I loved it and everything. But you know, it came with those really cool little cowboys, you know, that came apart. Their hats came off,
Yeah.
and their gun belts came off. Their bodies came apart, and so I lost a lot of those pieces, right?
Right, me
Because what
too.
would happen is my mom would like clean once a week, and at different times she would be like it would be like a hellstorm with the vacuum cleaner. So if it was on the floor and it was small, it was gone, right? So
Yeah.
she wasn't like going to save a little hat or a little gun belt. She would just suck it up or just pick it up and throw it away. You know, she was like in constant, you know, cleaning mode, you know.
So this stagecoach here is, I put a clown on top of it. I'm not sure why I did that, but this little piece of luggage goes up here. I'll just lay it there. That's from the same time period, probably the same Christmas. Yeah, little people that come apart.
Yep.
What you're talking about are little guys like this. They come
Yep.
apart at the waist. The hats are separate. Like here's a Mexican bandit. His sombrero's gone, so you just see a peg on the top of his head. This is one of the guys. Those, I don't know if it came with that set. This is more of a vintage thing that I think I got from my older brothers because you know they. So I tried to put all my little Western
Yeah.
guys in here.
Also, I remember, so that set came with a stagecoach. And so some of the horses in that set I liked, right? The regular horses, but the horses that were pulling the stagecoach were in these really dramatic poses with long manes and tails and everything. I didn't like them as much.
Yeah. Here's a guy that's been shot by this guy, but this is another guy
Yeah, I
that's been
have that one
shot.
too.
And there's a little Davy Crockett kind of guy. Why is this? Here's one of these. You know, in order when you ordered comics, when you ordered little figures from toys. I don't know if that's what the case with this one, but they weren't really 3D. I have to show you. They were like flat, so they could fit more in the package. So it
Right.
looks great until you realize it's like Karen Carpenter Indian.
Yeah.
From certain
Yeah.
angles, you can't
Somali.
tell, you know, the photography if there was a picture in the comic book. But then that's not as scary when an Indian like that shooting at you. I don't know. And then look at well, there's supposed to be something on the back of his head, possibly. Or is that just flat feathers? Yeah, yeah, okay. He's supposed to, yeah, it's very disturbing. But that's part of the history of toys. When you got ripped off.
Yeah, even as a kid, I was already a toy snob, and I would not. I just didn't like stuff like that. I would like throw that away. In my little
Here's
kid mode, when I was 7 or 8 or something, yeah, I was like, yuck.
there's another guy like that. They're almost like kind of creepy, like they're space aliens. Like That guy can't even stand up for him by himself. I have him leaning up against the wheel of the stagecoach.
I got some Count
Anyway,
Chocula.
this display case was at a like an antique store, more like a thrift store, right a block from me, and I got it thinking I put these, but I think I told you guys before. I think what it was really created for was to put beer cans in it. It's it's like a saloon, right? But I think the shelves are perfect to put your beer can collection, so you
That
can
might be
show
what
it.
it was for, right?
Well, actually, it doesn't really fit there. Yeah, that one didn't fit. But maybe this Carling Black Label is a little taller. Let me see here. Let's try Jack's beer.
I got some new Tahoes today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't know about that. I may be incorrect about that. I don't think any beer would fit on that shelf. Oh well. What do I know? It's it works for what I have it doing. All right. Uh, Where are those Christmas ornaments, man? Hey, Kevin never came back, man.
All right, we just did an Amazon unboxing.
Oh, did you get an Amazon package?
Yeah, it's just been food. It's just been junk
Oh,
food.
okay.
Yeah, been
Yeah,
breakfast cereal, and I don't know what else it was. Some other cookies, breakfast cereal,
yeah.
Count Chocula.
She ordered Count Chocula for the apocalypse.
Yeah,
Here's a vintage box of Count Chocula up here. You imagine they once actually had
so
delivered to
cool.
stores box with Count Chocula.
Yeah, that's great.
I don't
12
know
of
how
them.
old
Yeah,
that is.
12,
I mean, it may
12
not be that vintage, but yeah. Oh man, the cat's down here, man. Well, he's hanging out here. I guess because the dog went into the living room, the cat came in here to the library. So I guess I'll take this comic rack back upstairs maybe when I did make that changeover of the comic room into the bedroom. We'll have to see how things go. Maybe a whole new world order here in the Hotel Orloff when you next tune in. Oh, I need to file some comic books. Let me do that. Oh, what are people saying? A lot of people talking. Last Frontier. Who made that Western Village? Oh, it's a German company. I think it's just called Big, and it has like a bull with horns as its emblem, I think. But they were sold through the Sears Wish Book catalog, and that's
Yep.
why my mom wound up getting that for me and my King
Same with
Arthur
me.
castle, because
She
you get
ordered
them.
every Christmas from Sears, and sometimes, yeah, every Christmas basically. My mother ordered from Sears catalog.
That's why some of us wound up with these exotic German-made toys in the early
Yeah.
70s because they were being sold through Sears catalogs. And then you could tell whose mom just used that shopping method, which
Yeah,
is kind of like using the internet now. I mean, that was the simple way to avoid
it
the
was.
crowds and everything. Now I was living in Germany when I got those toys, so it made me think that maybe she got them on the economy or went out, but no, it was just we were living in Germany getting German toys sent to us from the United States, I think. Unless, yeah, I don't know how it worked, but somehow I got them while we were stationed in Germany.
This
Heidelberg.
this guy, I found this guy the other day, and I wish, and I can't find his accessories yet, and I wish I had a complete one of these. But this is a Mark's toy that came out right after. Well, I think it came out before, so it came out after the GI Joe space capsule, which I feel like was right around the moon landing. Anyway, this guy's name is Johnny Apollo, and Mark's at the time when this came out, they had some sort of a licensing deal with NASA. So he actually says NASA, and you could purchase this at like the NASA gift shop in Houston or in Florida. So they had like so some of them have special packaging where you can see that it was purchased, that it was made to be sold in the NASA gift shop. But he had a bunch of accessories, a backpack, all kind of a full on like 20 or 30 different little pieces of plastic. But all I have is him and his helmet and a camera that he came with. But
Oh,
he's just like the Johnny West in that he's made of this, the same plastic as little green army men, but he's articulated with metal. But he's a smaller scale. Instead of being 12 inches tall, he's about Mego size. He's about 8 inches tall. And he actually looks like he's supposed to be somebody. I can't remember the astronaut that he's supposed to be, but he really is modeled after one of the astronauts, not one of the three, after somebody else.
But I'm going to tell you right now.
which one is the crazy guy, man, that basically said there were space aliens or something? Is that Buzz Aldrin?
I don't
See,
know.
there's one of them that's like still alive and has a grizzled beard, and
That's Buzz. That's Buzz
yeah.
Aldrin. He's said a bunch of stuff. He's been a little odd, a little crazy. He was even hospitalized and treated for some mental health disorders and became a spokesperson for the American Psychiatric Association, I think,
Oh,
which
did
is
he?
unusual. Yeah, when you think about it, that's kind of strange for a former astronaut to do.
Probably was hypnotized to say certain things, and then it's wearing off when he's like 100 years old, and it's like,
Yeah,
yeah, so we don't go back there because the little bitty spacemen, man,
but
they threatened me. Oh my
look at this.
gosh, yeah, I remember those things.
Yeah, this toy line has a name. It's something like what like I don't know what the name is. It's an odd name, but it's just little odd looking children with rooted hair, and they're all crying they're like war orphans or something. That's what this reminds me of. She looks like
I
a
bet
Korean
John
war orphan.
Podesta loves them. I just remembered what my doctor said about Bill Gates now during the pandemic when I first mentioned, what do you think about, do you think this is a man-made thing that's happening right now? And I was thinking, they're working on a vaccine. They didn't have the vaccine at the time, and I mentioned Bill Gates, I guess in a not too favorable way, or I just mentioned Bill Gates. Maybe God damn. Where's my sound control? Man, am I going to get in trouble? She's trying to work up there, and David Nino on his daily show on. Oh, look at that! Who the frick made that?
I'll look on the bottom. This was like some sort of also small production artistic interpretation of a C stack that's like not licensed.
That's cool.
It's
Anyway,
it says Kier's Eye vinylsteak.com.
I got to tell you what the doctor said because it just came back to me. I couldn't remember what he said. He said, I think that Bill Gates is one of the greatest, is a great, if he called him a world citizen. So that
Huh.
means he's part of the New World Order, that doctor I had. He
Yeah.
said that this is a world citizen doing great things,
Oh,
spreading the
God.
vaccine.
Not
Oh
horrible.
my God. And he was my doctor, man. I'll tell you one good thing he did. One time I was moving a stereo, and I was moving the stereo. I had, the cables that hook the speakers. I got a tiny little piece of speaker wire into my finger right here, and it was like
Oh,
swelling. And there was just, how there were multiple threads in the speaker wire, and it's just one individual one was. Oh, and I was just there for a physical, and he says I can take care of that, and he, just as he managed to get in there and actually remove it. And it's like he had on magnifying glasses. Oh, look at that guy. I used to know what that thing was called.
this is the Magato, and this is from
That's right.
the same set or the same toy line as that alien you showed last week from Journey to Babel or whatever.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind people like that coming in across the border, like that guy there. Why can't we get people like that coming across the border instead of these gang members? Like people like that and all these Star Trek aliens, that would be great. especially those green dancing women. Those people are welcome, but the gang members and the okay, what
This
is
was
he?
also this was also a Christmas present. I'm pretty sure it was like attached to my Christmas stocking as well. Like when ET came out, so I was like already like 16 or 17.
Yeah.
So it wasn't actually a toy I played with. I kept it because it was a gift from my mother on Christmas, and so that's why I still have it.
Did you press a button and make his arm go down?
No, you can just move it down.
Oh, okay. It looked like it
Really
was a
it's actually
weapon.
a
He was
really
going to
nice
beat you.
ET toy. And his head comes up back here. It comes with the speak and spell, and he's kind of like in scale with like my stormtrooper here. You know, a
Yeah.
little small.
No, I didn't mean if you're talking about the astronaut. When I say crazy, I mean to the average person, he seems crazy.
Oh,
I think he was
okay.
probably really telling the truth. I think there was some weird shit that went on with that moon landing, where because we haven't been back, and there's probably some reason we were probably told not to by
Yeah, I think it's
somebody.
questionable. I feel like I read all of his book, but I read his book, but I read it while I was working at one point where I was doing in that reading mode where you read like 4 pages, 5 pages a day during your 15-minute breaks or something. That's what I was doing. And so the book it felt like I was reading it in too long of a period. So, but some of it was interesting. This book that I read that he wrote tells his whole life story, and then he talks about the moon landing too, and he talks about the experience afterwards, the recovery. And one story I remember from the book that he makes a point of is that in the recovery period, when they were picked up in the ocean, put on a flat top like an aircraft carrier, lifted out of the ocean with like a crane or something, and placed, and all of it was done like in top tier isolation, like as if they were protecting everybody who was on Earth from them inside of the suits, so they weren't opening anything up in open air around anybody else, any people. So when they brought them onto this flat top, they took all the astronauts still in their suits and put them inside of this supposedly hermetically sealed, like Winnebago, like it was like like an RV. It was big enough for all three of them to stay in while the aircraft carrier was transporting them to Hawaii, like 8 or 10 hours or something like that. So
Yeah.
during this period, they're inside of this RV, the three of them, and they're allowed to take their suits off for the first time. And he said that when they start getting comfortable, he goes over to the sink to see if the water worked, and he turned it on, and not only did the water work, but there were ants inside coming up out of the drain. So the point of that story was to show that they weren't even actually in real isolation, is what he was saying in the story. Was he saying supposedly they're protecting everybody from us, but now we're inside the RV, we take our shit off, and the RV isn't really sealed. Water's coming in and ants are coming in somehow. Right? That was the story.
Huh.
I'm really on to this new stuff called Ghost. It's pretty good. I like this orange cream flavor because you know what it tastes like? St. Joseph's aspirin. Remember those little orange chewable
Oh
aspirin?
yeah, I remember that.
That's
Uh,
what this tastes
the little pink pills
like.
that you chewed. Uh,
Yes.
what
St.
is
Joseph's.
Ghost? Is it an energy drink or what?
Yeah, it's one of those natural energy drinks, natural caffeine,
Does it have
carnitine,
sugar?
energy, zero sugar, epic brain focus. See, it's got a picture of your brain on it.
I need that shit because we watched afterwards after that last live stream. My wife was told by her friend Pauline that she said your husband's falling asleep, and we watched it. It was so. I did.
Oh, you're falling
I was.
asleep.
It wasn't that you were boring. I was so tired because I had no sleep the night before, and you were showing these cool toys. And my head's falling. It was really funny. Uh, have you ever seen a live stream where someone falls asleep before. I did it once before. Gary Davis and Kevin were showing skulls. Then somebody dropped off and it went to me, and I was totally asleep. Oh man.
Well, you put in long hours, dude. These streams
Well,
are
it
they're
wasn't that. Well, partly that. It was the night after the Trump win, and I was up all night. I think you were talking to Cleo. It was like midnight, and then I think he came on our time midnight, and then Trump must have come on about 2 in the morning. I couldn't go to sleep with all that happening.
I still don't feel like I'm completely settled down from it. You
No,
know,
I was starting to get a little sleepy there a little bit ago, and it's like it's kind of this high that goes on for several. I haven't seen horrible things. Things that are horrible, I guess, are supposed to be horrible. I think are funny, like these women shaving their heads and they're going to become nuns. I think that's funny. Now, all of the I think a lot of these. I don't know if I don't know if these gang members or these people have been released from prisons or mental institutions in other countries. I'm not sure if they're going to just want to dig in and fight against the U.S. military, or if they're just going to self-deport. I mean,
I
I don't
think
know if they really want. I mean, what is invested that I've got to live in the United States of America? I want to become a flag waving. I mean, um, they're more. A lot of these people are more comfortable where they came from, where people can communicate with people, where they can. Uh, go to a bar and pick up girls that actually speak their language. I mean, because it's pretty hard to live in a country where you don't understand anything. I don't know. It's just we're good. I don't know. Let's see what people are saying here, man. That's what at least I'm hoping. Okay, what are the skunk works? I know. I guess that's something I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means? It's
no.
some. So he's got all these. He knows all these terms that. Uh,
I don't know what that is.
yeah, like he mentioned that I mentioned something that my father did once, and he said sounded like your dad was, and it was like a term that I didn't know and you didn't know, and I looked it up on the internet. It means that they 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 dress up someone in the military as a civilian so they can not be accountable for it or something. And so he said, I forget the term he used for it. So he's not he's definitely for real. Friar Tuck, I've seen people fall asleep in other streams, so don't beat yourself up. I'm not beating myself up. I thought it was funny as hell. I thought I was doing something innovative. See, I thought I was the first. So actually, I how long did anyone ever fall asleep for a long period of time? Like for a couple of, I always thought it'd be fun to just live stream it was done long before any of you, before the internet. Andy Warhol did a movie called Sleep, I think, and it was 8 hours long, and it was just a video. It was a film of a guy sleeping for 8 hours, and people went to art houses. Oh, look, he's turning over. Of course, that movie hasn't been exhibited since the '60s, but it's something that maybe doesn't exist anymore, but it did exist at one time. So he had us all beat. Zork, I still have an AR by my bed in condition 3, LOL. We have to make sure non-citizens can never have jobs first. Then we go after Trump will do what he has to do. He's talking today, and I'm sure he's got people really upset that he's going to clean up the streets of all the homeless. And why are we sending money to other countries? And we could, take care of these people on the streets and in the parks. And boy, they're gonna not like that, hearing that. What happened to unifying the country that the Dems were preaching? Yeah, no, that never happened. Skunkworks is basic. Oh, okay. Area 54, S4, Area 51. I said Area 54. I was thinking Studio 54. Zork, it's not exactly the same, but it's close by. Last Frontier. Skunkworks is where the reverse engineer alien tech. Oh, like where they do Velcro and all the stuff that they got from the space aliens. Maybe they also develop new tech. Hmm.
Retson. right? That Retson that used to be inside of certs. I think that's alien tech, isn't it?
Is it? Well, why
Yeah,
is
if
it
you
not
bite
in
into the
certs
cert
anymore?
in dark, it flashes. I think that's Retson is some sort of
Why did they take it out?
yeah,
It's,
it's alien
it's
tech of some sort.
oh
I don't
yeah, I
know.
don't know, man. I've got a file Herbie number 7. It's from this is one of the books Kevin got for me
Nice.
from
I
that
like that
con.
bright red cover.
Yeah. Yeah, it was all these red covers that attracted me that day. It was like this one and this, they're just really attractive covers, I thought. It's like, damn, these are comics for $5. Modern comics cost more than 5, I think, don't they?
Yeah,
I'm not
usually right
sure.
around there. $3.99, $4.99, $5.99.
Yeah. Okay. That goes in there. And then these are Harvey comics, so they need to go in the Harvey box. Dick Tracy joke.
Houston writes on that. California is ready to fight. Have you got the memo? Have you haven't got the memo?
So this is the Harvey Dagwood comic, and another Dagwood, and then see that looks like the women that are gonna shave their heads. Yeah, a lot of the women that are upset that Trump won look like they're right from the Dick Tracy comic, but
Sometimes those Dick Tracy characters, like that woman you just showed, almost look like they're like, just like what you're saying, that it's a caricature of a stereotype of the time. That's a
yeah,
style of how women were looking at that time with the eye
yeah,
makeup and the hair and the
yeah.
attitude. So
And this guy looks like someone that would have voted for Harris
yeah,
that
he
he's
does.
punching up.
She looks a little bit like that little girl. What was that creepy little girl that made those movies in the 50s? What's her name? She made a couple different movies where her like typecast was she's this evil little girl with pigtails in a little dress.
Was she in the Bad Seed?
Yes, the Bad Seed. That's her.
Yeah,
That kind of
yeah.
looks like the little girl from the Bad Seed, kind of to me. What was her name? Peggy something? I don't know.
I
Might
don't
have been
remember. I know that John Waters was really into that actress.
yes. I, I've seen that movie and another one where it's almost kind of like the same story as the Bad Seed.
Oh, she was typecast as that?
Yeah, I think so. I think after the Bad Seed, she made a couple different movies where she was kind of typecast in the same character.
This is like almost a comical. It's like a bite, you can see the teeth marks. It's on this Joe Palooka comic. It's number 13, and then this one is 118.
So somebody
So
bit it?
no, but I'm sure it was bugs that did it. But it's just
Oh,
they happen to. It looks just like human teeth bit into it. Like,
well, there's a
doesn't
chunk
it?
missing.
Someone took a bite out of it. But no, it's. I don't really like comics with bug chews. That's just kind of makes me. It makes you think. Where was this comic book located at? Well, bugs
Her
were
name
able
is
to have
Patty
a buff.
McCormick. That's her name. Patty McCormick was her name.
Yeah,
Just
that's
came.
right, Patty McCormick. Yeah, did someone put that in the chat? I would
No,
have
I
thought
just
of that
remembered
as
it.
soon as the. That's one
I
of those
remembered
things.
it independently.
It would have come to me as soon as I ended the show.
Yeah, it just
Uh,
took me a second.
Vision of Lockheed Martin. Yeah, man. I saw there was a Lockheed Martin plant right by this comic shop I used to go to in Grand Prairie, and I drive by it. And one time there was this tank going around the grounds of it at a super speed. Man, I didn't know tanks could go that fast. They don't go that fast in World War movies. It was speeding along like it was a hot rod. I didn't know. Had no clue. Okay. Well, I got a couple of comics filed. Man, I wish I could get started on that project because I can't do it while she's working. And then when she's off work, I'm going to be tired. So, um,
Very sketchy. Like he was just fine, gonna take a bath, and then she went down to go get her some snacks or whatever. Comes back up 30 minutes later, she's passed away in a bathtub. I gotta wonder, you're very close with Michael Jackson.
this guy that I'm watching, David Nino Rodriguez, he's on. He does a show Monday, Wednesday, and Friday around 11 in the morning on YouTube. That's live, and then he has his own pay channel. It's like I think it's just a couple of bucks a month, where he puts shows where they talk about things that he can't mention on YouTube. And he's really nervous on YouTube because he had a channel taken down back, because there was no. Hopefully, I think everything's loosening up, but for a while, YouTube was yanking down tons of people's channels because they dared to say things that were incorrect about the sacred COVID-19 and all of these things, and mentioning that possibly Biden getting 81 million votes might be kind of hard to believe, things like that. And Trump is made. I don't know, where do you see Trump comes out like and makes these proclamations and he's standing in front of a flag, and where's is he put? I think he's putting them up on Truth Social, but where can I just see those on YouTube where I could record them? Like today, he's talking about the homeless. The other day, he was talking about freedom of speech has been taken away from us since coming back.
Do you
They really,
subscribe to his YouTube channel, to Trump's?
yeah, I looked on there, and it's not. They aren't there. It's. I think he mainly puts them up on Truth Social. He wants you to go there, and he's like real. He's talking about the people. People are saying he was about to sell his shares on Truth Social. And he's really pissed about that rumor being spread. So he's saying that those people need to be sued. He's about done with all the. He's about done with all of it, man. It's like these people. That was hilarious. Who was the guy that said you were going to put your fat ass in prison? Letitia James. That was so
Yeah,
fun.
isn't that great?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. He and
yeah,
his guys are not messing around, man. That's why these people are getting the hell out of the country. And on all this, I didn't even know what all this P. Diddy, Dadly, Diddly Daddy stuff is, but apparently that stuff they say is worse than Epstein, and it's all on video, and so it's going to bring down all these scumbag celebrities. Well, not all of them, but a bunch of them. People I've never liked, like Jennifer Lopez. Drew's over there growling. Mention of Jennifer Lopez in this.
J-Lo.
Yeah, just a bunch of. I just never liked any of that stuff, and it's all just a bunch of. It's so scummy, man. Anyway, this guy is he's a boxer. I think he's funny. He's more intelligent than the average boxer, but he's funny and he's I don't think he's a dummy, but he's been almost killed a couple of times. He's got a huge scar where someone got him with a knife, and he's religious, but he's uh, very profane. And I always thought that's funny when someone's talking about Jesus and the next minute it's just a big string of profanity. It's just something about it that's it's kind of real, because you know, it's just real. It's uh, oh man, he just did something I don't like though. He licked his finger to turn a page. That's not good. I always despise that. I mean, I don't know. I see that on comic book channels, people licking their fingers to turn the pages of some comic that's 50, 60 years old. My God. What are you thinking, man? What are you guys thinking?
pain fest all day long. All day.
But the people that do that don't watch this channel, so I mean, I'm not going to hurt their feelings. Boy.
Brutal.
This needs to go with. This is from that mummy car from the 70s. I need to find where that box is, and reunite it.
We're gonna try.
I hadn't even thought about a tree yet, but that makes perfect sense. I think I'm gonna shop for a nice, like smaller to medium sized artificial tree that looks cool, something cool looking, and
Yeah.
set up like a little tree scene with a bunch of vintage toys and stuff. We'll make it
Yeah,
look
you
cool.
got to do it, and you got to. There's a guy on Facebook that does books about the Rankin Bass specials. Forget his name, but yeah, you got to do a Christmas thing. Hey, it's Mike from the Memory Crypt of Castle Hills. What's up? How's it going in San
What's up, Mike?
Antonio?
Good to see you.
You hear us?
I've already got a bad internet connection, man. I'm getting angry.
Oh, I thought maybe you fell. I thought maybe you were acting like you fell asleep and you were doing a bit to one up
Oh,
Stratu.
yeah, wouldn't that be? No, it's all right. We can hear you fine. Doesn't matter if your lips move as long as we can hear you.
Oh, hey, I lick my fingers and then.
I'm not talking about you, although I think I've seen you do it a couple times. But you're not the. There's a particular person I'm thinking about on YouTube that does it. That does it constantly. It's just like, and I I bought some comics from that guy, and it's like, oh my God, someone was licking these books. I'm sorry. No, I'm being too specific now. People are going to guess what I'm talking about. Um, anyway, so what's been up? I found it
Oh, hey,
after
I
I.
want to say something to Maya real quick
Yeah.
before I forget. On my channel, well, it's already been a few days now, but I posted on Rumble. I posted a video. It's called Paranormal Witness. And then the episode is called Haunted Highway. And it's a ghost story that takes place on Highway 50 between Sacramento and Lake Tahoe.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm gonna check it out
So
for
I thought
sure.
Meyer might find that very interesting, man. It's a ghost story on a little highway in California.
Yeah, I used to live in Pollock Pines, which is right there, like in between there, on the way to Tahoe on Highway 50.
Yeah.
Now I'm on Highway 49. Have you ever, when you were out here, were you ever
if you
on
get
this
a chance,
side off
check
of
it out.
80? I'm in Grass Valley now.
Yep.
It's
Is
nice
that where
little
you
town.
lived?
Nice area.
Where did you live, Mike?
Oh, I lived in Sacramento.
Okay.
But you just take Highway 50 up to Lake Tahoe.
Yep. Or 80 to Reno. And where I'm at now, I'm off of 80. So I'm like, the other side of, South Lake Tahoe. Yeah. Or North Lake Tahoe.
Yeah, I asked like it even means anything to me. I don't know where anything is in California, but maybe someone watching knows.
Well, I'll check that out for sure, Mike. There's a lot of ghost stories around here, like a lot of mysteries, like
famous ones that I really even wasn't that aware of until I moved here.
I
Like the
know,
Yuba
right?
County Five, the disappearance of the Yuba County Five is like one of the #1 internet mysteries, and I didn't even know about it until I moved here. I learned about it when I moved here. Yeah, it's a really interesting one too. I sent you a couple videos about it, Gratu, because it's I think it would make a great graphic novel or comic book, but or a horror movie. But it's so it's such a
cool.
touchy subject because even though it happened in the 70s, the families of the 5 kids, the 5 young men that went missing, they're still around, and the community, even though it happened 50 years ago, the community still hasn't even completely recovered of the disappearance of these and death of these 5 young men because they were all special needs, because they were different levels of autistic and retarded, and they went missing in the night in the ice and the snow in the mountains, and then were found dead, except for one of them's never been found. And it's a mystery as to how or why they were even off up in the mountains in the snow to begin with in the first place. Nobody knows how, if they were lured there or something happened, a hijack by a hitchhiker. No one knows how they got there.
Wow.
And then also this town has a big haunted hotel in it that, so the other day I stopped by the hotel, the haunted one called the Holbrook, and I read one of the plaques out front, and multiple presidents stayed there, like from like the 1870s to like the early 1900s. This place was a pivotal financial like point in California. And so multiple, like 4 or 5 presidents in a row stayed at that hotel in this little town because of all the gold money that was here.
Huh.
Yeah.
Look what I found after I built it. The instructions. I like it's in all caps, which now is considered threatening by
Oh yeah,
people.
there it is. Yeah.
It's like broadly tone assembly instructions, and then it's in mode d'emploi, big western town, saloon, hotel, city hall, store, bank. It's not in the best condition, but these are the original instructions, so you can
Yeah,
tell
the
how you
packaging
can
is
really.
like a big rectangular cardboard box, and I think maybe it was just like a picture glued on the top of it or something, wasn't it? The box
I
was like,
don't remember. I don't remember. That's the
yeah, I remember the
template.
box was just because I kept the box for a long time before these were sold in a garage sale or something when I was in high school. But yeah, it was cool.
Anyway,
But
that's
definitely an import and an unusual. Sears must have had a deal with that company somehow
yeah.
and was importing those 2 sets because it was just the 2 sets, the Wild West and then the Knight's Castle that you have, King Arthur's Castle.
Yeah, I think so. I wonder what other stuff they did that was maybe only for sale in Germany.
Right.
So I'll put these down here that I just got the other week. Little tea set or whatever the hell it is.
You know what I would like to get into, but it's so expensive and there's so many different things to collect. But I would love a good Major Matt Mason collection that was functional with remember the vehicle that was shaped so weird, like that big, like what would you remember the thing that like would all terrain vehicle with the spinning tires that weren't tires, it was like legs
Yeah.
of 4. Anyway, it was, and the aliens too.
Yeah, like a crawler.
The what are they called, playforms or something?
Yeah, I don't. I never had Major Matt
Hold on.
Mason.
Cool. Major Matt Mason was cool. Did you have Major Matt Mason?
He said, "Hold on, he's probably going to get it to show
Yeah,
it
I'm
Oh,
gonna
to
maybe
go
us."
he's
get
going to
one.
get it. So
That's what
that
I'm
company,
thinking.
I feel like it was the same company that made color forms, also made this set of aliens that worked with Major Matt Mason, even though they weren't actually called Major Matt Mason, right? Oh my
Oh,
God, Scorpio. Scorpio. I love this toy. This is one of my all-time favorites, Mike. I want this thing
Yeah,
again.
this is all
Oh,
I have left from my Major Matt Mason.
this thing is
that's really
He's
awesome.
cool.
The
called
battery, the head comes
Scorpio.
off and it lights up. One single battery fits inside there, right?
Yeah,
It's such a cool toy. So you still
It's a
kept
light
yours,
bulb.
man. I wish I still had mine.
That's cool. Well,
This is the only thing I have left from my Major Matt Mason collection.
Good job. Good job keeping that. That's like the best part. I mean, that's great that you. That's the one thing I would have kept if I had done it.
what I
You
had
always
was a
remind me of
couple
the
of
aliens from
Zeroids.
War of the Worlds, kind of,
Yeah,
from the movie.
I had a couple of
Here you
Zeroids,
go.
and look at that. What was the deal that Harvey Comics had with NASA? Why Casper was he drawn on the side of a lunar module or something?
Yeah, I think that they had the same sort of deal like I was talking about earlier about Mark's Toys and Johnny Apollo, that those comics were being sold at the souvenir shops in the tour in the different NASA, tours or something.
Yeah.
Here's a preview of I'm gonna make an episode about my childhood comics.
Oh, this is
Oh,
great.
good.
That's a
We
cool one.
Meyer and I were talking, I think, about just showing only the childhood comics.
Yeah, I've been wanting to
Some,
do that for a while. I've been talking about it for a couple of years about the idea that we all get a stack, try and like pull out our original 20 or
Yeah.
30 comic stack that we used to have without any bags and boards, obviously, but those first 20 or 30 that we had that we used to add to and keep organized, the first stack you
yeah.
ever made.
Yeah,
I
so
used to
that's
have. Yeah.
some of the
Hey,
things I'm working on. I'm also thinking about making one with these books. These are like my childhood books.
Yeah.
And I apologize if I'm like talking over you all and stuff. I keep breaking up.
No,
It's
that
okay. I can
happens.
tell. Yeah, I can tell it's your connection. No worries.
Yeah.
Here's your. I used to love these ghost stories when I was a kid. Charlie Brown.
These are
Charlie
great.
Brown. Oh, here's a good one. Harry Houdini.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
I used to
Yeah.
love researching this kind of stuff when I was a kid. And here's one of my favorite childhood books, man.
Oh wow. Yeah, Lucy would have been one of the people shaving
Dynasties.
their heads right now, and yelling at Charlie Brown for voting for Trump.
Oh yeah. How about Peppermint Patty and Marcy? Where do you think that they would have aligned?
But the little red-haired
Oh
girl would have
yeah.
voted for Trump along with Charlie Brown, and they would have lived happily ever after. We should create the new bootleg Charlie Brown comics, like Tijuana Bibles, except not not that bad, but just about them voting for Trump versus. Did you vote for Donald Trump, Charlie Brown?
She'd have her psychiatrist for what was it? A 5 cents psychiatry
Oh
for
yeah.
5 cents? Like
You're
a
a
lemonade
narcissist,
stand,
Charlie
but a
Brown.
psychiatrist
That's the
stand.
current word they like to use, narcissist. You're a member of the patriarchy, Charlie Brown.
That would be it. You're right. There's so many.
Uh, they never did a Charlie
I'm
Brown.
also gonna do an episode on my dad.
Oh,
We need to have Zork tell me what all this stuff means.
Meyer might be able to tell you, but kind of get a better shot of it. We're hold it up a little bit
Yeah,
longer. Was he Korean War or World War II?
this is World War II. He was 19 years old.
Okay.
What
Yeah, my
branch was
dad.
he in? Yeah, I don't recognize those though. Zork might.
Let me well here's his like he
Oh,
was
he's
in the
in the Navy.
Marines.
Oh, Marines. Oh, the Marines.
Oh,
Okay.
But
okay.
let me show you this. This is
Ooh,
something I
ooh.
want to show you.
I love. Well, it's not. I love Disney and
Check this
comics
out.
anymore. Oh, he's. Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
So my dad made this in 1939 from a shadow pulp
Oh,
magazine. He made his own like little frame.
oh
Oh,
man.
wow.
This is from 1939.
Yeah, reglue that and put it on the wall. Reglue the
Yeah.
broken wood part.
I
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
I have it
good
on
idea.
my bookshelf right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say you need that on display. That's great. Have you ever identified which issue it came from?
I haven't.
Yeah, you want to go through. Just it wouldn't take you too long. Just go through all
But
the.
yeah, I'm gonna do
You got to buy that
because
issue.
here like his father was
Maryland.
he worked at dairy. He would start up dairy farms.
Oh
And what
man,
is
you got.
that that's on the back of the? Is that something from his work? It's not.
Well, yeah, this is what my dad put this in the back.
Uh, you need to show
Golden
that on your show, and
like to
He is. He said he's going to make a
give
video about that.
yeah,
support to the picture.
I think within an hour you could identify that particular issue and then seek that out on eBay. You need to own that particular issue of the Shadow. I think that your dad had that he cut up for that. That's
So
cool. I'm sorry.
he's got like a couple of these are like cardboard.
So then you're making money, right? I can see all the new requests ticking in as we're talking. Gilbert said in a phone call on Wednesday afternoon. We've never seen this before. It's the abortion apocalypse. We're protecting ourselves.
That's going to be great when that show airs.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to start checking and start watching your Rumble stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, my wife and I started watching that bunny episode and I said, I bet he's going to mention me. Then she was all excited about when you mentioned me on that. Uh, I don't know how frozen you are.
You know what? I agree with you. Bad for using social
Like,
media.
Maybe he's coming back. I was going to say, so we went and ate yesterday at the local place here in town that has a bunch of televisions in it, and it always has Newsmax playing, and
yeah.
so they have really good like breakfast all day, and the biscuits and gravy are crazy there. So I went to get biscuits and gravy and an egg over easy, and with the kids they had French toast and biscuits and gravy and everything, and for the first time all the TVs were off, even though it was really busy. The place was busy, but it's really, really well run. So you don't have to, even though you write your name down, they take you immediately, that sort of thing, and there was an immediate open booth and everything. But usually it's Trump, Trump, Trump inside there. And it was kind of low key, like chill, like 2 days after the win. It was interesting, or 3 days. This was a Friday that we went out to eat. So it had been a 2 full days since the victory. And everybody was kind of, like I said, everybody's kind of almost calm before the storm situation, or not wanting to rub it in, or not wanting to gloat, or I don't know how I would put it. There's a feeling of like no one's over celebrating, is how I would say it.
Yeah. Well, or maybe there was just one customer in there that complained and they shut off the TV.
Maybe it's only been a couple days since the win, but I mean, I was there a couple weeks ago, and all the TVs are on Newsmax.
Yeah, Newsmax is real conservative, right?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
like one of the top YouTube. That's why I thought it was so strange that they had all the TVs connected to a receiver that plays a YouTube channel, and that's how they do it in there, which was surprising. That's what's going on, and it seems to be like it's been happening that way for years now.
Yeah, well, increasingly more, it's probably just hooked to a Roku box,
Yeah.
over the air channel. Oh, let's see what are you showing there? I am a hostage. I'm just kidding. Save me. It's amazing how in 1969 they could have better connections with the astronauts on the moon. Kind of a little suspicious, huh? Maybe that was staged too. I'm just kidding. We all know everything was normal. Um, I don't know what does that say? I don't know. Oh, shit, this is. Oh man, I'm.
There's no way. Even when I was like 5 years old, sitting on that rug watching that thing happening, the first thing that popped into my head was, how do they have a wire long enough to go all the way up there? Yeah.
Um, oh, Night Fright Talk Show says, "Hey, I just came across your channel. I just subscribed, and I do movie reviews. Number 17.
Oh, cool.
Oh, is
Welcome.
that 17 the letter after P? Is that like a secret com there? Let me see. A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P. Oh yeah, yeah it is. The letter you're not allowed to mention on YouTube. Okay, I think I understand what he's saying there. Um, That's cool, Night Fright Talk Show. I need to subscribe to you as well. I'm wondering what's going on. How did you find? Is YouTube recommending this? Because for years, I think I was shadow banned because I couldn't get any new subscribers or hardly any. Other new channels started after me, and they're up to 4,000. And it's like, how did that happen? Am I just that? And I think maybe I mentioned Donald Trump too much, and it's yeah. He says number 17, right on. Okay, all right, yeah. Just can't mention that letter. It used to be a perfectly good letter. Used to be a cool, the branch in the James Bond movies, but I don't know. Maybe it's different now. I think the tech companies are starting to get nervous, and they're easing up and trying to make friends with Trump. Everybody's trying to make friends with him, and he's not even in office yet. It's great. I see the whole change in everything. I'm glad the movie stars are wanting to leave. Uh, man, if we could just get it's. But
This is Major
oh,
Matt
I got
Mason.
you. Yes, that's cool.
That's part of Major Matt Mason. That's the only thing I have.
So you've never put Armor All on a toy?
No, never.
Here's what I.
The only thing
I'll
I've
take.
done on a toy before is I've used that product that is a real fine pumice that you use on your headlights to clear the fog off of your headlights. I've used that on clear plastic toy parts to make that clear again. That's the only thing I've done.
I wonder if I have any Armor All in the house. I Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is the Mighty Marvel Fun Book. I think I got this in 6th grade.
Yeah,
I
when
think
that
it's from.
stuff was coming out, I thought it was kind of like they were selling out. But now I look at it, and the cover's really cool. It's probably is it John Romita or Buscema or something
It's from
there?
1976, and it's John Romita. It looks pretty
Yeah.
good.
Oh yeah. It looks great. The colors are great. Everything's cool. I just yeah. At the time, it reeked of the stuff that teachers gave you when they ran out of stuff and they just wanted to keep you shut up for a while. Here's a word search.
Yeah,
And I hated the word searches.
this was a Christmas gift from my mom. Also, from it
Oh,
says
cool.
76.
76 was still a good time for comic books, but
It's really neat. Look at the table of contents. Is all the titles of all the. This was really cool to me at this age because I hadn't even seen all of these titles yet at the store.
yeah, it's interesting what they choose to put at the top. You got Kill Raven above Conan, uh, but Conan was really one of the major Marvel characters at the time. But it was so weird. After the movie came out, you would think they would really try. And it's like now we've got the people coming in from the movie to buy the comic. And it's like the comic got worse. And it's like they weren't trying after. Maybe they figured we don't even need to try because they'll buy the comic anyway because of the movie. I don't know, but the comic got bad.
It did get bad. I stopped reading it shortly after that.
Yeah, and it was just like the covers were real pedestrian looking, and even if it was John Buscema art, it was like he was just doing it in his sleep.
Yes, exactly. So everything dropped off.
Oh yeah, I thought it's like that was the time that everything got shitty in the '80s, and then they just, and then that's not everything. There was a lot of good comics I still read, like Jonah Hex, and I liked the New Teen Titans. You didn't like it as much as I don't think you liked it at all, really, but yeah, it's got color in it. I figured it'd all be all black and white inside.
It is. I colored it.
Oh,
Yeah, I
that
colored
was
it and I drew those spiders on there. See those spiders?
oh, it looks totally professional.
No, it looks like I colored it with felt tips.
That's really good, man. Oh, anyway, so what I was asking is
I even colored Stan Lee.
Night Fright is like how did you stumble on the show is what I'm wondering. Is did YouTube recommend me or did I show up in your feed? Because I'm wondering if YouTube is giving is because I'm starting to get younger people. I'm noticing. Before I was stuck with only people in 55 to 64 age range. And now I'm noticing. Oh, did you put a mustache on Reed Richards or?
Yeah, it looks like I did. I think I kind of went crazy in here at one point, and I think I might have like drawn mustaches on people. There might be pot leaves in here. I don't know.
Constipated caveman. You guys think we'll find out anything shocking when Trump releases the JFK files, maybe UFOs in there? No, we're just going to find out it was our own government that did it. It wasn't the Cubans. It wasn't a lone assassin. It's gonna, yeah, and that's what it's gonna be. I mean, come on. And let's see. Yeah, that was the beginning of the slide down. When Trump talks about make America great again, he's talking about America before November 22nd, 1963. Last Frontier Comics. The first medal is the Navy Cross. Oh, this is for Mike. The first medal is the Navy Cross, second highest naval award. It is awarded for bravery and heroism in battle. That's fantastic. Good.
Wow,
That'll give him information for his show.
that's
Um,
great.
that's so that's like what is that equivalent to in the army? The not Purple Heart. What do you call it? The
Maybe a silver star or a bronze star. I'm not sure.
I've got some of my dad's medals. Oh
With
man, he put a mustache on Power Man.
yeah, look what I did to Power Man. I made him look kind of like Isaac Hayes or something.
Yeah. Um, that's great.
At least I did it all in pencil. The stuff that I did do, I did in pencil.
And I always put the link, what I do on my show. Those of you that are new, Constipated Caveman, you've been on here, you've been on the chat before, but anyone's always invited on. You can come on. You don't even have to turn your camera on. I guess it's better if you do, but you don't have to. But I'll put the link here, just because that's how we get to talk to new people and meet people from around. Um,
See, look, LGBTQ politics has always been in comics. See, it changed Stan Lee into Lady Sif in 7 steps.
oh my gosh. Vincent says, I discovered your channel earlier this year as a recommendation. I was watching Comicsgate videos like Ethan Van Sciver, Cecil Says, etc. Huh.
I watch both
Yeah.
of those. Yeah, I watch both of them. I like
I,
Cecil.
I don't know if I subscribe to Cecil Says. I do the other channel. Maybe I do, and I don't know it.
Look, I started coloring this cool looking Conan, but I didn't finish it.
Yeah, your coloring skills are pretty good. Is the paper thick enough that the markers don't go through the other side?
Uh, a little bit. It goes through a little bit with some of them, but this is kind of thick paper. It's kind of heavy paper. It's the third time they've used that same illustration of Stan Lee in this coloring book or this activity book.
Am I almost at? Oh, let me see how many subscribers I have. Let me go look real quick.
expecting me for that because it was a lot of work.
Uh,
I'm going to name some unsung heroes real quick that I feel
oh man. Well, I think.
my circle. That
Hold on.
That looks cool.
Joe Rogan, it's not any of those guys.
I think I got 4 subscribers today. I had gone down to 775, and I think I'm up to 779.
Oh, you did
Uh,
definitely. That's
I,
cool.
I was at 779, and then I lost 4 when I did the Donald Trump shows. But I got more views than normal. Oh man, look at that. Wait, what's the guy on the left? Is that supposed to be Morbius?
Yeah, it is. It's Morbius drawn by Lee Elias. See?
Yeah, because I don't remember him ever looking like a snake that much in the comic.
It's because of Lee Elias or Lee Elias's style, right?
Yeah, he was a pre-code horror guy, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
his covers look
He's
like
for
that
Harvey, I
early.
think. That
Yeah,
Harvey.
that's a great everything looks a little bit off brand, but it looks off model, but it looks great. I would love to have, man, if you could, I wish you
Scan
had a
that.
scanner.
Yeah.
I wish you had a way to photocopy that page. That would be a cool thing to frame.
Look at this. I spent a lot of time on this. This was a puzzle where you had to find all the J's on his face, I guess. I circled them all individually.
Oh yeah, Homer Simpson has Matt Groening's initials on the side of his head as part of his hair. There's an M and a G. The G I think is his ear, and the M is the his hair. Um, my
I think
gosh,
numbers next to all of them.
like
That's kind of cool. A lot of the art in here is really neat. It looks really cool. This Daredevil looks cool. He's hanging
it
upside
would be
down.
a cool book to get, but you'd have to really be careful getting it from someone without people already drawing in it.
Like, look, this is, I think, Frank Bruner, or is it Val Merrick? Val Merrick?
Does it's not signed?
No, probably not.
My first guess is that's Valmeric, but
Yeah, it looks like Val Merrick from like the Man Thing annuals or
yeah,
Man
everyone
John's Man Things.
everyone forgets about him when they talk about these great artists of the '70s. Him and Ernie Ernie Chan. I don't think get enough credit. God, it looks like my head's starting to get fat again. Make
And that's
America fat again. I hope. What is going up around the Spider-Man head? What were
It's
all
all
those
him
things?
from
Oh, there's
the box.
Spider-Man.
Yeah,
Oh, that would be a cool shirt to have.
that's what I was saying. It's a cool design. So it's the Spider-Man from the title box, right? Or it looks kind of
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, these are just weird designs, like weird, like this insane AI drawings that pop up everywhere now.
This is cool. I guess this looks like it's taken from a real cover of a real Kazar cover. But look at how much time I spent on this stuff. It's kind of, I was into this. Is a neat activity book. I think I was probably about 12 when I got this.
Yeah. Well, see, now you could make photocopies and the kids could draw on the photocopies, and that is a very well done book, I have to admit.
Jim Willie, 100% Jim Willie. Jim Willie loved him. Tucker Carlson, hero. Roger Stone, hero. I say Blue Cutler, Jason. I mean, all of these people. Yes, name them in the chat. If I didn't name you, I didn't mean to do that. But Jim Caviezel, big hero. Cliff High, yes, Cliff High, Mel K, Rosette Bar,
I wonder who, so a lot of it, sometimes it's clip art that's taken from book, but then some of it looks original.
Yeah, I don't know.
It says Owen McCarran is the name of the person who wrote this. So it just says
What?
written Owen McCarran.
You mean on the front of the whole book?
On the inside. Yeah, on the inside right here. Look. Where is it? Okay, in the PS from Stan. So here's Stan's interest. Stan has a preface for the book.
Okay.
Down here it says, P.S. I just can't sign off without first thanking our titanically talented Canadian cousin, Owen McCarran, for the brilliant job he did in formulating and illustrating the material for this book. His clever concepts and delightful drawings make me wish I were a kid again. Thanks also to my very good friend and fellow Marvelite Saul Brodsky for his invaluable help in putting together countless technical loose ends and somehow making it all seem so easy. You're both a credit to Comicdom, oh true believers.
Well, Saul Brodsky is going to be the guy that was responsible for this book having the cool production design, because
right,
he's the guy that designed the logos for comics. So like the
this is
cool
probably
old
Brodsky right here, right?
So like the Amazing Spider-Man logo with the webs and this curved, and the Fantastic Four logo, that was all Saul Brodsky doing all those original logos.
Yeah, look at this. This is cool right here. It's he can fly, he can fly, he can fly, or can't. So they're asking you if which heroes can or can't fly, but look at how cool the illustrations are.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Surprised I didn't color that. These are really cool. And then look at here again. Look at all the work. Just not giving a shit, just with a pen.
Yeah. Well, I don't think. I mean, you could probably get a new copy of that without breaking the bank. I don't think that.
I would think so too. You could probably get a new copy that hasn't been. This is really cool. I put all these X's all over it, but look at how cool this is.
Yeah,
This
that
image.
would be really great in its original form. It's all pretty neat.
What moves are they going to make now that they see Mr. T's in office? Financial?
So Roy Thomas is in here.
Oh yeah.
Not tomorrow, not next month, right now, folks. Don't miss out. Visit noblegoldenbusiness.com today and bag up to 10 1-ounce silver drum.
So there's a little comic book in here with a villain called the Puzzle Master, and Roy Thomas makes multiple appearances in the story.
I got John Rich coming on today, the country singer.
And then at the end, Stan was the Puzzle Master after all, in the end. But where did he get his muscles?
Hey, yo.
Same place he got his hair.
Yeah, he's got his hair. He has that same. This is how he wanted people to think he looked at this time.
Yeah, well, I'm not knocking him because I mean he I'm not one that knocks him. I know he took too much credit for the creation of characters, but without him, these characters wouldn't have been as popular.
No, obviously.
Very good coloring. I almost thought at first those were stamps that were put in.
No, this is me coloring again with felt tips. Let's see how they went on the back. Really, it didn't even go through.
Yeah, they must have printed that on some heavy stock paper, knowing that kids would use markers.
Yeah, maybe they did. Yeah, because I used markers throughout here and it didn't go through. It's like a heavier stock. I like how that's all inside the watcher's head.
Yeah.
I call the Rumble people the nosebleed.
I like how I later found out that the Watchers were characters in the Bible. It's like all this stuff. A lot of this stuff is from stuff that Stan Lee and Jack Kirby learned about at the synagogue.
Do you want to take this? Do you think that you can get every answer in this True Believers quiz correct?
Probably not.
Do you want to take this True Believers quiz?
There's
17
what happened to
questions.
Disney and Comics would be able to identify all those.
Here's one for the internet. Yeah.
Oh, to identify the footwear. Oh man, That's the thing about kung fu guys being barefoot. That's just disgusting. I think kung fu guys ought to wear shoes. You know, it seems like they do more damage with shoes coming to contact with people's faces. No shoot, no shirt, no shoes, no service. Those signs used to be everywhere.
Miscellaneous.
Oh, did we
Also,
want
great
to? How
illustration.
about giving us a few questions from that quiz?
Okay.
I yeah,
All
I
right.
was.
All right. Let's give it.
I said probably not. I couldn't pass it. Not probably not that I don't want to do it.
The first confrontation for the Fantastic Four. Oh, wait. First of all, these are all true or false. Okay.
Oh
So the
yeah,
first confrontation for the Fantastic Four was the menace called Doctor Doom. True or false?
false. It's Mole Man.
That's right.
Okay.
The Silver Surfer was sentenced to remain on Earth forever by the Watcher. True or false?
False. That was
That's right.
Galactus.
Right. False. These are all easy.
Okay, it's
Yeah.
for amateurs. Well, I mean, if you're an 8-year-old in 1976, this would be hard. You know.
Here's one that's kind of, I mean, would be hard. Yeah. So I got this one wrong. I graded myself. So
Oh.
I got this question, which is now like, easy to us. I got it wrong. Thor was introduced in issue number 82 of Journey into Mystery. I put true, but that's false apparently,
It was
right?
70 something, wasn't it?
Yeah, because I put true, but I checked it off like I got it wrong. I haven't looked to see what the
I don't know the exact number
I
even
got this
now.
one wrong, definitely. Or I don't know. Did I get this? It says Red Sonja was created by Robert E. Howard, and I put true. Was she really created by Robert E. Howard?
Yeah, I would say that's
Barely,
only
right?
in name. I mean,
Yeah.
he created a character, Red Sonja, but she was like in the Russian, I think, and I think it was set in the 17 or 1800s. It was Roy Thomas really created that character as it is now, and but the name Red Sonja was Robert E. Howard. Yeah, I think. What did they say?
Let's look and see. We gotta see the answers. I gotta go and find the answers. Hold on. I wasn't prepared for that.
76, quite enough sayer. I was 11. So,
Okay, here we go.
yeah, what I was saying, just for Steve here,
They
what
say
happened at
false.
Disney Comics? When
They
we
say
say,
false that Red Sonja was not created by Robert E. Howard, according to them.
um, well,
Yeah, they say false in here. Or he
um,
says false. This Canadian guy that Stan Lee is in love with in the preface, Owen McCarran, he says false.
well, let me check this real quick. Hold on. Let me do some checking here.
These images are great. I'm surprised I didn't color these. These are maybe I didn't want to mess them up. Maybe that's why I didn't get to color them or anything. Hey, what's going on, Steve?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Wikipedia. Red Sonja is a sword and sorcery character created by writer Roy Thomas and artist Barry Windsor Smith for Marvel Comics in 1973, partially inspired by Robert E. Howard's character Red Sonja of Rogatino. But
Oh,
Red Sonja is spelled Sonya. So the original. So that's what I said was accurate. Um, but so it's really. Yeah, okay, whatever. So yeah, I guess they need to be more specific with the question, the way they ask it.
yeah, and they didn't really even give an explanation like on that Thor question. So my 10-year-old or 12-year-old self wouldn't have gotten the real answer. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know it was actually 83, not 82 or 77 or something. What is this? I'm just looking at grabbing different stuff that's on the shelf that might be somewhat interesting. It's kind of a cool cover. It says Comics Gone 8.
Oh, I have that issue. Um, Well, the thing is about Red Sonja, yeah, everything that it's kind, you know what it is? It's like Bob Kane. Did he create Batman? He came up with the name Batman, but it's about everything we know about Batman is Jerry Robinson, the Joker, everything. So, um, Robert E. Howard came up with the name. It was a different spelling, but it was a different character, and everything. Oh, yeah, that band. Yeah, I like that band, but it seems like there was something about that band that maybe they had TDS or something. Something disappointed me. Maybe I'm mixing them up with another band, but I could be wrong.
I don't know much about this band's music. I just got this book because this is a
Well,
book that is a gallery of nothing but the art that promoted this band. And there's a
right.
bunch of great artists that promoted this band over the years. So that's why I bought it.
They're a
I
punk
couldn't
rock
name one.
band.
I
That's
couldn't
it's like
name one of their songs. I bought one of their T-shirts one time at a Goodwill, and it was such a cool T-shirt. That was so. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get it right now. So I didn't know anything about this band until about 20 years ago, probably. So
uh,
about 20 years ago, I went to Goodwill. I just know this because I'm unpacking my clothes these days and I'm stacking up T-shirts, and this Electric Frankenstein T-shirt happened to be on top of the stack. So this is how I discovered this band. Was I found this T-shirt for like $3 at a at a
yeah,
Goodwill, and it has a back that has this logo that looks like EC Comics, and it says
yeah.
punk on it. So this is why I bought it, because this T-shirt is so cool. I like the back a lot.
Well, it's a punk band, but it's kind of a '60s garage rock inspired. They're good. I've got a bunch of CDs. I don't have any actual albums, but CDs. But when they were coming out, that was during the time they weren't really making records. You just had to get everything from CD. Um, yeah, this is a great.
Posters
They're
for shows, and a lot of it's just great art.
yeah. Um, yeah. Here's what's weird is okay. So Marvel had the license for Robert E. Howard's characters. So Roy Thomas creates this character of Red Sonja and
Right.
um, uses a name from some Robert E. Howard story. But when the license for all the Robert E. Howard stuff left Marvel, they owned what Roy Thomas did. The change that he made to the character was retained, but now the license for Red Sonja is with a different comic company than the Conan characters, and it's very strange. It seems like Roy Thomas should be getting. Yeah, I have that book. Yeah,
Yeah, it seems like Roy Thomas should be getting some sort of royalties for the use of the character, even in like action figures and stuff,
yeah,
right?
because everything. Yeah, and there's a Red Sonja. Nobody knows this, but there's a Red Sonja movie. I think it's already been filmed. I've seen pictures of the actress. She's not really an ideal actress. I don't think it's probably so bad it's unreleasable, but it's I think it's they finished making it. Um,
It's a great picture of Forey. I love that picture.
yeah,
It's a great book. If you guys don't, if the viewers out there don't have this yet, you should seek this out. You should be able to find it.
I'm gonna look up that Red Sonja movie. I'm not talking about the one with Bridget Nielsen. There's one that's been made like now currently.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, nobody knows it. It's like a complete secret. Or can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can.
It's Wikipedia says Red Sonja is an upcoming American sword and sorcery film directed by M.J. Bassett and written by Tasha Huo, based on the character of the same name. The film stars Matilda Lutz as the title character, alongside a bunch of people no one's ever heard of.
Is it available anywhere?
Well, I'm seeing it's from production company is Millennium Media, Sinaloo Films, Dynamite Entertainment. Enslaved by an evil tyrant who wishes to destroy her people, barbarian huntress Red Sonja must unite a group of unlikely warriors to face off against Dagan, Dragon the Magnificent, and his deadly bride, Dark Anicia. Production. I remember there was one that Robert Rodriguez was going to do back in 2008. They're talking about it here. And he was going to have Rose McGowan. He'd fallen in love with Rose McGowan. She was going to play Red Sonja. I think he left his wife to have Rose McGowan be his girlfriend, and he promised he was going to make a Red Sonja movie. It never happened. Let's see what's going on here. I think this is a troubled production, it looks like. The film is based on the Dynamite Entertainment version of the character. I don't know what they did differently.
No, maybe they have a different version of the character in the Dynamite comics when they got the
Yeah, I don't know. These comics introduced the concept where the original Marvel Comics Sonja was killed and replaced by Dynamite's reincarnation. Oh, really? Luke
that's
Lieberman.
get around, right? Is that how they get around having to pay Roy Thomas?
I think probably. Luke Lieberman, well, she still looks the same with the same chainmail bikini. Luke Lieberman will serve as a producer under Red Sonja LLC, while Nick Barucci will serve as an executive producer for Dynamite Entertainment. Lutz says the film will differ in tone from the male gaze of the comics and present a completely different story. However, the character's trademark bikini will remain the main costume for the film. On September 10th, 2024, a set photo featuring a partially armored Sonja was posted to the Red Sonja Instagram account.
Male gaze.
Yeah, in other words, they don't want you. The whole point of the character, they don't want you her to be a pinup. So I think they've hired an actress that's kind of ugly. Is really what they've done. Because I remember when I saw it, I was not impressed with the girl. In July 20, it's the whole point of the character. It's like we're gonna make a Barbarella movie. Want you to be attracted to Barbarella, so we're gonna just make it's like.
Hopefully, in Trump's second term, all of this stuff is going to go out the
This
window.
is one of those movies that back 20, 30 years ago would be released directly to VHS and would skip the theaters. Let's see. In July 2023, the film's producer, Luke Lieberman, was quoted saying the film is expected to be out in the first or second quarter of 2024. A teaser trailer debuted at the 2023 San Diego Comic Con to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the character. I bet that then it should be on YouTube unless they're trying to keep it secret. Let me see here. What was the name of this stupid actress playing her? Let me see. Let's see if I can't find that picture and show it to you guys. Red Sonja 2024. Damn it. Okay, there's a picture. Images. I don't know. It's just it doesn't impress me at all, really. Let me let me get back to where you guys are. Okay, I'm fighting to get out of the Phantom Zone and come back. Am I just a black screen right now?
Yeah, you are. You're a black screen.
Okay.
Frank Frazetta's white Indian.
What now?
Frank Frazetta's white Indian. That's what we're looking at.
Oh, okay. I can't see anything right now. I'm coming back though. Oh, I'm back. Okay.
Are you back?
Okay, what do I need to do? I need to go to brand.
We were
Okay.
looking at this book, and
Oh
inside of
yeah.
here, this isn't just White Indian. There's some other reprinted Frazetta stuff that all came from different anthology titles in the 50s. And mixed in here are those religious PSAs that I was showing you guys that came from that Frazetta did for Treasure Chest comics. And
Yeah.
there's like
Okay.
an anti-heroin one. There's one about prayer, about you saw them. I showed you some of them. They're pretty cool.
Okay. This is apparently what. Just a second. What it's gonna look like. So
Oh, okay. She's going to be like a red-haired Puerto Rican lady or something, right?
Okay. Well, I don't know. It's just it's is that your dream, Red Sonja? I don't think so. It's not really. So it's not gonna. We don't
No.
want the male gaze to look at her, the patriarchy. It's like,
What a joke,
don't you think that women would like to watch a movie about a powerful and also
What the,
beautiful warrior? I mean, do women really
woke
want to
is dead.
see powerful but ugly warrior? Is that really
Yeah,
what they
woke
want?
is from here on out. Woke is dead. Let
I
this
mean,
be their death knell, the
see,
second coming of
women
Christ.
like pretty women, pretty actresses too. That they because it's like a fantasy. It's like. Okay, look. Oh, okay. Is this a book you've gotten since you moved there?
No, this was a gift from my mother when I was a little kid, and all I ever did was look at the pictures, and then now I ended up moving here. So now I have reason to read this book cover to cover and really get into it. So I've had it since I was about 10 or 12.
Back in ancient times,
The
guys
complete
would go
story
into.
of the greatest treasure hunt in history.
Mm, yeah, they used to not wear fabric in battle because if you got hit by a sword and the fabric got in the wound, little trace of fiber would create an infection and kill you. So a lot of they would go into battle basically naked with swords and shields. So but I don't really want to read a comic book about that. I mean, not with, never mind. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but hopefully those days of them screwing everything up are gone, and what we're seeing now is just the end of it. It's all the trickle
Yeah.
down, but uh, yeah, hopefully we won't have to deal with it anymore much longer.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, it's just been ridiculous, but yeah, I think it's great that they've been defeated. It's fantastic. So, um,
I did some damage in here. You want to see how this place is looking?
yeah.
This is the studio slash toy room. So this is where I intend to do my art creation right here, as well as film my videos right here in this space, and then have this be like a storing area. This is just the hobby room, basically. My
But
studio is
you
my
can
idea.
use the window as lighting for your
Yeah.
show, and
Yep.
just have your face the window to get the light.
Yeah, it has really good natural lighting in here.
I hate looking into those ring lights, man. That does a number on you after a while.
What did I see? I thought I saw something that I was going to show you. It was in here. This whole tub is just filled with kaiju. Look, it's just nothing but like Ultraman. It's all Japanese vinyl.
Oh man.
What was I going to show you in here? I thought I was going to show you. Oh, look, here's another one of those ideal fix-it convertibles, but it's the colors are switched around. It's a blue car with red bumpers instead of a red car with blue bumpers.
What should someone expect to pay for a vehicle like that?
Uh, I don't know nowadays. When I was into buying these things around 5 years ago, this is $40 or $50
Okay. And with the box, I imagine that would be really
more.
high.
With the box more. Like I have two of the I have the two cars, but only one box. And I bought these two cars because when I found out that they made two versions and I saw what the blue one looked like, this one has an antenna. Then I really wanted this blue one, but the red one that I showed earlier was the first one that I bought that came in the box. And this guy right here, this figure, he happens to fit in here perfectly and look like he's waving and everything, but he doesn't go with this. He's from a Roy Rogers set. He used to sit inside of the Roy Rogers Jeep. It was like a Jeep that came with like it was a 1950s, also same scale, obviously, and it was also made by Ideal because Roy Rogers had a license with Ideal.
Yeah. Like LBJ.
Yeah, when you put him in the back, that's what he looks like. He's waving like LBJ. I thought I had something. Oh, look, you asked about the boxes that those art toys that we were looking at earlier came in. Here's some of them. So I saved some of them. This is, look, it says chumps. This is obviously that frog that we looked at.
Yeah.
So he came in this little box.
Ooh, what are those?
Oh, this was that teddy bear that. So those are all the ones that were in this line, and these are what they call blind boxes. So you would buy these, and you wouldn't know which one of the figures was going to be inside the box.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm not sure I like that. It's just special. I kind of like to know what I'm getting, man. I guess it's all part of the.
Look, here's a tiny one. Wow, this looks like it was cool. This little box. I don't know what figure came in here. I have to take a look and see. Oh, I know. I have this little figure. I have this little avocado alien right here. I don't know what I initially I came in here and there was something I saw that I was going to show you, but now I forgot what it was. Hmm.
You were getting one of those shock monsters, right?
Yeah, I want to get one of
They're
those.
coming in Monday.
All right, cool.
Oh, there's just a flash. It says breaking: Donald Trump Jr. confirms that the Trump camp does intend to honor promises made to RFK Jr., ensuring that he will be part of the second Trump administration in whatever
Oh,
capacity he would like. Uh,
that's cool. That sounds great.
whatever capacity he would like. Let's see.
Whatever capacity he would. You're right. That
That's
is
what it
even
says. I
more.
mean, it's like,
What does that mean? Yeah.
well, I mean, everything but president and vice president. Everything else is open, I guess.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
That's a great thing, man. Um, he needs to be the guy that releases the JFK papers. He needs to come out and read it himself. It needs to be read by a Kennedy, the actual, and they need to release whatever files they have on his dad on what happened to our Robert Kennedy, because that was suspicious too.
Definitely.
And then they need to release what files they have on Martin Luther King and see exactly, because I think about the same suspects are responsible for all of that.
I just
Oh
knocked over
yeah.
this Mary Hartman DVD.
I was telling my wife about that. Um, I never really saw Mary Hartman, but
I used to watch it. I used to
Fernwood
watch it.
Tonight was a spinoff from that, and I liked
Yeah, I
that
love
show.
both of those shows. I used to watch both those shows.
Well, it was
Let's look
just
at this.
something.
There's a short stack of DVDs and VHS right here. Let's look at them. I liked both of those shows. They were both great.
Well, it was just Mary Hartman was on too late for me to see, and I saw Fernwood
Oh yeah,
Tonight later
it
in
was a lot of
reruns.
stuff. Right?
But was it just like it was? It was making fun of soap operas. Was it real? Was it real intentionally monotonous and like she's on like some kind of drug? Like she's just real slow? Is that how it was? What was the humor? The
It was played completely straight, the same way as Fernwood Tonight. The idea is it was a soap opera that was taking place in Fernwood, in the small town of Fernwood, and it was purposefully boring and mundane, and her affect, which had nothing to do with drugs or alcohol, she had what we would in the psychiatric business, she has a flat affect, right?
right.
She was
Okay.
like this Asperger. The main character, Mary Hartman, was super slow and flat, and wasn't that she was stupid. She just spoke slowly. She was odd. The whole show was odd, but it was
Yeah.
played straight. There was no laugh track. There was
No, I
no
know it didn't. I
yeah.
know it didn't have a laugh track, but it was. I knew that it was one
There's
of
like
these
a level
surreal
of
shows.
sardonic sarcasm, I guess, making fun of soap operas in a really underhanded way, I guess.
Yeah, I have. You know what? I have two copies of that. I accidentally bought it twice.
Oh, do you? Yeah.
Yeah. So. Oh yeah, Fireball XL5 is that's probably my favorite of all of those Jerry Anderson. The closing credits theme is the
It's
music. It's so great.
they're all great, you guys.
I mean, they are, yeah, but that's
Here's some anime movie called Metropolis that I don't remember. It might be really good.
yeah. I don't know about it either.
Here's a dance production. Here's a show that I was in. This is
Oh,
me right here on the cover. This is me. That's me right there on the end in Parade Rest. But I was
is that?
kind of, you could say I was the star of this show. I had more lines and I was on stage, center stage, under the lights more than any of these other people.
Do you have a way of putting that up onto YouTube so everyone can see it?
There's a couple of little bits of it on my channel already. There's
Oh, okay.
yeah, there's like a couple little tiny bits of it. It's like modern dance, you guys. You don't want to watch 90 minutes of modern dance, do you?
Someone might.
Someone might.
So Republicans control the House and Senate.
Hmm.
This is the new Scooby-Doo movies. This was a great show, right?
Oh, okay. So that's what had Sonny and Cher and
Harlem Globetrotters, Dick Van
did,
Dyke, Jonathan Winters, Don Knotts,
did
Cass
they
Elliot.
did they have the Adams Family? I think.
They did, but not on this season.
Oh, okay. I see the Three
This is just
Stooges there.
yeah, the Three Stooges are on this season. They did this for a few years, you know. They
Yeah,
were great. They were really good.
yeah.
What is this? This is something of my son's.
I like it though. It's like a World War II poster. It's like instead of saying loose lips sink ships, just shut up.
This is like C Lab 2020, I think, or something like
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yeah, I
This
think
yeah.
this is C Lab. Yeah, it's C Lab 2021.
Okay, it reminds me of here. I'll show you some real quick.
But
This
it's making fun of like a communist manifesto.
hold on. It says bad news travels fast. Good news is scarcely heard. In other
That's
words, just over a bridge game, you could say something your husband's doing off in the war, and then maybe
yeah.
one of your wife's friends is a German agent or something. You can anyway.
Yep. This is really nice set. This Gamera Legacy collection is really good.
Mm.
Look at all these. Basically, it has everything, like 12 movies, I think.
Yeah, there was Gamera was great. I don't know what they were
Watch
smoking
this
when
and
they
think it
created
was
that
good.
character.
I don't remember. I just remember thinking this was good. I don't remember much more about it. Here's Radar Men from the Moon. I think this is the full serial.
Yeah.
No, it's just chapter 1 through 6. Wow, you could win this DVD if you write. This will be the prize for tonight's show. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I don't know why I own this. Something needs to be done with
In
this.
other words, I hate this.
Pandorum. Also, I don't know why I have this. I don't really remember this movie. It came from Blockbuster.
Yeah, it looks unpleasant. That doesn't look like a movie I'd want to watch.
And then we got Rescue from Gilligan's Island and Wackiest Wagon Train in the West. And then some VHS. The Crawling Eye.
Yeah.
Look, it's from some sort of a Grandpa Owl collection that Al must have made money from, right?
Yeah. You know what was weird is he never seemed to age because in the 60s they were made him look older. And then when he got older, he looked like the way they aged him for the monsters. And he's
Yeah.
always looked like an old man. Probably he was 20. He looked like an old man just because of the way his face was shaped. And so
He
he was,
autographed every VHS tape. Look,
that's great.
1988 Amvest Video, Rahway, New Jersey. Didn't he have a restaurant in New Jersey or something?
Maybe or it was at New York or somewhere. Yeah, yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
so that would make sense, right?
Yeah,
Here's an old VHS that looks like it was a rental for
right.
Toxic Avenger.
Yeah, I was, I was never a big fan of that movie, but
I liked it. I thought it was hilarious.
well, when it
I like
came out, my friend and I, we it's like, ugh, what is this? It was so seedy looking. I don't know what we just weren't in the mood maybe that day.
Oh, this is cool. This is a rental for Monster Squad.
Oh,
One of those ones with a hard case where they would take the actual VHS case and cut it up with a razor knife and then stick it inside these hard plastic cases.
right. Yeah, I remember that.
Flash Superstores, it says. I don't know what that is. Look at this. I don't know what this is. It says Tylipo, an Appalachian tale.
I don't know, but that might have possibilities.
Tale, what? Talipo. Talipo is a journey back in time to the mystery and enchantment of folk stories told at Fire's Edge. This entertaining, suspenseful film is a live action portrayal of the popular Appalachian children's tale, perfect for Halloween. I don't know where this came from.
The Appalachian means hillbilly, right?
Right.
It's a nicer way of saying it. um,
I think it's geographically specific to the Appalachian Mountains, right?
yeah.
And then look, here's a completely blank cassette. But really, we came in here to look at all these 6-scale figures.
Well, hillbilly is a term that's not offensive when a hillbilly calls him or himself a hillbilly, but when someone that's not a hillbilly uses the word hillbilly, they get offended. I remember Dolly Parton was on 60 Minutes, and she didn't really like the term coming from like Diane Sawyer, but it's like, oh boy.
We got this Trump action figure out again because since he's president again, it's time to take him out, and we
You
need to
know, I
set up.
was given a gift back in
We need to set up the
2016.
Oval Office and everything.
This guy gave me a Donald Trump Funko Pop. I still have it in the box. It says 2016. I wonder if they made a Funko Pop of him again. Yeah, you need to have him out with next to your GI Joes. You need to get him actually. That's
Well,
pretty big,
so
man.
I'm going to get him out and get him all set up. Now, I used to have him set up like I've got a really big, luxurious looking leather chair, like a chair that it would look like the Godfather would sit in. That's what it's made for. But instead, it looks great when Trump sits in it. But then I arrange a bunch of other figures around him, like his Justice League, sort of, right? You know,
Yeah.
I put like Snake Plissken standing behind him, and Road Warrior, and then maybe Superman in a MAGA hat, because I have a really cool big Superman 12-inch figure, and then I put the MAGA hat on Superman. So I set it all up, and but I'm going to do that now that it's all over. I just kind of thought of it for the first time. We're going to set up the Oval Office, and we'll put the figures that we have that look like they would be Trump's.
Are you going to do that on your channel, or feel free to save that for your content?
Check it out. Let's open.
But I wouldn't mind you doing it now if you feel. Um, there's no. I mean, a public figure, anyone could make an action figure of them, right? So, I mean, you don't have to have permission to make a Trump or an Elon Musk figure, or
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't think you do. So it would be really great if someone made figures of all of his whole squad. Vivek Ramaswamy and Tulsi Gabbard. That would be a neat line of figures. As I keep saying, it's kind of like Doc Savage and his Fabulous Five. The brain trust he's got around him, a doctor, a lawyer, a scientist, all these people that can
that's
help out.
exactly.
And in fact,
like the challengers of the unknown, kind of, or something like that.
and they always say that he's instead of the man of bronze, he could be the man of orange, because they like to call him that.
Still watching.
Huh? Oh,
yeah. This is the Azorian flag. This is the flag for the Azores Islands that he was talking about earlier off the archipelago, the Azores. That my grandfather's from here.
oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
All right. This is cool. What you guys see. So inside here, you have Trump. He comes with a different head. He comes with a different tie, so you can switch out the tie. I think he comes with some different hands, and he comes with a MAGA hat, and then this podium over here.
This
So
reeks of being a very expensive toy. There, that looks like is that like a $200 toy or something?
I think it was like about $130 when it first came out, and then the prices went up on it drastically, and then they are right now coming out with a new version, because this is the 2016 version, right?
Oh yeah,
So
we
now
don't want the Pence name on there.
But this flips around, so you can have the presidential seal on the front.
Oh, excellent. Well, we've got Zork back in the studio.
Oh, excellent.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up,
I've
man?
completed putting up my tree.
Oh, I wish you
I'm
could.
back to hang out.
Can
You have a
you
camera?
can you aim your camera not at yourself, but like the way that Wano Savin does it, where he's always aiming at the other direction and show us the tree? I guess you said no.
I don't have a camera. I don't have one installed, or I don't think I've even owned one.
Oh, you're probably like on a flip phone, right? You're like
No, I'm actually on an old laptop that I can remove the battery from. Like it just does the internet. That's about it.
You have tape over the camera on it.
It doesn't have one. It didn't come with a camera built into it.
Okay, man, you are hardcore.
Well, I still live like it's the 80s mostly, except for a laptop, and I have a burner phone that I occasionally activate when I need to, because some places require stuff like that.
It looks like Donald Trump, but it's almost like he's mixed together with some other person. I can't quite put my finger on it. It's
Didn't the leftists try to make the OK symbol like racist or something?
yeah, they did. They said
Ridiculous.
it was when people did it, it's a sign that they're white supremacists.
The OK symbol.
I don't
Yeah, it
know
was.
why.
Is there anything that they haven't tried to quantify as somehow racist?
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't
Look at
probably
the other
not.
head it comes with. Now it comes with one with him doing rhetoric. Look, they're not sending their best. They're rapists. Oops, I'm sorry.
Uh,
But yeah, that's what this is about. So this was made by a Chinese company called DID that specializes in military figures that about probably at the end of Obama's second term, they started making political figures, right? So they made an Obama version of this before Trump. Very nicely made, just like this, but it was Obama. And it probably sold. I mean, I don't know which sold better, but it probably sold. No, this probably sold a lot better. Then they did like Martin Luther King.
yeah.
Who else did they did? They did like maybe Gandhi. And then they made a bad guy from World War II one, right? With the little mustache. They made
Okay.
him.
Yeah.
And it went over the top in sales and everything. And you had to order these from China. And at the time, I was going to this little Japanese toy store on Clement Street in San Francisco, and this guy was ordering these for me from China, these figures that I have, like before I got the Trump one, and high-end stuff around, like you're right, about 100, 200 bucks a piece. And so I found out this is coming out. So they made this like shortly after he's elected in like 2017 or something. And it blew up and they sold out, I think. And I think it's probably a couple hundred, 300 bucks now to get one of these, but they have a new version that they came out with that is like the 2.0.
Well, did you buy
But the
a
likeness is
collection,
pretty much, I
Kevin?
think it's pretty good. I think it's there.
The old man.
How you guys doing?
Good, but where did you get that? Did you buy a collect? Oh,
All right, guys.
What is going on here, Kevin? What happened?
Can you off or what's going on?
Kevin's got some big books here. What the heck?
Are these very expensive comic books?
Well,
I just paid a lot for them. Yeah.
did someone walk in with these?
Yeah.
Listen to
Those
his
are
voice. He
those things
sounds
are
like
huge.
he's
These
just
things
those
are
two books.
magazine bags and boards. Those are magazine bags and boards.
Yeah, you'd almost have to. Did it was just a walk-in person?
I kind of recognize the guy. He's a coin dealer.
Okay.
I think I've bought comics from before. He finds stuff like this every once in a while.
Okay. Well, these
He's
are.
got he was telling me about his neighbor that's like 95 years old and has comics too that he's eventually going to get.
He's just waiting him out.
Well, he didn't
So,
want to.
well, you paid a lot of money. So he knew what they were worth.
Yeah, he knew what they were worth. The condition on them is
The Last
insane.
Frontier's already asking, are they for sale? That's what everyone's thinking right now. Are you keeping them?
The condition is crazy on them.
Yeah, I can see that. These are World War II comics, man. I guess the Flash is too, huh?
Yeah, early 40s. I think they're like 41, 42.
Woof.
I like the art on them. It's good.
Yeah. What? I guess you. I'm not going to ask you what you paid, but you say it's a lot, huh?
Yeah, he wouldn't have sold them cheap. No, he was gonna leave. He was gonna get these magazine bags and boards and leave with them.
Oh, and he just had only the two, or were there other things he had?
No, he just had the two.
Well, that's good. You didn't let him go, but are you keeping him, or what's the deal with him?
I don't know. For now, I want to keep them, but I'll sell them eventually, probably.
Yeah. Sounds like Last Frontier might be a customer. I don't think they're in my price range.
How much do comic books
Can
such
you
as
guys hear me
these
okay?
typically go for? Ballpark.
Well, you could look these up on eBay, or I don't know if mycomicshop.com would have these particular issues, but shit, I don't. I mean, did you pay less than? Did you pay less than you think they're? I mean, you must have paid less than their. Boy, double dog. Um, oh, Last Frontier. I'm interested in the big shot when you decide to sell. Yeah, I think everybody
Well,
would
like, are
be.
these like are these like $100? Are they five
No,
thousand
no.
dollars? I mean,
I don't know. See, I don't know if they'd be 1,000 or 5,000. I don't know, but they're not going to be $100 books on that condition. I don't know what the prices of Golden Age stuff. I mean, I would guess that they'd be that this. I would guess the Flash at least a couple thousand. The one where he's punching Japanese soldiers, that's a great cover.
yeah, it
I
is.
imagine that's a couple thousand too. I don't know.
They're not worth that much.
I don't have any clue.
I didn't collect comics a great deal. I did collect comics when I was a kid, but I didn't collect a lot of comics. And what I did buy is probably worthless. I mean, I bought Micronaut comics.
Those are fun comics. Those are really good. That's not. I mean,
I did collect a series called Area 88 in the 80s. It was a Japanese comic about airplanes, kind of mercenary fighter pilot kind of thing. But really, that's. I also collected a comic called Gray, Grey, which was a early Japanese American import, and that was really about it. Mostly what I collected, um, like Micronauts. I was big into Micronauts. I liked Micronauts.
yeah. Well, I mean, you get what you like, and it doesn't matter how much
Hey, Zort.
you have fun with. Yeah.
Sure.
Hey, Zort, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, how did you pronounce? Do you say acroyer or acroyear?
When I was a kid, I said acro year, but I don't think I was right.
So in my mind, I would say acroyer, and then my cousin said, no, it's acroyear. And so I never knew which was the real true one to say, but I used to say
Acroyer sounds more. It sounds nicer, but I mean, I was from Texas back then. Like, I mean, we put the Texas twang on everything back in those days.
Yeah, also that is the good comic. That character Bug, do you remember Bug? That was like a good part of that comic.
Yeah.
That
Oh yeah.
character.
No, I would say Bug was kind of the star of the show.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that comic. I mean, is it super valuable now? No,
I
but
don't know.
probably should be.
I mean, I at one point I took all the comics that I do have and I bagged them and board them. But I mean, I just like real amateur. I bought some bags and boards and some Scotch tape, and they've been sitting inside a box for 30 years, 40 years. I think I put them all in bags and boards in like 89 or 90.
Yeah. Do you still have them?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have a Trump shirt. He's asking if I have the grays but not phased Trump shirt. I've got some shirt. It's made out of some weird material that my mother-in-law sent us 3 Trump shirts that came from that Chinese company Timu or whatever, um, that sells stuff for like 49 cents. But they're made out of some weird material that uh, I don't know. It's like polyester.
Grouch, I'm kind of like you. Like, my mother was real good about like saving the boxes on stuff. I didn't care at the time, but she would. And when my mother passed away, she had all my stuff from childhood. So I have all my toys that I had when I was a kid. I have most of the boxes, the comic books, etc. Like, it's just stuff that got saved at this point.
That's cool.
Like, I have one of my favorite toys as a kid was the Shogun Warriors, the like 2.5 foot tall plastic.
Oh yeah, you still have that?
Yeah, I have those on a shelf.
How many do you have of those?
1, 2, 3, 4. I got 4 of them in Godzilla.
Oh, I was just going
Oh
to ask
man,
if you have the Godzilla. That's great.
those are very sought after. I don't.
Are they?
Yeah, I mean, depending on the condition, that, and I don't know for sure, but I'm thinking that you've got thousands of dollars worth of stuff there.
Well, they're played with, but I was pretty litigious with my stuff as a kid. Like I didn't wreck it, or I would play with it, but I wouldn't mistreat it.
Yeah. What would you say that collection would be worth, Meyer?
I don't know. I'm not really sure. That's not my specialty. I don't have any of those, but I really like them. But they're a couple $100 a piece at least.
A
Even
couple of
loose.
$100? Are you serious?
Yeah, 100%.
I think those
Yeah,
things were
even
like
loose.
$12 when I was a kid.
Yeah, no. If you've got, especially if you have the missiles and they function,
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
if there's stickers, if the stickers are intact, and then if you have the boxes, then it's even way more. It's
I
like
don't for these. I don't have the boxes. They got lost or damaged somewhere. Like I don't have the boxes for everything. A lot of it.
Loose, probably all of those large figures, all of them, all like 4 or 5 of them are at least $200 each.
Wow.
Just loose.
That's why I'm thinking that sounds like about $1,000 worth of stuff you got there.
You're right.
And the
I would never
Godzilla, I
sell
think,
them
is the
though.
most sought after one.
They're
I
just
think.
they're memories from my childhood. I like
Yeah,
them.
don't sell them. Don't ever sell them. I'm not suggesting that.
But they're
I'm just
valuable.
telling
That's
you
great
that
that you
they're.
hung on to them because
I also have a lot of the stuff that I used to go get at Army Navy stores, which I understand. Like I've got several fighter pilot helmets and stuff like that. And like that stuff was just you couldn't give it away back in the day.
You're right, and that's why a lot of people didn't keep it. And it's great that you did keep it. That's cool. Because it was like, yeah, you could get this anytime you want. It's just down there at the Army Navy store, but now they're all gone. You can't do it anymore.
Yeah. I remember us we would decide as a group of kids in the neighborhood, we would decide we were going to go in the local woods and play Army, and guys would be like, "Well, I need to go to the Army Navy." Yeah, I got that guy.
Yeah, this is what
we would go to the local Army Navy store and load up on stuff. Like I need a couple of grenades, I need a canteen, and then we'd go out into the woods and play Army all day long.
Right.
We'd have those plastic guns that look like real guns that would growl when you pull the trigger,
I was going to show a grenade, and then I realized I'll get in trouble with YouTube if I do that.
Yeah, I have several of those still from childhood.
Yeah,
They're like the lemon grenades from Vietnam.
If you know which ones are expensive.
We had kind of elaborate rules for when we played Army or War, and we even had a name for it, and we called it the gun game. And so here's what the gun game was. The gun game is that everybody brought all the guns that they had at their house outside to the picking point, which would be like the end of the cul-de-sac. And so say you had certain guns, like you had a rifle or a Tommy. These are all toy guns, play guns made of plastic, obviously. A pistol or 2 water guns, a lot of them. Sometimes it would be like a space gun or something, or a part or a piece from a game or something. But whatever it was a gun. So every kid would bring 4 or 5 different guns together. And then we would do lots to see who would go first. And then you would pick guns, right? And then each gun, for some reason or another, we would think one gun is more powerful than the others, so it would do more damage. So the game was like hide and go seek. We're playing Army. Sometimes you're in teams of 2 or 3 people. Sometimes you're by yourself. Everyone is against each other. And if you get shot, and it's all on your honor system, so it's just your word against the other guy. If he gets the drop on you and you get shot, you're dead, and you have to count to a certain number. And you also, the other guy gets to take one of your guns, right? And
yeah,
so
we did the same thing.
Everybody's did you do the same thing?
Yeah, the same thing. And it would always lead to fist fights because somebody would be, I got you. And they'd be like, no, you didn't. And then then it would throw down and kids start punching each other.
You're right. The game almost never actually ended because there would be so many disputes.
Yeah. Right. I remember there was this one kid. His dad bought him this thing called the 7-key gun. I don't know. It was probably some local toy, but it had kind of a flipper on it, and he put rocks in it, and he'd fire rocks at your head. And and so he made us all mad. And so like we went over to his house and we're like kind of his house was there was this break in the neighborhood where it went out to these woods, and he lived right there. And so we were riding our bicycles around his whole house like Indians circling the settlers, and he was coming over the fence and firing at us with the 7 key gun. Yeah, he knocked a couple of us off our bikes with it. It was pretty funny. But we were mad at him at the time because he kept shooting those rocks at our head.
Oh.
I don't know. It was fun. I mean, I just remember spending hours and hours and hours outside all day long. You know, go if you wanted a drink, you just go up to the water hose on the side of the house and turn it on, and let it run for a second until it got cold, and then drink right out of the water hose.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can remember. Do you remember that feeling of the beginning of summer when? So I was pretty unsupervised as a kid, so my memories might be a little different than normal. But I remember waking up like realizing that it's summer, and this is at the beginning, like second grade maybe, when you're just getting used to how time works, how months work, how the year works, and you realize that you don't have to go to school and that it's early. I remember waking up like 7 o'clock in the morning on Monday, knowing I didn't have to go to school because it was summertime, and just in my mind, just laying out the whole day ahead of me, like what I can do anything I want. No one is following me around telling me it. I get up and eat breakfast, eat a bowl of cereal, and go out, spend all day outside, go over to this guy's house and that guy's house, put something together. What are we going to do today? Some stupid, crazy scheme that we would come up with,
What are we going to light on fire?
Yeah, what are we going to light on fire? Or what are we going to do to make money for some odd reason why we would have needed the money to buy something we didn't need, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I would never eat this stuff now, and I can't believe our parents let us eat it, but I was like addicted to Sugar Smacks. That was my cereal, man. I would get up in the morning and pour a big bowl of Smacks, Sugar Smacks. And that's how I started every day. That and a glass of orange juice. Then after that, it was just on for the rest of the day. I wouldn't come back in until 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. And also, I remember in the South, barbecuing's always been big. Barbecuing, grilling, what have you.
Yeah.
And some of my favorite memories are just like with the kids in the neighborhood riding bikes because BMX bikes were really big when I was a kid. And that was really kind of my primary toy was my BMX bicycle. And just riding around, the sun setting, and you could smell like in the summertime, like one grill would light up, one smoker would light up, and like the whole neighborhood smelled like barbecue. That was probably a regional thing, but it's a fond memory.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Isn't that all over the United States? That people don't.
It should be.
The smell of barbecuing, yeah.
And it just, the street lights would start to come on, and the barbecues would fire up, and all the kids would have to go home. Barbecue chicken, hamburgers, whatever.
Also, front doors open with the screen doors shut, right? In that time of the right, you come home and you just open the screen door, and you can kind of hear what's going on out in the street, in the neighborhood, in a way, because everybody's screen doors are open, the TVs are on, the blue glow of the TV is coming out of everybody's screen doors, right?
Yeah. Everybody was more involved in the community back then. Like everyone knew one another. There weren't really strangers in the neighborhood. All the even if the parents weren't friends, they at least knew one another.
Yeah.
So
your family was kind of judged by it. I remember like all my elders talking about other people in the family, like, oh, that's the Schmidts, and their daughter just got accepted to so-and-so college, and that's the Smiths, and that, like people, all the talk was about the other families, and like your family was known by your family reputation. And in Texas, especially back then, like if you had a family member that was like a horse thief in like 1878, like your family name was still Mud. Like, oh, those are those Jordans. They were horse thieves. It's like when? 1882? It's like, don't you think we can give them a break now? Then they're like, no, they're horrible people. They're
well, the Mudd family. Think about the poor Samuel Mudd. We're still using that expression.
There you go.
I mean, I don't know how if you all know where that expression comes from. I mean, I know you guys probably do, but as far as Samuel Mudd was just this doctor, and this guy shows up in the middle of the night with a broken leg, and he helps him out. And it turns out it's John Wilkes Booth is on the run after shooting Lincoln, and so they figure he's part of the conspiracy, and and then they sent him to prison. I think he got out eventually, but no, that's why people say your name's Mudd is because
Yeah, the
you're
world
someone
just
helped that.
works so differently. And I mean, there was good parts to it and bad parts to it, but I don't know. I'm biased, of course, but on the whole, I think it was more good than bad.
You have to go on your showcase or eBay.
Yeah. I got this for like 50 cents from a sale across the street at this museum, but I don't know if it's probably worth nothing.
Wow.
But I got it for my wife, but she wasn't interested in it. I should give it away as a prize. It's just like a.
That's a nice prize.
No, I'm not going to give it away. It's I don't give anything away. It's some kind of woman's watch, but it shouldn't be on top of a pinball machine, so I'm moving it.
Oh, you get a Blu-ray.
Grouchy, you were saying that you lived near the El Chico in Pantego when you lived there?
Yeah, right up the hill. There's that hill.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, up the hill. Then there's
Oh, that's a nice neighborhood.
the old A&P that became Arlington Hardware.
That I don't. Because
Well,
I
okay.
spent time in Pantego because we had family there.
Yeah.
But my family was originally from Oak Cliff.
Okay.
Before like it, turned real
Well,
seedy.
Yeah. Anyway, it's right up the hill from. Yeah.
I know the neighborhood you're talking about, though.
But bunch of pecan trees. Then
I had a lot of family in Duncanville and some in Pantego.
Yeah, Duncanville Books is that was my downfall, man. Here's a little.
Yeah.
What was this guy's name in the Godzilla movies?
Those are all open.
I don't remember.
Do you remember Meyer? His name
No, I don't remember.
might be an Ultraman guy. No, it's got to be a Godzilla guy. I don't know.
Ultraman, another show that it had not been for Channel 39, I never would have known about. They used to play the reruns on Channel 39.
When I don't even remember ever seeing reruns on Channel 39. I didn't see Ultraman until the 90s. Was that
In the early 80s, like 1980 through about 1984, they played it on Channel 39 at like 3:00 in the afternoon.
I guess I missed that.
It was kind of in lieu, I think, of like a modern kids cartoon. Because you remember they used to play cartoons right about the time kids were getting out of school.
Sure, yeah.
And I think that was Channel 39's answer to that. They didn't have anything licensed that was modern. So at some point they got a hold of Ultraman. And, that may have been that kid that ultimately sabotaged his family's own TV station.
Yeah. Someone was running Spectre Man, though, in the Metroplex, too. Probably Channel 39 also.
I think the son of the owners was real into Japanese everything.
That must have been what it was.
And it's most likely that because his parent, the owners were like real Christian fundamentalist types, they probably didn't understand what it was. They were like, "Oh, that's that newfangled Japanese stuff." Like, okay, son, if you want to run it, but they'd never seen it. They had no idea about it.
His arms are somewhere. He's missing his arms, man. I'll find him. I'll find him yet.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah.
I don't know. I miss the old culture of the Metroplex back in the 70s and the 80s. Like it's just like now it's a whole area that's been taken over by people who are not from there. Like they've obliterated the original culture of the area. And the original culture of the area was very quirky. I mean, it was like on one side it was very fundamentalist, but it also allowed for a lot more freedom too at the same time. It was kind of a weird dynamic.
Yeah. This is the villain from the Jack in the Box commercials, right?
150.
Is it? I don't remember.
Shoot. What does it
I mean,
say?
I trust you.
Well,
I
I don't
guess
know
it
if
is.
I'm right though. Let me see. I can't see, like I think I can really read that. I need my magnifying glass. Um,
What's that girl's name? That one?
well, that's kind of cool to see that.
As a matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and tell you. Person I went
M-A-R.
down and brought back here is my brother. My brother was still living in Pantego, and we finally decided to get him out of there.
Is it getting
Um,
real bad there?
it's boy, it ain't what it used to be. I'll tell you that.
That
I
used to
mean,
be the place that the police there were, that was
oh
just
yeah, like they tolerated no nonsense at all.
see, there's this town between Dallas and Fort Worth called Arlington, and then there's a town inside of the town. Arlington's all around this place called Pantego, and
Most people would probably know it's where Pantera was from.
yeah, from that
I mean,
area.
that's
Yeah,
for modern day. That's what most people are going to know it for.
yeah. Well, that and that's where the Dallas Cowboys play, and that's where the original Six Flags Over Texas was, and
Right.
it's where Leanne Rhymes came from. Whatever, who cares? There was I must say that her song that Blue sounded like it was right out of 1960, but I don't think she ever
Yeah,
did
it
anything
did.
like that. Was because it was written back then. Just no one ever recorded it. Um. Anyway, it was there was that this hill that went down, and at the bottom of the hill was where Pantego started. So your car would naturally start to go faster down the hill, and then at the bottom they were like 5 miles an hour less,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's where they would just wait for you, the police.
Well,
To take
I
you
think
out.
the last straw for my brother because he was the last person to leave. He held out the longest, but and it was really because of his job. But
Yeah.
he was in his backyard barbecuing,
Mhm.
and as we all used to do, like on a Saturday, and all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, he lived kind of on a corner, right, corner lot,
Mhm.
and all of a sudden, this like immensely muscular black guy just busts through his fence, like the side of the fence, like the whole fence, like the Hulk, like psh, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And then behind him are two Pantego police officers who then jump on top of him and start, subduing him. And apparently it was quite the fight. And my brother he'd been in his backyard for a couple hours. He was already several beers in, you know what I mean? And
Okay.
so he just sat there and watched this like right at his feet as he was sitting in his backyard barbecuing innocently. This and he was like, well, I think it's time to move.
Yeah. Yeah. The where I was at, there was an apartment complex. Well, they started building there used to be a orchard with all these pecan trees lined up. So someone buys this land in 1964. They start building all these houses, and then after people had moved in, then they originally always had plans to put up this apartment complex, and they put it right behind the houses. So my house backed up to this apartment complex, which my parents moved there in 1976. It was all a bunch of old retired people that lived there.
And
But
back in,
then,
in the old South, having a pecan, being an arborist and having a pecan orchard, that was a status symbol. That meant that you were gentry, you were highfalutin.
well, there were all these pecans all over the yard. I could have made pecan pie, but my wife's allergic to pecans, so that was really a problem. She was always sick there. But anyway, this apartment complex, one time I was there and got tired coming in from work, and for some reason I forgot my security code. When I went, I couldn't remember it, man. It was just like your mind is wiped, and so and I get it turned off, but the police officer showed up, responding to some signal, and he says, "Oh, I was worried because the apartment complex behind you is pretty bad." And I says, "Really? I thought it was just a bunch of retired people." And he says, "No, got a lot of people from refugees from Hurricane. What was it
Katrina.
Katrina?
Yeah.
Yeah, because people in New Orleans, they got flooded out. They went all over Texas and everything. A lot of them went back, but people didn't really realize." how bad it was in New Orleans until all those people started to go everywhere else.
You must have lived very. My brother used to live on Lisa Lane. Do you know where that is?
And it
No.
doesn't. Is that in Pantego?
Yeah.
Maybe I've seen it. I don't really know offhand.
It's over
No.
by the Tom Thumb.
Oh, the Tom Thumb. Yeah, that's where we shopped. Yeah, Tom Thumb. Yeah.
You must have lived very close to where my brother lived.
Yeah. I probably could have walked to his house. It'd be a little bit of a walk, but yeah.
I seen them.
No, she
Um,
has. I don't
that
even know if we have.
yeah, that shopping center that the
What you have to
Tom Thumb is in used to have a bookstore,
In
several
our,
bookstores where I bought a lot of my comics.
dude, we have so much shit, bro.
But the thing is, my wife she used to smoke. She doesn't anymore, but she'd be in the backyard smoking because we didn't smoke inside, and it's like she'd hear horrible fights from across the fence back of this apartment complex. And there was this little old lady that was one of the original owners of the houses from 1964. She walked around down the streets every day. She always had a stick in her hand or a cane or
Yeah, as
something.
if that's going to help, but okay.
But she said that they didn't tell them that apartment complex is going to be built. Anyway, it they she would see them taking bodies down from upstairs.
Good Lord.
It's just covered in sheets and stuff. It was not a nice complex we were back there. She's actually must be on a break because I see she's in. I wonder if this is her dinner. We can't get our food until 5. He says, "Hi, Zork," and she says, "You better run. Did you know Wizard?" What is she talking about?
I didn't know Wizard. I didn't know him.
No kick, you buy.
Oh, you did or didn't?
I did not. I did not.
Is that the? Oh, I think I know who she's.
Because it was my brother that lived. I never lived in Pantego. My brother lived in Pantego. And
yeah.
before that, we had an uncle that lived out there, which is why my brother moved out there back in long time ago. But yeah, like I visited Pantego regularly, but I didn't live in Pantego.
Yeah.
Big one.
Sounds like Kevin is like we're saying, he's having a busy day. You see, he's
Yeah.
black square, and I heard him say 150, selling something for $150. So yeah, this is all because Trump's been, instead of sitting there all day and not a single. I was wondering if he was your brother. Oh,
my brother has never had a nickname or anything like that. And really, my brother, he moved there when he was a young man. He moved there when he was like 20, and he bought a house there. Just it was his first place, and he bought it. And he was fine. He's always been a bachelor. He's always had a series of girlfriends. He never got married.
Right.
And so he just never moved because it was like a little 1,200 square foot starter house.
Yeah.
But for a single guy, that's enough, and he just stayed there and saved money.
So you rescued him. Is the house now being rented or up for sale, or what's going on with it?
It's being sold. Yeah. And he's staying with me for a few months till he finds a place around here. He's got the money to pay cash for a place. I mean, he was very frugal, and he, like I said, he bought his starter house, and because he never got married, he just stayed in it. He had girlfriends come live with him occasionally, but nothing steady. So he was able to save a lot of money.
Hey, Meyer's cooking something.
I know. It's suddenly we're gonna get to see. This is a real variety show. This is better than Sabado Gigante. My wife used to tell me I look like the guy from Sabado Gigante, the big variety show that's on Mexican television.
I've never seen it.
It's like on every Saturday. I don't know, on Telemundo, and it's like the old Ed Sullivan show. I think it goes on for hours and hours, and the guy, was this kind of fat guy. My head used to be more round.
What's Meyer making us? Are we having scrambled eggs? Is that it?
Yeah, it's kind of scrambled eggs, and it's kind of an omelet. Cheese omelet, and then a half of a biscuit and gravy left over from dinner yesterday that I'm heating up.
Yeah,
sounds good to me. I'm seriously thinking about having waffles and bacon for I only eat once a day, but like have it, here in a couple hours for dinner. I like breakfast for dinner occasionally.
One
Yeah, I
time,
like breakfast for dinner.
one time, my wife heard a woman being beaten,
She's
and
on it.
she just ran out to the fence and went out to rescue this woman. I mean, she's a tough. I wouldn't do that, but she's tough, And I guess the guy ran, but this was it sounded pretty severe. What was happening across the other side of the fence.
Put this one first.
Um, One time they threw a hypodermic needle over the fence. That wasn't really
Good
cool.
Lord.
I assume it was a diabetic, but I don't. They don't use hypoderm. I- this was not good. Sometimes Meyer cooks on here. LOL. Yeah. Well, it's a
Yeah,
total
I
lifestyle show, man.
I
It's a
would at
lifestyle
this
show.
point I would never buy a home in a neighborhood. Like it's got to have at least a couple acres around it, like some what I call elbow room, but like a traditional neighborhood where you got like quarter acre, half acre lots. I'll never live in one of those ever again.
I
He
like
didn't want
Meyer's recipes. They're really good.
Yeah, that's why he's done some on his channel. He's.
The neighborhood I live in a neighborhood now, but it's large lots and it's isolated. It's out in the middle of nowhere. There's like maybe 20 houses here, each of them on about an acre, acre and a half, and there's nothing around us.
I'd rather bump into this shit than that.
I haven't bought a new microwave yet, so I've been living without a microwave for a month, and I've been making it happen. Like this biscuit and gravy, I brought this home in a styrofoam container. I would have just popped it in the microwave and eaten it last night or something, but because I couldn't do that, I needed to formulate a way to eat it, and I had to heat it up on the stove and using steam, and it ended up working perfectly fine. So I'm okay without a microwave now for a month.
There you go.
What are you gonna do with it?
He used to live in Okmulgee, Zork.
Pardon?
Do you know my wife's saying before she met me, she used to live in Okmulgee in Oklahoma. Do you know where that is?
No, I don't. I don't. Where is it?
She'll possibly tell us. Okmulgee.
And I don't want to say like exactly where I am.
No, that's not where I'm not actually trying to get you triangulated. No, but just knowing where a place is doesn't give anything away. And me talking about where I used to live, I guess that's not a problem unless
Well, you
someone
don't live there
researches.
anymore.
Well, that's true, but I mean, someone could research the houses. She says, just avoid it. LOL. Going through Oklahoma, the only time in my life is several times we went through it, moving stuff from
Oh,
here,
okay.
from there to here, and it was beautiful in places, and in some places I saw nothing but marijuana leaves on the front of every shopping center because they legalized marijuana there, and it was like marijuana dispensary, and it's like
In
everywhere.
Oklahoma, I think your best bet is anything up near the Ozarks because a little bit of the Ozarks range goes into Oklahoma, and that's the pretty part.
She says it's by Henrietta.
Yeah,
So that's what they're talking about in the song Oklahoma Hills.
yeah, because a little bit of the Ozark range extends into eastern, northeastern Oklahoma. Well,
That's
central and northeastern.
that's a great song, that Oklahoma Hills song. That's a wonderful song.
Maybe
It
my
is-
house.
You guys need to look up the song Oklahoma Hills on YouTube and listen to it.
You need to stop making yourself eat everything. All right. So like I grew up being made to eat everything on my plate. So I don't have to eat it all. Like if I'm feeling like I'm full right now, I'll stop and I can get back to it later, or maybe I won't even finish it. But instead of feeling like your mission is eating everything, you don't have to eat everything.
Well,
I think
I have
most
the
people our
opposite
age
problem.
were raised with that. Like you clean your plate because
Yeah.
we had grandparents and I guess some of us parents that had survived the Great Depression. So
Well, there was always that line, there's starving people in China, but now
yeah,
they're probably richer than we are.
Yep.
There's starving people in the United States. You better eat. I'll take it to the guy on fentanyl down the street if you don't eat those peas. The
yep.
rest of the liver. But my problem is I eat everything on the plate and then I want to eat some on my wife's plate. I have the opposite problem. My wife says Okmulgee is a city in Okmulgee County. It's 45 minutes from Tulsa, and the punks in Tulsa were snobs. I bought a bag of John Gross. I bought a bag of gummies a couple of months ago. I haven't touched them. Maybe I quit. Sad to think. And then she says I got censored. Oh, Meyer won an Oscar.
Yeah, it looks like it, right?
Yeah.
So this was partially for, remember that DVD I showed earlier? You guys, I honestly, I was actually a professional dancer in my former life. And this is like
Yeah.
a real serious award. It's called a Toby that you get in San Francisco through Bay Area Dance Watch. I was outstanding U.S. veteran in dance, 2011 to 2013.
That's not me snoring. That's Drew the dog. Just for the record.
That's like for home defense.
Because I fell asleep the other night on a live stream. Oh man. Well, I there was another time I went to Oklahoma. I just remember this group. This in the '90s. There was going to be a flea market in Oklahoma. They said it was going to be great, and so I went with these two friends of mine, and they said, "Here, come along with us." We got in their car, and it was this girl from England and her young husband that she, had married here, and he was an artist, really cool. He did some great artwork for my old magazine, The Sophisticate. So we go up to Oklahoma City, and this was maybe a month after the Oklahoma City bombing.
Mm.
And so we see the building, we go there, and there's a parking lot, like an elevated multi-level parking building, kind of across from where the building was, and we went up to get a better view of this because it was like the state fair. They had trash cans there for because all the tourists, to come and look at it. And that's the first time I saw black government vehicles there. I thought, why does the United States have black vehicles? It looks so evil. It looks like Darth Vader. It looks like we look like we're the bad guys. Clearly, that's FBI or whatever, letter
Yeah.
agency's vehicle, but it's black. Why black? Why not make it red, white, and blue? Because it looked evil. But it was there, and it's like it was just kind of people eating corn dogs and stuff. But we go up in this to get a better view, and then we realized this isn't stable because we could see that there were cracks and there were some other people in there. But as we went down and realized someone had torn the police tape, you weren't supposed to go in that. That thing could have collapsed at any minute that we were
Oh
in.
yeah.
Look, because that explosion wasn't confined to that building because we drove. It must have been a mile away, and there was this guy this husband of this friend of mine was into these European vintage cars like Paulo would love. And we see there's a whole showroom of these cars from the 60s, and we stopped to look in through the glass. And it's like, why are all those vehicles so dirty inside? And then we realized, oh, this is new glass here that we're looking through. Those cars were all damaged by the explosion. They were all pitted and covered, still
Oh
covered.
wow.
So that explosion sent shrapnel. I mean, a mile away, people were getting hit by broken. It was shattering windows. For maybe it wasn't a mile. I might be exaggerating, but it was a
A
significant
good
distance
ways,
from the
yeah.
building. Yeah, there was that would have messed people up on the street for a long ways, and that was horrible, man. I've never quite seen anything like that. Um, so they eventually took that building down and everything, but Oklahoma City seemed like a nice city, but boy, did they
I don't mean to be insulting to anyone from Oklahoma, and by God, I'm grateful to be here at this point. But the truth of the matter is back in the old days, there was a huge rivalry between Texas and Oklahoma, and it all centered around the Texas OU weekend football game.
Right.
Which,
Yeah.
once upon a time, it was like the Super Bowl. I mean,
Right.
people were really, really into it.
Not anymore, though. It's not the same. They're not still into it the same way.
No, it's nothing like it used to.
Really?
I mean, back in the 70s and the 80s and stuff, like you'd go into downtown Dallas for the party right before the Texas OU game, and there would be people like lighting sofas on fire and throwing them out of windows and stuff. Like it was wild, man.
Like the Who was in town.
Oh yeah, like groups of Okies and Texas Cowboys, like in the cowboy hats, like punching it out in the middle of the street. I mean, it got really, really wild. And but yeah, I remember even my grandmother saying, like, you're at if I do something she didn't like, she'd be like, the neighbors are gonna think we're Okie. Stop.
Yeah. Well, Okie was an insult. That was more of a California insult directed towards the ones that showed up in California.
Yeah,
My
I
wife
grew up.
says I only enjoyed Tulsa with fun people and doing things of interest, like when gigs and burlesque were still fun, or Santarchy and silly stuff. Glinzer says that River rivalry is still a thing, just not as popular.
Uh,
Well, chocolates are.
But I mean, it like really like the NFL like Super Bowl had less effect on people in the Dallas area than the Texas OU game once upon a time. The
Yeah,
Texas OU game was bigger.
I remember all that. It didn't matter to me. I just knew not to go to Dallas on that weekend, and I
Yeah.
never cared about football or really.
Oh man, people got
sports
so
except
wild.
roller.
Like even the cops had to pull back because people they were drunk, they were out of control, they wanted to fight, and I mean, I guess there was just a lot more testosterone in people back then because fist fights were everywhere.
Yeah.
Family.
Yeah.
So I totally think that you're right, Zork, about testosterone. Do you remember how, like, from about high school on, do you remember? I mean, this is what me and my friends would do. So you remember when you get together with your friends and drive around and cruise around all night? Well,
Yeah.
do you remember when it would be time for like the county fair or the state fair or a amusement park or going to a beach, a large beach? That would involve almost getting in a fight almost every time. If you had a group of
Yeah.
4, right? Remember,
It was so much that way that I remember when I was a really young man, we would go out to bars, and usually bars that had live music, like a rock band or a metal band or something like that. And you just always knew, like, okay, is this going to be the night that we try to, get some women, or is this going to be like most of the nights when we just get into a fight? Like that was. And I was always voting for, let's not get into a fight tonight, guys, because it drives the women away. And I want women. I mean, fighting's great, but I'd rather have a woman. And when you guys get drunk and pick a fight at the pool table, I have to come help you because you're my friend. And then all the women scram. And then I'm out. Like the whole night's ruined. Yeah, that was like typical back then.
Can you imagine if another store operated like that?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, kids today, they're not the same, and I mean, I have speculation as to why, but like, and they treat fistfights like they're a big deal. Like, fistfights were invented so you didn't have to kill somebody.
Well, the thing is, a fist fight might cause damage to your cell phone.
Well, and you can get hurt. You can it's not without risk. But in general, you just end up with a black eye and a busted jaw, and in 2 weeks you're good.
They're always getting from a different.
I think this dog is hungry. What do you think, man?
Yeah, she's.
God damn.
Wants some food, Dad.
But then she won't eat it when I put it out, man.
But no, it's I miss. That's one of the reasons I enjoy talking with you so much, Gratu, is because you're cut from the same cloth as me. Like you know that world, and that world is gone, and that world is largely forgotten. But you remember it, and I'm just so grateful to meet somebody at this point, because back then, with before the internet, like everything was so regional, and even inside those regions there were little pockets of these cultures, you know. There you go.
Burt Ward food, Robin, TV's Robin.
But
Yeah,
you know, you remember all that stuff, and I have ran into very few people that remember the way Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, just the way the culture used to work. And like you were mentioning bands like Rigor Mortis and Rotting Corpse. Like I wasn't a huge fan of Rotting Corpse or Rigor Mortis, but I knew who they were. I saw them play
Was
before.
Rotting Corpse famous in the town?
Well, they play. What was that place that I would go and see Pantera play? What was that place out there?
Rascals?
No, it was the place out near Fort
Joe's
Worth.
Garage?
Joe's Garage. Joe's Garage. Yeah.
Yeah. I never went there, but I was aware of it.
It was they specialized in Jello shots and fist fights.
Yeah. I was in sixth grade. The guy that won the spelling bee was a friend of mine whose name was Hardin Harrison, and he was later in Rigor Mortis, and then Casey Orr was this guy I knew from junior high school. And then he was later in Rigor Mortis and Guar and some other band that I don't know if it's real.
I wasn't big into the thrash metal stuff. That wasn't really my cup of tea, but I knew who they were. Absolutely.
Yeah, I wasn't either, honestly. But
And the reason I liked Pantera is because their dad, the drummer and guitar player's dad, you know, he understood actual music composition, and he taught those boys that. So even though they were playing this like really heavy metal style, they understood melody, they understood composition, even if I don't know if they formally knew they understood it, but they did. And so there was melody to it. There was actual composition to the music. And that's what I liked about it.
There's a documentary about Rigor Mortis that I bought, and Casey Orr is talking about Bailey Junior High School, and they show a picture of it, you know, where I met him. And he acts a little embarrassed, but he said, well, the first band I was really into was Kiss, and he was into Kiss big time.
Right.
But no,
well, I mean, they were huge back then. Huge.
Oh, he was into it big. But in high school, he was writing everywhere on every surface in the high school. He was writing the name of the band. I didn't even really know what it was at first. And then when I finally heard them, I realized, man, he's got good taste. And it was Motorhead.
Yeah.
Because at first, you know, when I saw Motorhead, the only reference I had is Dan Aykroyd and the Blues Brothers calls somebody a Motorhead, which I think was a derisive term for someone from Detroit.
Well, we would call Motorheads the guys that were in car shop, you know, like in school. They were the Motorheads.
Yeah, I don't know. I think in the movie Blues Brothers, he calls, you know, someone from Detroit as a Motorhead, but I don't know. But anyway, so I first saw
the
Motorhead
thing that every high school had, and kids would learn how to rebuild or build their entire car, and you could hang out after hours in the auto shop. Like you had friends that knew the teacher so well that you'd be there at like 8 o'clock at night drinking beer, doing an oil change. Remember that?
I wasn't in those classes, but I remember us having an automotive program, and the guys that liked it, they really liked it.
And they'd all break into song and sing about grease lightning, and that's what it was. John Travolta. I remember they were all hanging out at the.
Well, I think a lot of those kids came from families that didn't have a lot of expendable income, so when they wanted a car, you know, they basically could buy like an old junk Trans Am and take it in there and rebuild the damn thing and come out with a really kick-ass car.
Camaro for $500. Yep, that's what everybody would do.
And you know, within a year, you had completely redone it and used the school's facilities to do it, and now you had a cool car, and now you could get a pretty girlfriend and all that stuff.
How did you know?
Absolutely.
I have that one.
There's a meritorious
That's 2012.
I'm sorry. I'm having I didn't make that out.
I'm having trouble hearing too.
I'm outside and the connection's shitty. I'm gonna turn my mic off and listen to you guys because it's
Well,
not good.
Well,
I
I'm
want to hear what
hearing.
you're saying, but it
I
just
do
sounds
want to
real.
hear
It's
what you're
cut in and
saying,
out
and
and
then
is muffled.
we're also hearing
It's
Kevin
nothing
talking
of
to a
it's
customer.
nothing.
Well, because they
It's nothing great.
those in second generation. They put the date on the bottom. Yeah.
But no, as far as like Motorhead, the band, I mean, Lemmy, he kind of did the same thing over and over again. The thing was, he did it like he was reproducing something that was really good.
Yeah.
I mean, Motorhead is fun. You get tired of it pretty quick, but when you're in the mood for it, it's great.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Bet.
Yeah, I told you it's first gen.
I'm looking at these apartments that they built behind where your parents bought a house. Yeah, it looks like they've tried to church them up, but you can tell just by the way they are. Yeah, these are going to be the problematic apartments.
Getting a Spider-Man #1. Wave 1.
Man. So it looks like, what is that? Is that a creek behind there?
No.
It looks like if anything was saving you, it was that creek.
Pops. That's what they have a monster.
Interesting. I don't know. The thing is about just apartments in general. You can find good ones occasionally, but man, it's a crapshoot.
It's too frustrating. I have to figure out how to price it right.
Yeah, it really is a crapshoot. A month.
It sounds like you got a hold of a good one, Meyer, because of the area you're in.
Oh, that's 2009 though.
Yeah, it ended up that I basically almost lived directly next door to my son and my daughter-in-law. They're like in the next building over, and they're friends with the my daughter-in-law is like friends with the property management lady, and the timing ended up being perfect that this spot opened up, and bing bang boom.
I'm glad you were able to get out of San Fran, man. That's a sinking ship over there.
Oh man, me too. Just in perfect timing too. Worked out.
Kind of like that Jack Sparrow opening scene in the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie. Like you're sailing the ship and it's sinking, and right as it goes under, you get to the dock.
Yeah, right as I crossed the bridge, there was one of those sideshows was forming in the middle of the Bay Bridge. They were spinning around in circles, and M80s were going off in my rearview mirror right as I made it across the bridge.
Was the first Gulf War? Remember they had the luckiest man in Baghdad. He was driving across that bridge at like 11:30 at night, trying to get the hell out of Baghdad, and he crosses the bridge, and right as he makes it to the other side, they take out the bridge. So, like, from that guy's perspective, he's hauling butt out of there, and then right in his rear view mirror, movie style.
Yeah, life
man.
in a Michael Bay film. He's like, his life is like a Michael Bay movie.
My wife says I need to get bacon bits, and then the dog will be more inclined to eat this food. It's not a very good advertisement for Bert. Most dogs love this food, but she's finicky. So, where would I buy bacon bits?
Have you thought about putting a cat turd in with the food? Mixing a cat turd.
Yeah. If we start off with some kind of leftovers, even just something that had our food in it, and then I put that food on top of it, she gobble it all. But
the whole thing from Down and Out in Beverly Hills, Ratu, the dog wants to eat what you eat.
Right, I know.
Yeah, that's it.
I know.
And then, like I said, just sprinkle it with cat turds. Then she'll eat it.
Ew.
Yeah.
Damn.
That could be arranged, but I need to get her. I'm going to try to find some bacon bits. I just don't know where do you get that? Where is it in the store? Where do you get?
Well, can you just take bacon and either put it in the microwave or between a bunch of napkins, or put it on a tray and put it in the oven cook it till it's all crumbly?
Yeah, but that requires work.
Yeah, true.
Or I just want to get some bacon bits. Damn, she's looking at me, making me feel guilty here.
She seemed very adamant.
Well, I'm
food, Dad. Food. Food
Yeah, I
dad.
think so yeah. Well, it's all the food's there. I just got to get some. There used to be something we could put that we'd shake on the food. It was some kind of dog attractant, you know. But okay, let's go out and see what we can find.
I have a dog, and he's very old now. He's probably not long for this world, but I've always just fed him whatever I ate. Sans chocolate or olives or grapes.
Yeah, yeah.
Chicken bones.
Or chicken. Although
You
he's
can't.
accidentally gotten a hold of a few of those, but he survived. So.
Yeah, you can't eat. They can't eat that. The bones that have been cooked are brittle, and they'll cut them up on the inside. You know, that's not a good thing.
I barbecue a lot, and there's been a couple times like I've had friends over and we're drinking beers and we're doing barbecue chicken, and I pull it off the grill and falls on the ground, and dogs on it before I can even get to it. But luckily he survived. I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen those? So there's these videos that are, I don't know if they're Instagram or TikTok or whatever. I probably watch them on YouTube, but it'll be like, and this is like a thing. People film what they feed their large breed dogs. Like, and we're talking like these Corso dogs or some sort of big giant mastiffs. And it'll be like a whole beef heart. They'll show it. He'll be like, I'm putting in what he feeds them it's like a whole chicken, a beef heart, and it won't be cooked. It'll just be a bunch of raw meat. And a turkey neck, the dog will just devour it. They do it all on like in a 35-second video. It'll show it.
We've ignored the chat. Last Frontier Comics has signed off, and I don't know if he's still here, but goodbye. Come back.
Oh yeah. I should have said goodbye to him. I was hoping he'd come on and show us what he was photographing. Oh, an Amish buggy's coming.
John Goris is saying that VW bugs were the car du jour. I had a friend who took a 72 VW bug, and he was in the automotive shop class, and he turned it into a Baja Stinger, and he put a Blaupunkt radio in it, which at the time Blaupunkt was considered to be like the cat's meow of car stereos.
Yeah. I was like,
you got a Blaupunkt? That's the best one, man.
Yeah.
I don't know why Blaupunkt was considered. I guess because it sounded exotic because it was German. Did anybody else remember that? Like if you had a Blaupunkt cassette player stereo in your car, like you were considered like the king.
I was just going to say, do you remember those car stereo stores that would be like in every city, and it would be like a big deal. Like you would go and they would have your car all day and spend a bunch of money, and they'd have a big showroom, and it would all about getting the badass stereo put in your car. It was like a deal.
When I was in high school, that was huge. Like that's first you saved up and you got a car, and then usually you had to fix that car up because it was a piece of junk. And then once you got the car fixed up, the crowning achievement was then to go get a really cool stereo put in.
Yeah, the whole speaker system. And you'd have to leave the car there all day to wire everything. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I had a Kenwood in my car.
I had a Kenwood as well,
which it was good, but it wasn't as good as a Blaupunkt. Like Blaupunkt was on a pedestal, but I couldn't afford it. It was too expensive. Had to settle for the mid-grade Kenwood. Still pretty good radio though.
I had a Coupe de Ville Cadillac in '89, and it had a remote control like CD changer with a little tiny remote control, and it had the changer that was in the trunk. Remember all that? And so you could sit all the way in the back seat, and the back seat of this car was like a giant couch. It was all velour and everything. And you could sit back there and you could change the channel and change the CD.
My grandparents always they drove Lincoln Town cars, like almost exclusively. That's what they'd buy a new one every 4 years. Lincoln Town, both of them, Lincoln Town cars.
Yeah.
And I mean, they weren't fun for a young man. I mean, they were an old person's car, right? But as far as driving them, though, those things were luxurious. Those things were great. The seats were so
Yeah,
comfortable.
it's like
It was
driving
unreal.
couches. Yeah, it's like two couches. Like driving, you're like driving two couches. Yeah, super comfortable.
And honestly, a lot of them could get up and go. Like they didn't look like they could, but they could. Like that's some serious horsepower underneath the hood.
Yeah, my Caddy was fast. It did great on the freeway, great on the highway.
No, my first car was a 74 Camaro that I got, and it was beat up, and I had to slowly fix it up over a year and a half. And it was like a 6-cylinder, man. It was a fake Camaro.
I inherited an old car from my uncle that was this is my first real car. It was a Plymouth Fury. And with it was like a 2-door version of a police cruiser is how I would describe it. And the doors like weighed 100 pounds each. You know what I'm talking? Remember the car I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, a Fury 2 Plymouth. Yeah. I think something like that.
Yeah. Truthfully though, I can't speak to cars now because once they started putting tracking devices in cars, I was out, man. It's like I don't care how nice the car is if it's tracking me. But cars honestly in the 70s were pretty crap. Even into the 80s, they were pretty crap. I think they got really good in the early and mid 90s, or maybe like sometime around 93, they started getting really good. And then they just killed it by, I think now, like most cars you buy, they've got cameras in them looking at you, microphones listening to you. Your everything is tracked. There's just no way. I don't care how nice the car is. I'm not paying money to be spied on. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, especially $600 a month or something. After.
Yeah, I've heard that they do subscriptions to drive your car
for like for the cost of everything. If you buy a new car at the end of it, it's going to be about.
To me, that's just insane. It's like, no, I'm going to negotiate a price for this. I'm going to pay you, and after I pay you, this car belongs to me. That's it. That's the end of the story.
I don't. 1990, I think 1991 was the last time I bought a new car.
Yeah. I bought one in 98, but it didn't last that long. And ever since after that, I'm going to buy older vehicles. I'm going to fix them up so where they look, stock cherry new. And I'm going to replace the lubricants and the belts and the hoses and the filters. They're all better now. I'm going to replace light bulbs because they're better now. But outside of that, I want it looking like it rolled off the showroom floor for whatever year model it is.
Right. I'm the same way. I wish I knew more about cars. I wish I knew enough to do some sort of work on the car I have. I have a 2005, and so I don't have any of that stuff like what you're talking about, like cameras and computer monitoring me or anything. Yeah. But I always want to keep it like super clean and try and make it seem like it's brand new.
Well, I can work on the old engines because I did it with my dad. So and not always. Sometimes I have to have help, but for the most part, I can do it. But body work I can't do. I have a guy I send the cars to do the body work. Because that good body work, that's artistic stuff, man. If you don't do that right, it shows real quick.
Oh yeah, and I'm going to eventually find a shop here in town because I want to get my car painted, and it needs a few little spots of beach rust fixed up because it's been at the beach for 20 years.
Well, the way I feel about it is if it gets me from point A to point B, and it has a comfortable seat, and it has cold air conditioning and warm heating, and it has a radio in it, then what more do I need?
You're right.
And I get there in climate controlled comfort, and it's got a comfortable seat, and it gets me there at the speed limit or a little bit better, and I can listen to the radio while I drive. I mean, I don't want anything else. That's all I need. I don't need anything else. Backup cameras, I know how to turn around and look. I know how to use my rearview mirrors. I know how to parallel park. I know how to drive a standard, I tell you, one of my favorite cars I ever had, it was in the late 80s. It was a Honda CRX. Pardon me. And it's just a little roller skate of a car. But that thing, first of all, it was the best gas mileage of any car I ever had. Like I could spend $10 and I wouldn't have to fill that back up for like 10 days. And of course, gas prices were significantly cheaper, of course, but nevertheless, it sipped gas. It was very peppy. It didn't have a high top speed, but it was quick off the jump, and it cornered like it was on rails, and it was actually a lot of fun to drive. And it was a stick, and it was the same. It had good air conditioning, good heating, a decent radio, and it got really awesome gas mileage, and it was fun to drive. I've often considered maybe finding an old one and fixing it up.
I think that's still a popular car. Like those young kids that do that, street racing and the drifting and everything. They like CRXs.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. They take
it was a great car for a college kid, because it had the 2 seats. So if you're ever going to road trip, you didn't have to take your car because you only had 2 seats. But if you're going on a date, and then it had this great big trunk. So if you were moving dorms or apartments, you could fit all your crap in the back of it, or at least most of it. I think the biggest thing I owned back then was a futon, and I could strap that to the hood or to the ceiling. If it was a short trip between dorm buildings. Then after that, I got a little pickup truck, and I liked that pretty well, but that CRX was just fun, especially standard. And from what I understand, a lot of people now can't drive stick anymore. I don't know how.
A lot of people don't teach it anymore, so nobody knows how to do it.
Are there any new truck or new vehicles that still have a standard transmission anymore?
I don't know. There probably are some. Maybe. I don't know, though. But when you think about like high school driver's ed now, they're going to be using all the new cars to teach kids how to drive. So kids are learning how to drive in a whole different fashion than we did. Right?
Yeah, I've heard that,
that have basically smart cars, right? It's got the camera, just like what you're saying, camera assisted abilities.
I've heard that a lot of younger people, like those under 30, if they drive an old car, they have a hard time because there's so much driving assistance built into the cars over the last 10, 15 years that they find it hard to fully like drive the vehicle. Like they're used to having help from the computer.
Right. They're used to the screen. They're used to the screen being there. When they put it in reverse, the camera goes on, all that stuff that happens now.
They have no idea how to like glance over their shoulder real quick before they make a lane change, that kind of stuff.
Check their mirrors in the fashion that we did, just like what you're saying for lane. Yep, you're right. They're waiting for the car to give them the signal to tell them that it's safe instead of doing it themselves.
That's so dangerous. I mean, just everything is designed to make these people not have to exercise their noodle. And if you don't use it, you lose it. It's no wonder they can't think logically anymore. And they certainly don't know history. They've been told absolute lies about history.
How about
absolute
police scanner?
Straight out lies.
A stereo put in, then you would get a police scanner in your car. Remember, you could tell if the cops were.
I never had one, but I had friends that got them. Yeah.
I never had one, but I had friends. I had friends who had that. Yes.
What'd you pick up, old Gratu?
Well, the guy took a long time finding the bacon bits for me, but it turned out he wasn't looking in the right place. He was looking over the Mexican food, but then one of the customers said, maybe buy the salad dressing, and they were there. I got
bacon
that.
bits. Okay, I see. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, so, yeah, got some of that. Okay, so I'm... Scheiße. I wanted to get a shot of this Amish buggy. Which way are they going, man?
I've never met an Amish person.
I have. But look at that, man. It's like Little House on the Prairie. They probably don't like me filming them.
I have a friend, though, that really, really doesn't like the Amish.
Really?
Because apparently the Amish, one thing they're having a problem with is genetic stability.
Oh,
like they've married inside their own people so often that they need outside DNA sometimes, and
Yeah.
they'll send their women like out, like into England, which is us, and like they'll dress up kind of tawdry and go to the bars and find some, I guess, specimen, something that meets tall, dark, and handsome, I guess, and put the moves on him and then run away. And so my friend has an Amish child that he's never met because
How does he know that?
I don't know. This is what he told me. But he lives in Erie, Pennsylvania, and he had a. So that's what he told me. He said she got me at the bar. She was good looking. She was provocatively dressed. I had no idea she was Amish.
I don't
Did the
know. I
deed.
know they do let them go out for a year or something into the normal world to see, and usually they'll come back and. Yeah, but I didn't think it was for that reason. I thought it was to let them realize how shitty
How much
everything
room's in the
is.
case now?
Well,
It is.
either way,
That's kind
How
of
much room's in
supposedly
the case now?
he had a son, and then he met the son later when he was grown. Maybe that's how he found out. But he didn't meet his son until his son was like 25 years old, and only had limited contact with him. But because of that experience, he holds a grudge, I guess. I don't know.
Oh well, I can see, but I don't know that is that really the practice in general. I
According to him, it was. But like I said, I've never met an Amish person, so I really can't say definitively.
that's kind of shocking to me. I don't. That's not a story I like to hear, but yeah, it does make sense if. But there's giant communities of them in like Pennsylvania. It seems like you'd be able to find someone not of your own.
Well, but even if it's a large community, if the families have been intermarrying, as it were, for a couple hundred years, I could see how maybe they're, it's like, look, we need some new genetic material. I mean, that's more common than you think. I had a friend that he's older than I am, and back in the early '60s, right before Kennedy was shot, he was with this caravan of people, Americans that went from Vietnam on a 2-year caravan throughout Asia that ended in England just over 2 years later. And he told me the story because he said he remembered when Kennedy was shot, they were beginning the caravan, and National Geographic reported on this caravan over I think it was 2 years and 4 months that it existed. And so there's a record of it in the National Geographic archives. And he said they were getting ready to let out, and that's when Kennedy was shot. And he said that there was this Vietnamese man that was running down the street crying, hysterical. And that's how they found out that Kennedy had been shot. But during this caravan, they went to Mongolia, and the Mongolians were the same way. They've intermarried to the point where they realize that they need outside DNA for health reasons, for genetic stability reasons. And they tried to. He was a young boy at the time, but these Mongolians wanted to trade like yaks and stuff for him to come back when he was of age and impregnate some of their women so that they could have the DNA.
Man. Weird.
I mean, it's an odd, topic, I realize, but apparently it's something
awesome.
that goes on,
Because these
It reminds
have
me
to
of that
be.
movie, The Man Who Would Be King, with Sean Connery and Mike Caine. Remember that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a great movie.
What are all these people saying here?
Where it's kind of like something that might happen to Bing Crosby and Bob Hope in a road movie.
Mastodon Comics and Music, like Mastodon the band.
Well, I think of a prehistoric elephant when I think of that. I don't know the band.
Mastodon is a fairly popular metal band, although all rock and roll and metal is just old people music now.
Well,
Mastodon has really good album covers done by Skinner, the artist Skinner.
Yeah.
Did a lot of work for Mastodon.
See, the wife is completely correct. Now she's completely chowing down.
Nice. All she needed was Bako bits. Is that it?
Yeah.
But anyway, so there are isolated communities of people, and you can only intermarry so many times before you start, genetic abnormalities can occur.
But see, that means that these are married Amish women that do this.
No. They like send them out, and apparently at some point. Now I don't know if they come back and marry an Amish man and then have kids with him too. I don't understand how that works. I don't even know if the story's real. This is just what I was told.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
you take it with a grain of salt.
I know it's just it's disturbing because you start thinking of people like animals, and it's like, oh man, I don't want to think that way.
A lot of work. Research, pictures, listing.
Well, the history of I just have to come out and say it, but the history of incest, it goes back to ancient Egypt and probably long before that, because the Egyptian pharaohs' families, they engaged in it to keep outsiders from gaining control of the throne. Because like if you have a royal family, there's always like a general or a politician or a wealthy merchant that wants to get their child intermarried into the ruling family, to take power essentially. And so what the Egyptians found out is that you can actually engage in human cloning without test tubes and beakers and stuff. And it's done by incest.
Maybe
and if
right.
you have a brother and sister that are very, very smart, incredibly smart, you can force them to create a clone, and that clone will be very, very smart. It will just be just a shade not as good. And you can do that 6 times. It's only at the 7th time that you get such genetic abnormalities as to be
80 for an autograph, 80 for a remark.
So
I think this is my Wi-Fi. Okay, that was a problem with my Wi-Fi. I don't know if can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Did I cut out?
No.
Everyone cut out, at least on my end, for like a few seconds. It showed I had unstable Wi-Fi.
Well, anyway, I was mentioning that if you take 2 smart people and you use incest to essentially create a clone, that clone's going to be smart. The reason there's like, oh, hillbillies, inbred, right? Well, if you take 2 idiots and make them make a clone, the clone's going to be an idiot too. You understand?
What do you mean make them make a clone? You mean make
well, I'm trying not to put too fine a point on it, but
oh, okay.
Anyway, but if you take 2 intelligent people and do the same thing, then the clone is going to be smart. And you can do that. It's like a Xerox copy of a human being, and each time it fades just a little bit. And once you get to the 7th copy, you've got genetic abnormalities in a serious, catastrophic way. And that's where the term 7th son of the 7th son came from originally. And so inbreeding and incest and stuff like that was used as a tool to retain power by the Egyptian pharaohs. And obviously, when you say that word or use that now, you're programmed through propaganda to think of like, toothless hillbillies, right? But that's not where it comes from. It comes from the royal families. That's why all the ruling families of Europe, like if you look at a picture of the King of England and the Tsar of Russia in 1916, they look like the same man. They literally look like the same man. They're clones.
They were cousins, probably, or something, right?
Well, that's the nice way to put it. Yeah. But they look identically, and that's because the ruling families have always practiced incest up to a point. And then once they get near the 7th time, they bring in new blood. But sometimes they don't, and sometimes there's, maybe they waited a little too late. Maybe they should have done it at incarnation 5, and they get genetic abnormalities, and that's why you get a lot of insanity in the ruling families. But
That's
the
why
reason that's
Lady
originally done
Di's
is to keep
function.
what's that?
That's why they brought in Lady Di into the British
Yes.
royal family.
Yes. They're always on the outlook for that. But they do that to keep outsiders from taking control of the throne because there's always a general with a beautiful daughter. He wants to marry into the family so that now his family has control. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why they originally started doing it, is to hang on to power.
Yeah, man. It's
That's what he said. That's
kind
what
of
he does.
savage, isn't it?
Well, when you're talking about the power and control of the known world, all bets are off. People would do anything, and I mean anything.
Yeah. Well, maybe they have space alien blood or Nephilim blood or whatever. They think they have the blood of Christ or something, or blue blood. I don't know. I hear
When
all this.
when I worked with the Brits in Africa a lot, and a lot of these Brits were tied into the royal family, and we would have meetings, and I got to know these people pretty well. The people don't understand the royal family in England is far bigger than you could possibly imagine. Like it's kind of like points on a curve. Like the people who are immediate successors, people know about. There's all these cousins and second cousins and third cousins, and they keep track of it through the bloodlines. They have an entire department that keeps track of this. And I think they made a movie in the early '90s called King Ralph that was kind of a jokey send up of something that's real. And that's, in case like 12 different members of the royal family were blown up in a single deal, they know where the next person in the bloodline is to make the successor. They have an entire division of people that work on this. And the family's huge. And that's where I learned this stuff. That's They would talk about it with me, and they were very interested in me. They always asked me, "Do you have green eyes?" Which I do, because my bloodline comes from the Brandenburg family in Germany, like Brandenburg Gate, the Marduks of Germany, Brandenburg, and a Marduk back in the Dark Ages, really up until World War I, was their war king. They had the king, and then they had the Marduk, and the Marduk sometimes held even more powerful. He was even more powerful than the king, depending on like how strong he played his hand, right? But I come from the Marduk Brandenburgs, and they knew that. And they were always checking, like when I'd meet a new one, they'd be like, "Do you have green eyes?" I have no idea why they were so fascinated by green eyes. That I can't answer, but they were. And everything was about the blood, the blood, the blood, the blood, the blood. I don't understand it, but I understand what I've told you guys because I had discussions with them about it.
Well, these are all these. You have all these monster hives on consignment, and is that one of the valuable ones there?
Huh?
Is that one of the super valuable ones?
Well, I started looking up. I don't know anything about these things, but from this collection, it doesn't matter which one you grab. They're all over like hundreds of dollars.
Really? Wow.
Wow.
So
I'm trying to grab ones I think aren't worth any money, but what do I know?
Is
So
anything cheap anymore? Anything at
Jim's
all?
really interested in
Well,
this.
I think these dolls brand new went up in price. Like they're $35 brand new at Walmart, the new ones. But
okay,
when you get one from 2011, 2012, that's considered like generation one.
That's what she wants too. That's what Jude
So
asked me. She said, "Are any of them are
like,
Gen 1?" And I said,
yeah, this is Gen one right here. You can't find this for under $200. This is like $300 doll right
what?
here.
wow.
Really?
2011? You mean last month?
Yes.
Yeah, it seems like last month.
That one's
Well,
2012. This
but
one's
but if
2000.
but if you're a 23-year
Yeah.
old
For
girl,
Jude,
that's
these are
like
like when she was
forever,
10 years
Yeah.
old, these were coming out. Yeah.
Because when in 1974, 75, a comic book from 1969 seemed ancient. you know,
Yeah. Of course.
time is relative. Uh,
I still think about 1986 and I have such vivid memories. I'm like, boy, I'd like to go back to that pizza place again. I know that was 40 years ago. It's long gone.
yeah. Well, do you think you're going to have to do mail order or find?
Yeah,
I mean,
I have to sell them all online because I was like, I thought they were like $20 dolls, and I told my friend, I'll sell them for you and take 20%. Now
Well,
it's like I gotta sell them on eBay and pay eBay 13%, and then I get 7%.
And you have
well,
to list them all. Yeah.
Yeah, and I gotta
Well,
well. What
research
about
and
hey?
go.
What about doing a video where you show them all on YouTube, and or and if you put Monster High dolls, maybe Monster High collectors will call you up and you can avoid all those fees.
Yeah, I mean, I can do that.
Well,
well,
let's
I'm
Lord
just
gonna.
Pratu.
I'll show
Yes,
you.
Madam Orloff.
well,
Send some.
Look
do
at
I
this
want to
one.
go eat at the restaurant when she gets off at 8, or do I want to order the food soon? What are the specials tonight? I need to look them up. And if I obviously have to end the stream to order from unless she's off. If you want to order the food, should I order it now? Sure. Yeah, I think it'd be better to eat now. And what
That's the
is
one that Jude wants really bad. She said
Yeah,
she's wanted this for a long time.
San
oh
Diego
like
Comic Con
Yeah.
from 2012. San
She
Diego
knew
Comic Con.
she knew exactly what it was when I said that he has one that looks like a spider, and she was
if
like, "I want that. I've been looking for
well
that for
you
so
do you
long."
think you could give her a little bit of a deal because that would go to a good home?
Yeah, I could definitely give a deal, but
Well,
at
what I'm
the
gonna
same
do.
time, I
Yeah,
have
you
to
have.
give
You,
him a. I can take my 20% commission
Well,
off. You know.
I'm not.
oh,
I'm not asking for a great deal. The thing is that
but
I know that she's going to probably want some of these other ones too. So what I'm going to do is tell her that you basically have everything, and see if she has like some sort of a short list of 3 or 4 or 5 figures that she
Yeah.
well,
definitely wants to
I
find out
can
if you
tell her
have.
they're like all Generation One because they all say 2011,
Yeah.
2012.
That's what I'm saying. So there
well,
might be particular characters or certain figures that she definitely wants, and so I'll see if I
well,
can get a list from her of,
maybe.
and then we'll go from
Maybe
there.
after I eat, maybe I could come back on and is it possible for you to, like we could do a stream and you could show each one of them and we could have a video that people could
Yeah.
watch where you don't have to go to 10 hours, 20 minutes in. You want to do that or you,
I,
Yeah, and I can clip it and then I can repost it on my thing too.
yes, absolutely. Let me do that. But let me, okay. My wife's asking me questions. Yes, I mean, I'd like the fish dinner if they have it. Cleo, and with macaroni and cheese. If she's gonna be mad at me for eating such
I
shitty
don't know.
choices,
You're
but
making me hungry.
yeah. So just order that, and I'll go pick it up. And we have tea.
Hey, fun fact that Executioner is in Pee Wee's Big Adventure. He's in the magic shop.
Oh, I
Really?
don't remember a magic shop. I need to rewatch that
Oh,
movie.
the
I've got it.
magic shop scene is great. I think that Kevin for a long time has been trying to make his shop look like the magic shop from that Santa Monica boardwalk scene, right?
Who is the
Yeah.
ghoul with the helmet? I like that one.
He's a football player. He's a Don Post Studios football player.
Ah,
Back
okay.
then in the 80s, you could have it in any color of your favorite team that you wanted.
Oh,
Wow,
I see.
that's cool.
I like that one a
Oh,
lot.
let me say. Oh, she lost signal. I want the fish dinner with macaroni and cheese and a slice of Texas toast, and that's it. And
Sounds good.
she's not still hearing me. Did you hear me that time? Oh shit! Maybe I should just go upstairs and talk to her. This is asinine. Um, yeah.
Yeah, if you start it
So,
back up, I'll come back on.
oh,
I'll
she's
come
saying,
back. Gratu, your house has become our hangout.
let me. I'm supposed to be logged in. Okay, let me just. Okay, tell me what you want. Let me just end the stream and I'll order the food, Cleo.
I'll wait
Yeah,
outside. I'll wait outside on the porch till you come home.
There you go.
I'll be back in about 45 minutes.
I'll
Then.
take the baked ziti. Thank you.
Okay. All right, everybody. I'm going to close. Be
See you
seeing you
soon.
Get some
guys.
extra Texas
Bye. Take
toast.
care.
I like that.
I'll see you guys in a little bit.